Chapter 151, A Dangerous Accident. In the spacious living room. Monica was frozen as she held her phone. Finn was expressionless. He walked past her coldly and went to the medicine box in the corner of the living room to look for medicine. Monica. Michael's voice called out to her once more. He seemed to have called her a few times. Monica came back to her senses. I'm here. What's wrong? Nothing. Monica said, it's getting late. You should get off work early. Don't delay your dinner, it's easy for you to get stomach problems. Okay, then I'll hang up. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Monica hung up the phone. At that moment, Finn walked toward her with a pill in his hand. As she was standing in front of the kitchen island with the water heater beside her, Finn picked up his special cup and took the warm water. Monica looked at his cold expression and frowned. Are you unwell? Finn took the medicine but did not answer. Aren't you a doctor? How can you get sick? Monica frowned. After Finn took the medicine, he turned around and went to the sink to rinse his own cup. He replied indifferently, a doctor is not a god. Monica was speechless. Finn ignored her most of the time, but one sentence from him could easily kill her. She was a little unhappy and turned around to return to her room. Out of sight, out of mind. She simply did not want to be in the same space as Finn and breathe the same air. She had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly thought of something. Finn, I'm not unwell. Finn put the water cup away. I said I don't have cancer. Don't curse me. Finn raised his head and looked at Monica. Monica said loudly, I went to the hospital for an examination today. The doctor who performed the ultrasound on me examined me very carefully. The result was ordinary hyperplasia of the mammary glands. Okay, Finn replied. Forget it. You don't care anyway, Monica mumbled and then felt that it was meaningless for her to tell him anything at all. She turned around and went back to her room. Finn looked in the direction of Monica's room door. He held his stomach. It was just a little stomach ache. Actually, Monica's reminder was right. As a doctor, he would not get sick so easily unless it was due to genetic reasons. The next day, Jean habitually opened the news and took a few glances. Yesterday's news was still trending, and it was still very eye-catching on the news app. No media outlet had dared to broadcast their news before. Ever since the administrative office had responded positively, all the major media outlets were now in a frenzy, and they were afraid that they would be a minute late. She put down her phone. She came out of the bathroom to wash up. George was still sleeping on the bed. Jean went over to wake him up. George, wake up. I don't want to go to school. George turned over, his butt facing Jean. The corners of Jean's mouth curled into a smile. Looking at George's cute appearance at this moment, she wondered if it was a good idea for George to go to school or not. She said, not to school, to pick up your master. George twisted his body. His brain was probably responding, but his body instinctively resisted. Jean did not want to force George anymore. She said softly and gently, sleep for a while more, then. I'll go pick Klaus up, but I'll call you after. You have to go out, understand? Okay, George agreed. Jean covered George with the blanket, put on makeup, and changed her clothes. She then walked out of the Lawrence's courtyard. At this moment, on the second floor, Joshua stood on the balcony and said to his phone, Brother-in-law, Jean has gone out. Okay. Jean drove to pick up Klaus. Since it was still early, she drove at a moderate pace. The phone rang. She glanced at it and picked it up. Godfather. The media has found me, West said straightforwardly. Initially, Jean had specifically told West that when she was dealing with the matter of the Lawrence Enterprises logistics warehouse, the Muck Group should try not to make a sound. Now that the media had found him, West needed to seek Jean's opinion. They probably want to know your opinion of me and our current cooperation project, Jean said. Now that the results have been finalized, you can answer them directly. Okay, West agreed immediately. He could not help but say, I've been watching your news for the past 2 days. To be honest, I'm a little scared of you now. Mr. Thorne really did train you personally. Your ability is indeed amazing. Godfather, you're flattering me. I'm driving to pick up Klaus now, so I won't say anymore. Be careful. Okay. Jean hung up the phone. Chapter 152, A Dangerous Accident. Jean drove to the Southampton City International Airport. When she looked at the airport, she thought that she would also pass through this passage soon and leave the city. Then, she would not come back. She parked the car in the airport garage and walked into the airport lobby when the plane just landed. She waited for about 20 minutes. Jean saw Klaus walk out. Jean took the initiative to go forward. Klaus, who was over 60 years old, was very enthusiastic. He gave Jean a hug and asked, Where's my George? He's sleeping, He's still such a bedhead. Klaus' tone was filled with affection. Jean smiled and took the luggage from Klaus. I'll send you to the hotel first. Okay. Jean brought Klaus into her car. The car drove out of the airport and took the Inner Ring Expressway. It must be hard for you to come all the way to Southampton City personally this time, Jean said politely as she drove. The matters of my disciple are my matters. Moreover, this time, I can train George. He's too lazy. I plan to let George complete the traffic planning and design of Southampton City. Jean could already imagine George's bitter little face. The two of them chatted very casually. Jean's eyes suddenly paused. Through the rearview mirror, she saw a somewhat strange car. If she remembered correctly, this car had been following her since she came to the airport. She could understand that they might be going in the same direction towards the airport, but would it be possible for them to pick people up from the same plane as well? How could the time when they left the airport be so coincidental? She pursed her lips and did not show it. Klaus had been lightheartedly chatting with Jean and did not notice anything strange. Jean responded to Klaus while also being vigilant. She observed the surrounding environment. This was the inner circle of the airport, and there was no crowd. If an accident happened in this kind of place, it should be relatively easier to handle. As she thought about this, Jean stepped on the accelerator and the car behind her also sped up. It was not an illusion, after all. Her pupils constricted, and in the next second, she calmly checked the condition of her car. If the car had not been tampered with, it would not be difficult to shake off the people behind her. Klaus also seemed to have noticed that something was not right. He looked at Jean. What's wrong? We're being followed. Don't worry, I'll send you to your destination safely and guarantee your safety in Harkin. Okay, Klaus nodded. An international celebrity like him had probably experienced a lot, so such a situation would not fluster him. After Jean confirmed that there was no problem with her car, she said to Klaus, hold on to the handrail, I'm going to speed up. Okay. Jean gripped the steering wheel tightly and focused. She stepped on the accelerator and pressed it to the bottom. The car sped up at lightning speed. In almost an instant, it threw the car behind it a distance away. When the car behind reacted, it quickly chased after it. The speed was very fast. The two cars were on the inner ring highway, racing crazily. The car behind them had chased for some distance and was starting to become more and more laborious. He hurriedly got the person in the passenger seat to make a call. The person in the passenger seat dialed. Mr. Swan, we might not be able to catch up. Eden's expression turned cold. What do you mean? You asked us to follow Jean, but it seems like she discovered us. If she has discovered you, then so be it. Just follow her closely and let me know her route. The truth is, I can't keep up. She's too fast. If I continue to follow her, I'm afraid I'll get into an accident. Aren't you a race car driver? We have a special racetrack. Trash, Eden said fiercely. He hung up the phone and quickly called Michael. My people might have lost Jean. Michael's expression did not change. Why? They said that Jean is driving too fast. Michael frowned. Eden was a little anxious. Now is not the time to investigate the truth. The main point is that if my people did not follow Jean, we would not be able to control her route and would not be able to cause any traffic accidents. All right, I'll think of a way. Prepare your men. All right. Eden hung up the phone. At that moment, he was completely furious. At the same time, Jean looked at the car that she had thrown a distance away. She picked up the phone and dialed. Miles. Yes, I'm sending you my real-time location now. Come and help me. I'm being targeted. All right, there was no doubt from the other side. They were used to this. Jean hung up the phone and sped up again. The car behind them was getting further and further away, but she did not dare to let her guard down. It was impossible for the other party to arrange for just a single car to follow her. There might be a sudden accident in the surrounding area. About 10 minutes passed. Jean received a clear phone call. Turn at the next road exit nearest to you. I will wait for you there. Okay. Jean looked at the road sign and continued to drive wildly. She drifted and directly went down the next exit. At this moment, the car behind her could no longer be seen. Naturally, her followers did not know that she had already made an exit. She quickly parked the car at the entrance of the path and said to Miles, who was parked there, help me bring Mr. Klaus to your place first. After I send these people away, I will come and meet up with you guys. Okay, Miles nodded. Jean turned to face Klaus. My friend will guarantee your safety. You follow him and leave first. I will come and find you after I'm done. Pay attention to your safety, Klaus reminded her as he got out of the car. I know. Jean watched as Klaus got into Miles's car before she started the car again and left quickly. Then, she returned to the inner ring highway. After some time, the car behind her finally caught up. The person in the front passenger seat immediately reported, "Jean is still on the inner ring highway. Do everything you can to follow closely." "Yes." Jean slowed down slightly. Her goal was to let the other party catch up to her so Miles could bring Klaus to a safe place. She followed the original route and prepared to exit the inner ring highway. The moment she entered the intersection and returned to the city streets, a large truck suddenly went in the opposite direction. It was obviously heading straight for her. She had no way to think. She abruptly spun the steering wheel and directly hit the guardrail beside her. Jean's body was tightly bound by the seatbelt and her head hit the car window beside her. The car window instantly shattered and her head felt dizzy. She gritted her teeth, turned to reverse gear and quickly stepped on the accelerator. Her car left her position. It was almost the next second. The big truck directly hit the spot where Jean's car had collided. If it had been a second later, she might have been crushed into a pancake. She did not have time to even tremble. She turned her steering wheel and left quickly. At the same time, Eden received a call, and the other party reported, "We failed. Now Jean has directly driven away, but she should be slightly injured." Useless. He hung up the phone fiercely. The next moment, he sent the message to Michael. Jean was still in a frenzy on the street. After driving for a long distance, she discovered the danger around her. Jean gritted her teeth. How many people did Eden use? Or could it be Melody Sanders who really wanted to exterminate her? Her eyes turned cold, and the phone suddenly rang. She took a glance at the incoming call and pressed the Bluetooth button. "Ms. Lawrence, head towards East Street." Jean was stunned. "I'll pick you up here." She did not know if she should trust the fourth Master Swan at this moment. Chapter 153, Fourth Master Swan and Jean are official? On the streets with heavy traffic, Jean's crazy racing had caused the cars on the streets to be constantly in danger. She looked at the intersection in front of her. She gritted her teeth. She suddenly turned her steering wheel, and the sound of the car drifting could be heard. It was extremely ear-piercing. She quickly rushed towards East Street. Cars from all directions rushed toward her. She held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and concentrated. The only thing she was glad about was that the other party did not tamper with her car. They were not that smart, after all. Or perhaps, they did not expect her to have such strong control over the car. Otherwise, she would definitely be dead by now. She remained calm throughout the whole process and saw a familiar black car from afar. The car was parked there with Fourth Master Swan standing beside it. He was indeed there. At that second, Jean felt a sense of relief. After a thrilling moment, she suddenly felt calm. Her eyes narrowed. She stepped on the brakes and fiercely stopped beside the black car, stopping beside Fourth Master Swan's feet. She took a deep breath. The car door was opened by Fourth Master Swan. Jean adjusted her seatbelt. Fourth Master Swan directly carried her out of the car. Jean pursed her lips. Teddy had already opened the car door for them, and Fourth Master Swan carried her into the car. At this moment, the surrounding cars were also parked not far away. Once Jean got into Fourth Master Swan's car, everyone suddenly stopped their crazy chase. Eden sat in his office, waiting for the result. Actually, he had never thought of exterminating them. He had originally wanted to create a car accident and never thought that he would have to kill the two people in the car. However, after Jean kept escaping, he gave a death order out of desperation. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the incoming call. He picked it up fiercely. "How is it?" Jean got into Fourth Master Swan's car. "What? We don't know whether we should chase after her or not," the other party reported. Eden's hand, which was holding the phone, was trembling. "Uncle Edward." It was Uncle Edward again. He looked extremely ferocious. "Mr. Swan." The other party did not get a reply and asked again. "Wait for my notification." Also, the other side said quickly, "Klaus is no longer in Jean's car." "What?" Eden roared angrily. At this moment, he was so angry that his veins were popping. "I'm sure that I only saw Jean get into Master Swan's car. Her car is now parked by the street, but Klaus is not there." "Meaning, Klaus is no longer in the car?" "Yes. Didn't you guys follow her all the time? You don't even know when she let go of Klaus?" Eden was furious. "We did follow her all the time. I promise that during the time I followed her, Jean didn't have time to let go of Klaus. The only possibility is that something happened at the inner ring highway." "Damn it!" Eden cursed fiercely. Eden hung up abruptly and dialed Michael's number. Jean is now in Uncle Edward's car. No matter how calm he was, Michael could not hide his surprise. "Your uncle intervened?" "Yes," Eden said through gritted teeth. I will inform Melody. The important thing is that Klaus is no longer in Jean's car. So even if he dares to chase after my uncle's car now, it will be useless. Eden suppressed his emotions and told the truth. Michael's expression changed drastically. Eden sensed Michael's silence and said again, I never thought that Jean's driving skills would be this good. The Jean I know is very bad-tempered and useless. She really doesn't have such abilities. If I had known earlier, I would have directly asked someone to tamper with her car. Jean has indeed exceeded our expectations. Michael forcefully suppressed his temper and said, let's end this for now. Melody and I will discuss what to do next. Okay, Eden did not say anything more. He knew that he had messed up this matter. No matter what happened, the outcome of this matter would directly affect the Sanders' view of him. It was very likely that it would cut off his progress. At this moment, he really wanted to slice Jean into 1,000 pieces. The streets of Southampton City finally returned to normal. Jean looked out of the window. Ever since she got into the fourth Master Swan's car, the danger around her had automatically disappeared. So, would the Sanders not go against fourth Master Swan, or did they give up on chasing after her? After all, Klaus was no longer in her car. She turned her head and looked at the man sitting beside her, who was now silent. Chapter 154, Fourth Master Swan and Jean are official? She said, where are you taking me? Obviously, they were not on the way to the Lawrence's courtyard. Ms. Lawrence, where do you think is the safest place right now? Fourth Master Swan's tone was unhurried, but his voice was a little deep. Jean did not reply. Fourth Master Swan's eyes moved slightly and he said with indifference, to my place. She had actually guessed it. However, she was hesitating and it could not be blamed. The safest place was none other than fourth Master Swan's place. At least for now, the Sanders would not directly confront the fourth Master Swan. She said, didn't you say that you wouldn't help me? It's my fault for always being unable to control my feelings towards Ms. Lawrence. Fourth Master Swan's cold words seemed to carry a hint of cruelty. One could vaguely sense his temper. Could he be angry? What was he angry about? There was a sudden silence in the car. It was always after one sentence that the two of them did not speak again. The car arrived at the bamboo garden steadily. Teddy respectfully opened the car door for her. The moment she was about to get out of the car, fourth Master Swan had already gotten out of the other car door, walked in front of her, and carried her by the waist. Actually, she did not hurt any vital parts, and the crash also did not affect her walking. However, at this moment, for some reason, she did not reject him. Fourth Master Swan carried Jean directly up to the second floor and walked into a luxurious room. This room was actually, she had slept in it before. So many years had passed, and the furnishings and displays inside did not seem to have changed at all. Fourth Master Swan placed her on the big bed. Jean's slender body leaned against the headboard of the bed. Fourth Master Swan's cheek was very close to hers. He said, Ms. Lawrence, do you want to take a shower or bandage up first? Jean's eyes moved slightly. She said bluntly, I want to do something first. Fourth Master Swan's expression obviously changed. It's very important. Jean was very persistent. Fourth Master Swan stared straight at her, who was covered in blood. Jean was not actually asking for Fourth Master Swan's permission. She left the bed and took out her phone. She then walked to the huge balcony. She called Miles. Are you home? Yes. How's Klaus? He's in good condition. Pass the phone to him. After a while, Klaus' voice came from the phone. Jean. Mr. Klaus, I'm very sorry for what happened today. Jean expressed her apology. I've experienced it before in another country. It was probably because they don't want me to help someone climb to a higher position. I can understand, so don't worry about me. Besides, I'm safe and sound now, so there's no need to take it to heart. But how are you? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Jean replied. I need to trouble you about something. Go ahead. I'll get Miles to help you record a video. I hope that you can use the video to tell everyone in Harkin that you've arrived in Southampton City safely. Tomorrow, you'll personally go to the administrative office and plan the traffic road design with the planning department. Okay, once you come into contact with the officials, any accidents that you get involved with will be related to them. This will ensure your safety to the maximum extent, Jean explained. I understand. Mr. Klaus, sorry for your trouble, and thank you. You are welcome. You are my disciple's mother. I cannot stand by and do nothing about your matters. Thank you. Jean expressed her gratitude again. Please give Miles your phone. Okay. Jean told Miles some things and hung up the phone before calling George again. Mom, did you forget about me? George picked up the phone and was extremely dissatisfied. Didn't you say that you would come back to pick me up after picking up my master? Something happened and I can't come to pick you up. I will send you a video in a while, please help me post it on the internet. Are you in danger? George was concerned. No, oh, when can I see my master? Tomorrow, your master will let you personally handle the design of the traffic blueprints. Jean smiled. She could imagine George's breakdown at this moment. After she finished instructing George, she called Forrest the next second. Director Lawrence, did you get Mr. Klaus? I did, Jean said. I ran into something today, so I won't be coming to the company. You take the lead on the project. Call me if there's anything. Okay, Jean reminded him of some precautions before hanging up. After hanging up, she received a clear video. Jean transferred the video to George. After the video appeared on various major networks, Jean put down her phone and returned to Fourth Master Swan's bedroom. In the bedroom, Fourth Master Swan sat on the huge sofa. His eyes moved slightly as he watched her enter. From the moment she left the bedroom to the balcony, she had been gone for at least half an hour, yet this man did not disturb her at all. At this moment, it seemed that he was just waiting. Waiting for her to finish everything and walk toward him. When she was one step away, he raised his eyebrows. Are you done? Yes, so, are you planning to take a bath or apply medicine first? Jean could actually feel some of Fourth Master Swan's emotions, even if he looked very normal. When she was about to answer, Fourth Master Swan said bluntly, I suggest that you take a bath first. After saying that, he turned around and went straight to the bathroom. Then, she heard the sound of running water. Jean looked down. There were indeed a lot of bloodstains on her body. However, she was very clear that the injuries on her body were all superficial wounds. Fourth Master Swan came out of the bathroom and returned to her. He directly carried her by the waist. Jean instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The two of them seemed to be very close. Their breath was very close to each other, and their heartbeat was even closer. Fourth Master Swan carried her into the bathroom and placed her on the sink. The sound of the shower could be heard from the bathroom. Don't take too long. Try to avoid water on your wound. Call me after you're done washing. Fourth Master Swan's voice sounded in her ears. Clean clothes are on the clothes rack. After saying that, he walked out. Jean looked at Edward Swan's back. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked down at her bloody clothes and slowly took them off. Outside the bathroom, Master Swan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed elegantly. He picked up the phone and dialed. Fourth Master Swan. Knox Winter's voice came from the other end. Spread the news that Ms. Lawrence is here at my place. What? Knox was dumbfounded. Edward did not give any explanation and hung up the phone. Knox looked at his phone and did not react for a long time. Did Fourth Master Swan mean that he and Jean are now official? Jean came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She was wearing a bathrobe. So, Fourth Master Swan's so-called clean clothes was this robe? The kind that had practically no cloth. She wrapped it tightly and appeared in front of Fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan raised his head and looked at her. There was nothing strange in his eyes. Perhaps she was worrying too much. Go to the bed, I'll help you with the medicine, Fourth Master Swan said, his voice pleasant to the ear. Jean returned to his big bed. Fourth Master Swan also walked over. The medical kit was placed on the head of his bed. He took out iodophor from inside and helped her treat the injuries on her forehead, the many places on her arm that had been scratched by the car window, and then she lay on the bed. Fourth Master Swan lifted up her tightly wrapped sleeping robe. Jean blinked. She looked at Fourth Master Swan and saw that his deep eyes seemed to be dyed with color. Chapter 155. Jean could only be his wife, in the vast room. On the huge bed. Jean lay on the bed and looked into Fourth Master Swan's deep eyes. She stared straight at the wound on her collarbone. The injury there was more serious. The broken glass of the car window pierced straight into her flesh, leaving a very deep wound that looked ferocious. His slender fingers were using iodophor to disinfect her wound, bit by bit. Doesn't it hurt? Fourth Master Swan asked. His voice was low and deep. It's all right, Jean answered. It's good that you're used to it. Bear with it, you can get over it anyway. Thoughts like this appeared in Jean's mind. I'm in pain, Fourth Master Swan suddenly said. Something flashed across Jean's eyes. From her angle, she could only see Fourth Master Swan's lowered eyes, and his eyelashes were unusually thick and curled up. There was a hint of familiarity, and it even made her a little absent-minded. Am I good-looking? Fourth Master Swan's thin lips moved slightly. Jean regained her senses and calmed her heart. She chose to remain silent. In a quiet room, the medicine was applied. The bandages were done. Fourth Master Swan's fingers started to move downwards. Fourth Master, there are no injuries inside, Jean reminded. It was only a reminder, but it did not stop him from pulling on her bathrobe. Fourth Master Swan pursed his lips. His eyes moved slightly as he looked at her. Fourth Master, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Jean smiled. When she smiled, it was enchanting and charming. Ms. Lawrence, do you mind? Fourth Master Swan asked. You saved my life today. I can repay the Fourth Master you by doing this. Fourth Master, feel free to do so. Jean still had a smile on her face. His throat moved slightly. He looked straight at Jean, watching her speak calmly. He said, do you not care? Even if I do care, if you really want it, can I resist? Jean said indifferently. So why struggle? Ms. Lawrence, you really do understand. Fourth Master Swan's voice was neither cold nor warm. It was really difficult for others to guess his thoughts. She could not even sense that Fourth Master Swan was interested in her body. The two of them just looked at each other. Fourth Master Swan's slender fingers once again placed on her messy bathrobe. However, he was tidying up her bathrobe to cover her body. Jean's throat moved slightly. Actually, she did not care that much. She tidied up her clothes. Fourth Master Swan said, are there any other wounds? No, then you can lie down and rest for a while. When your clothes are delivered, I will send you back. Thank you, Fourth Master. Fourth Master Swan stood up and walked out of the room. Jean lay on Fourth Master Swan's big bed. Honestly, she was not used to it. There seemed to be a unique smell of him on the bed. Actually, it was just the smell of shower gel. Even her body had the same smell now. It was refreshing and clean. She closed her eyes. She was not sleeping but was thinking about something. She was thinking about what other tricks the other party could pull at this time. And that other party, Melody and Michael, were indeed thinking of countermeasures. Melody could not hide her anger. Eden is really good for nothing. This time, it really can't be all Eden's fault. Michael was not trying to put in a good word for Eden, but after calming down, he spoke the truth. Leaving aside those strategies in business, Jean has been abroad for so many years and managed to reach the position of marketing director. Her ability is definitely not to be underestimated. Of course, even so, as a member of the Swans, and as a businessman who has some experience in business, Eden still can't be compared to Jean. I won't deny questioning his ability, but today's mistake wasn't because of Eden's incapabilities. It was because Jean was too unexpected. Melody gritted her teeth. None of us expected Jean to have such astonishing power. Before you really experienced this accident, would you know that Jean's control of the car has already exceeded the ability of a professional racer? I just took the video of Jean racing from the traffic control hall. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's already superb. How on earth did that woman have this ability? Melody said fiercely. I'm also very curious. I think we should start investigating Jean's background now and not rashly go against her. Previously, we thought Jean was too simple. No, Melody could not accept it. I spent so much effort to fight with her this time. I can't just admit defeat. Melody, no matter what, I will never let her logistics warehouse project go smoothly. I must make her pay a price. Chapter 156. Jean could only be his wife. What else do you plan to do? Michael asked. Jean brought Klaus to Southampton City, but whether or not he can plan the transportation routes, it's up to the Sanders. Don't be rash. Michael hurriedly reminded. The reason why Jean invited Klaus to the Southampton City was to give the Sanders no reason to reject. Think about it. If you reject her without any reason, Jean will definitely make it as though you are targeting the Lawrences. At that time, not only you but your father will also be forced into a corner. Melody suppressed her anger. It was difficult for her to endure it. Michael advised, Melody, there's still a long way to go. In the end, no matter who Jean is, as long as she's in Harkin, you will be able to deal with her. Even though that was the case, Melody's eyes were still red from holding it in. Calm down. This is just a drill. Next time, we will definitely see blood, Michael said cruelly. At this moment, he was very clear that now was not the time to be emotional. Before they understood Jean's background clearly, if they acted rashly, the ones who would be injured in the end would be themselves. Melody, Michael called out to her. I heard that Jean is at Edward's place now. Melody finally broke down at this moment. She had done so much. In the end, Jean still went to Edward's embrace. How could she bear it? I personally feel that Fourth Master Swan does not really like Jean. Think about it, if Fourth Master Swan really likes her, would he let the person she likes take the hit for him? Melody was stunned. Michael said, Fourth Master Swan is so smart, so it's impossible that he didn't expect you to target Jean. Since he did it on purpose, doesn't that mean that he doesn't love Jean at all? Melody was convinced. So, after thinking it through, he won't really take Jean seriously anymore. Now that we've gotten rid of Jean, it's just to let Fourth Master Swan have no more excuses to reject you. Michael kept on comforting her, you mustn't get into a dead end. Okay, Melody nodded. She had to admit that she was convinced by Michael. Actually, she was still very glad that Michael had returned to the country. They grew up together. The reason why she was able to get her father's favor was actually all thanks to Michael. He had been giving her advice and planning together. She really relied on Michael, and would basically believe whatever he said. Then don't think too much. After I investigate Jean's background, we will have a long-term plan. Okay, Melody hung up the phone. She was still feeling suffocated. Ever since she was young, she had never been forced to this extent by a single person. She was forced to the point where she wanted to kill that person regardless of everything. She picked up her phone and flipped through the news. The image of Edward hugging Jean spread through the news. Once the news was out, everyone was speculating whether Edward Swan was really dating Jean. There were actually so many people who wished her well. No, she gritted her teeth. She wanted to see what kind of relationship Edward and Jean had. She made a call. Eden. Ms. Sanders. Eden held the phone in his hand. In fact, he was prepared to be scolded by Melody. Come and pick me up now, I want to go to your house. What? Eden was surprised. Hurry up. After saying that, Melody directly hung up the phone. Her face was extremely cold. She definitely wanted to marry Edward. It was not just her political stance. More importantly, she was the Princess of Sanders. She could not accept failure in any matter. Bamboo Garden. In the hall, on the sofa. Edward received a phone call from Knox. Knox's smug voice said, "Are you satisfied with the news? Teddy is quite smart. He even took a few photos of you two. This way, the whole world will know that you and Ms. Lawrence are dating." Yes, Edward replied. Speaking of it, I'm actually a little surprised by you. Edward did not reply. These few days, Jean has been targeted by the Sanders. Now that you've exposed that you and Jean are really together, you want Melody to really kill her, don't you? She can't be killed. Edward enunciated each word with a hint of cold-bloodedness. I know that Jean is no longer the same as before. But to be honest, are you really not going to find out what Jean has been through all these years abroad? The abilities that she displayed in the business world could be said to have been nurtured. After all, Jean seemed to have been smart since she was young. Once she put in some effort and wanted to learn something, it was not surprising that she would be able to make a name for herself in the business world. But she knows martial arts, she knows how to race cars, she is calm in the face of trouble, and she knows so many people that I think are quite the big shots. Don't you think that there is someone behind Jean? Knox was unusually serious. There is even someone who is training her. Edward's eyes moved slightly, and he said, there is no rush now. No rush? Or are you afraid that the result will not be good? Knox hit the nail on the head. It doesn't matter. No matter who Jean is, she will only have one identity in the end. Ha! Knox did not react in time. My wife. Knox was stunned. Edward was actually serious. Let's not talk about it. Edward did not think about explaining anything to Knox. He hung up the phone. Edward. Knox called out to him, since you like Jean so much, then your actions today are even more inappropriate. You exposed yourself and Jean to the public. Those who know a little about it would think that you are deliberately using Jean to reject the Sanders. I am guessing that when Jean saw this news, she would also think the same. I know very well what I am doing. Edward obviously did not want to waste his breath on Knox. I am worried for you. Knox was irascible. Why was this guy so stubborn? If he pursued his wife like this, he would not be able to get her. If you have the time, you should worry more about yourself. I am pretty good. My woman is easy to get. I am not like you or Finn, who are hanging on the same tree. Knox had a smug look on his face. That's why I'm worried. Try not to get any STI. F***K. Knox cursed. Edward already hung up the phone. His eyes moved slightly and he glanced up to the second floor. Jean's clothes had already been delivered, but he did not bring them to her. Jean also did not rush him. Jean. Just how much longer would he have to endure? Fourth Master. Teddy suddenly stepped forward. Edward turned around. Eldest young master has brought Melody Sanders to Bamboo Garden, Teddy reported. Edward sneered. He suddenly stood up from the sofa and casually picked up the clothes that he had prepared for Jean. Bring them to my room in a while. What was the Fourth Master planning now? Fourth Master Swan left behind these words and went up to the second floor. The room door was pushed open. Jean was sleeping in a corner of his bed. It looked like she was sleeping. He placed the clothes on the sofa at the side and walked over directly. Jean felt someone approaching and opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw Fourth Master Swan pressing down on her body. Jean's body tensed up. In the next second, Fourth Master Swan lowered his head and kissed her lips. Jean held onto the bedsheet tightly. Fourth Master Swan's kiss was too sudden and even too intense. She did not expect it. She only felt that he was very aggressive at this moment. Suddenly, very dangerous, she let go of the bedsheet and placed her hands on Fourth Master Swan's chest, trying to pull away from the sudden intimacy between the two of them. At that moment, Fourth Master Swan took her hands away and forced her to wrap her arms around his neck. In this way, Fourth Master Swan's entire body was entirely stuck to her body. Jean suppressed her emotions. Wasn't he a gentleman when he applied the medicine on her? Now, he became a beast. Chapter 157. I'll never sleep with the woman I don't like. Jean was pressed under Fourth Master Swan's body, their lips in a tight lock. The soft bed even trapped Jean inside and she could not move. Just when she felt that, a lot of things might happen. A male voice suddenly sounded from outside the room. Uncle Edward, what are you doing? It was Eden's overly excited voice. The two people who heard the voice did not have any special reaction. At that moment, Jean could even feel Fourth Master Swan's tongue licking her lips. He reluctantly let go of Jean's obviously red and swollen lips. He turned his head. He did not get up and leave Jean's body. Instead, he turned around and looked at the two people at the door. One was Eden, and the other was Melody. At that moment, Jean also saw it. She saw that the expressions of those two were extremely distorted. They probably did not expect to bump into the scene of them being intimate. Jean seemed to have understood Fourth Master Swan's sudden move. What am I doing? Can't you see? Fourth Master Swan's low voice was very cold. When Eden met his Uncle Edward's gaze, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He had been afraid of his Uncle Edward since he was young. At this moment, the aura that his Uncle Edward suddenly emitted really made him tremble. He gritted his teeth and did not dare to speak anymore. He was only mad with anger in his heart. Jean was actually on his Uncle Edward's bed. This woman was actually shameless to this extent. Eden was not the only one who was also angry. Melody's face was red with anger. She came here only to warn Jean. She only wanted to tell this woman directly that she was just Edward's shield. However, at this moment, when she really saw the scene of them entangled together, she could not find her words. She did not know if this was Edward's intention. Her mind was filled with the image of Jean sleeping on Edward's bed and her being under Edward's body. They were doing things that could not be described between a man and a woman. Regardless of the relationship between Edward and Jean, regardless of whether Edward was really using Jean as a shield, regardless of whether he liked Jean or not, Melody only had one thought at the moment. She wanted Jean to die. You're not leaving. Are you planning to watch us? Fourth Master Swan's face darkened. That kind of aura would make people fearful. Eden wanted to leave. Even if he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, at that moment, he still instinctively wanted to leave. He wanted to turn around. Edward. Melody suddenly spoke. Eden looked at her. The more you act like this, the more I have to have you. Melody enunciated each word. Edward smiled. When he smiled, it was very cruel. A fruit that is forcefully obtained will never be sweet. Edward sneered. Miss Sanders is a princess of Harkin, so it's best not to bring disgrace upon yourself. You are just humiliating yourself. Melody was furious. She no longer cared about her identity and image. I know you deliberately slept with Jean for me to give up on you. Do you think that I'll really believe that you like Jean? If you really liked her, you wouldn't have let me know that you like her. You knew that I would take revenge on her. Edward's expression turned cold. Melody said fiercely to Jean, Jean, you're really stupid. Do you really think that Edward loves you? He's just using you to reject me. Now that you're lying under Edward, are you proud of yourself? Actually, in your current state, what's the difference between you and a prostitute? Melody Sanders, Edward called her by her name. His cold voice carried waves of coldness. Eden, who was beside her, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ever since he was young, he had never seen his Uncle Edward throwing such a huge tantrum. Even if he was angry, he would not show it so clearly. At this moment, Melody was also stunned by Edward's sudden anger. However, she could use her identity to not give in. I have never slept with a woman I don't like. Edward enunciated each word clearly. Melody's eyes were red. What did he mean by sleep? As for the matter of liking Jean, I am not only letting you know, but I'm letting everyone in the world know about this. Don't think too highly of yourself. Edward's words were piercing. Melody could not hold back her tears and they fell crazily. Moreover, even if you know, do you really think you can harm Jean? Edward's eyes narrowed. At that moment, the bloodlust in the air was extremely obvious. Melody's emotions exploded. Being mocked by Edward, she screamed, Edward. Chapter 158. I'll never sleep with the woman I don't like. Teddy. Edward did not care about Melody's breakdown at all. Teddy hurriedly went forward. Fourth Master. When the Fourth Master set his mind to it, he could really make someone go mad. The dignified third princess of the Sanders was already going crazy. Send the guest out. Yes. Teddy said respectfully to Melody, Ms. Sanders, this way please. Melody's eyes were red. She looked at Edward fiercely and then at Jean who was underneath Edward. She would kill them. She would definitely kill them. Ms. Sanders, Eden called Melody softly. At this moment, he really felt that he should leave. Staying here would not bring any benefits. At that moment, he really felt that his Uncle Edward might kill them for Jean. His heart turned cold and he said in a low voice, let's leave first. Melody looked at Eden coldly. She bit her lips tightly and suppressed her madness. She turned around. Oh right. Edward's cold voice sounded behind her. Ms. Sanders, you'd better not try to hurt my woman again. Otherwise, no matter how high your status is, I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Melody felt a chill down her spine. She was stunned by Edward's sinister voice. She would not be threatened. No, in her life, she had never lost and never compromised. At worst, they would perish together. Melody left in anger. Eden hurriedly followed. When he left, he could not help but turn around and take a look. Eden. Edward's voice came from the room. Eden hurriedly greeted Uncle Edward. Close the door. Eden gritted his teeth. In the end, he closed the door for them. As he was closing the door, he saw Edward approach Jean, who was on the bed. Eden's heart was incomparably frantic. However, at that moment, he could only grit his teeth and leave. Jean was clearly his woman. Now, he could only watch helplessly as she and another man slept together. He was unwilling, absolutely unwilling, on the huge bed. Jean just looked at Fourth Master Swan in front of her. Melody and Eden left. After the confrontation, she had a feeling that both Melody and Eden left with their tail between their legs. This was the first time she felt Fourth Master Swan's aura. Such shocking aura. Without doing anything, he could already make people fearful. She quietly calmed herself down. She said, Fourth Master, the show is over, can you let go of me now? Do you think it's an act? Edward approached her. Jean smiled. Your acting skills are very good. Is that so? Edward's lips were close to her ear. His deep voice said, then I'll let you see what real acting skills are. Jean's body tensed up. She was trembling slightly. She felt that Fourth Master Swan was not joking at this moment, nor was he trying to scare her. She deeply felt his threat. She admitted it. She was afraid. She was even a little flustered. She tried her best to remain calm and said calmly, Fourth Master, am I a prostitute? The man on top of her paused for a second. The handsome face buried in her neck lifted up again and looked at her. She could see the turmoil in his eyes, however, in the next second, his eyes returned to normal. Such a look made her even think that this man was poisonous. So poisonous that she wondered if she had just said something she should not have, which affected his mood. He said, you're not. It came out of his mouth in a dull voice. Jean pursed her lips, trying to control her emotions. But I still need to vent. In the room. From start to finish, it was very quiet. A lot of things happened quietly. After Teddy sent Ms. Sanders and the eldest young master away, he returned to the living room and saw Knox rushing over. Knox opened his mouth and asked, where's Fourth Master Swan? Upstairs. I'll go look for him. Young Master Winter. Teddy hurriedly pulled him back. It's not convenient. Knox frowned and instantly understood. Is Ms. Lawrence here? Yes. Teddy hurriedly nodded. When Miss Sanders and the eldest young master went to the Fourth Master's room just now, he had also gone. He had also seen it. He saw Fourth Master Swan push Ms. Lawrence onto the bed and kiss her passionately. Why are you blushing? Knox stared at Teddy. Teddy did not dare to say a word. You saw it? Teddy nodded silently. Intense? Teddy continued to nod silently. Chapter 159. I'll never sleep with the woman I don't like. F***ck. Knox cursed. He even especially wanted to come over and give Fourth Master Swan some pointers. He wondered if he was worrying too much. He once suspected that Edward did not sleep with Ms. Lawrence last time, which resulted in Ms. Lawrence ignoring him. As expected, Edward was good at everything he did. In the black car, Eden sent Melody back. Melody's eyes were still red, and her emotions were on the verge of exploding. Eden was also angry at this moment, but he did not dare to show it in front of Melody. It was extremely quiet in the car. They arrived at the Sanders mansion. Eden was ready to open the car door and get out. Eden, Melody suddenly called out to him. At this moment, he was no longer as mad as before, and he had become incomparably cold-blooded. Ms. Sanders. As long as you can kill Jean, I will agree to whatever you want. Eden was stunned. Melody's face was filled with malevolence. Kill Jean. Eden was stunned by Melody's sudden outburst and he forgot to reply. Melody directly opened the car door and got out of the car. She only gave Eden an order and did not even consider his consent. She walked into the Sanders mansion and picked up the phone. Send my order. Tomorrow, the planning department is not allowed to agree to Klaus' transportation plan for the construction of the Lawrence Enterprises logistics warehouse. But, the other side seemed to be in a difficult position. The news they had received before was obviously to accept Klaus' design. To protect the safety of the territory's resources, Harkin does not accept outsiders interfering in the country's internal affairs, so tactfully rejects his help. This seems a little too far-fetched, the other side said weakly. I will be responsible for the consequences, you follow my instructions, Melody said coldly. The other side did not dare to say anything more. Melody fiercely hung up the phone, and a trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes. She would never let Jean off. She was willing to do anything, even if it meant she might lose more in the end. Bamboo Garden. Knox waited on the sofa for a long time before he heard a sound from the stairs. He quickly walked over and watched Edward come down the stairs. He did not expect it. It had been so long. Knox's smile was very evil. Edward glanced at him and walked past him. Is Miss Lawrence still resting? Knox asked on purpose. Edward ignored him. Knox wanted to say something more when he saw Jean coming down from upstairs. Jean had already changed into the new clothes that Fourth Master Swan had bought for her. From the inside out, the measurements of the clothes were so accurate that it made her shy. Ms. Lawrence doesn't sleep much. Knox smiled. His teasing voice was forcefully suppressed by a gaze. Knox swallowed his saliva. All right, he was superfluous. He shut his mouth. Jean did not bother with Knox. She walked towards Fourth Master Swan and said, I'm leaving. I'll send you off after lunch. Jean still wanted to say something when Teddy stepped forward respectfully and said, Fourth Master, Ms. Lawrence, lunch is ready. Jean pursed her lips. In the end, she still followed Fourth Master Swan to the western dining table outside the balcony. There were already many dishes on the dining table. Teddy said respectfully, since Ms. Lawrence is not picky about food, we have randomly prepared some. Fourth Master Swan nodded slightly. You may leave first. Yes. Teddy hurriedly left. Only the two of them were left on the dining table. At this moment, Fourth Master Swan did not take his utensils, so Jean was too embarrassed to make the first move. She just waited like this. Instead of the utensils, Fourth Master Swan suddenly held her hand. Jean pursed her lips and looked at him. A kiss was imprinted on her palm. The warm breath made her heart skip a beat. His magnetic voice said, You worked hard just now. This is a thank you gift, he said seriously to her palm. Chapter 160, Fourth Master Swan, Enough is enough. This is a thank you gift, Fourth Master Swan said. He said seriously. Jean's palm was hot. She could push the memory to the back of her head. She could have pretended that nothing had happened. At this moment, how could she eat properly? How could she use this hand to pick up food properly? She moved her palm and broke free from Fourth Master Swan's hand. That's right, they did not do it in the end, it was just that. She helped him vent a little, her palm moved slightly. There seemed to be some remaining, indescribable, feeling on her palm. However, the person who started it looked calm and composed. In his pleasant voice, he said again, Ms. Lawrence, eat more. Her mind was only filled with the feeling of her palm. Edward had already picked up his utensils and started eating. Jean had to suppress her emotions before she picked up her fork and started eating silently as well. She did not actually know the taste of the food. You don't like them? Fourth Master Swan raised his eyebrows slightly. No, Jean lowered her head and started eating. Eat more, said Edward. As he spoke, he even picked up a piece of meat for her. Jean glanced at Fourth Master Swan and said, "Thank you." Edward nodded slightly. Then, he continued filling her plate from time to time. Almost as soon as she finished eating this piece, the next piece was placed on the small plate in front of her. "Fourth Master, I can pick it up myself." Jean felt that Fourth Master Swan was raising her like a pig. If this continued, she would vomit. "You've lost weight," Fourth Master Swan said lightly as he placed another piece of meat in front of her. "I haven't," Jean retorted. "Compared to 7 years ago, you've lost weight," Fourth Master Swan said. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to circle around her chest. Jean's face turned red. She said, "That's just your illusion. I've grown in size." When it came to a woman's figure, she would not easily compromise. "I'm talking about your face." At that time, there was still some baby fat. Edward suddenly smiled. Her smile was very obvious. What is Ms. Lawrence thinking? Jean gritted her teeth. This flirtatious man. As for some of Ms. Lawrence's measurements. Fourth Master Swan's tone was slightly raised. "I have to verify it myself." Pervert. Jean was not happy at all during the meal. After the meal, Jean did not want to stay for a minute and left. She even refused Fourth Master Swan's offer to send her off and asked Teddy to send her off. Teddy braced himself and sent Ms. Lawrence off. He could imagine how he would be treated by his master when he returned. Jean left. Knox sat down beside Edward. "You took down Jean just like that?" Edward glanced at Knox but did not reply. "It was much faster than I thought. I thought you would have to chase her for at least a year and a half. You got Ms. Lawrence in just a time more than a month? Why are you looking for me?" Edward changed the topic. It did not matter whether he took her down or not. What was important was that Jean was his. She could only be his. "I'm here to care about the important matters in your life." "You don't need to care about my matters," Edward refused. "Heartless," Knox complained. "You can leave now." "Edward, you're too realistic. Even if there's someone of the opposite sex, you should at least restrain yourself. I'm very hurt." Edward ignored him. Knox pursed his lips. He said, "I have something important to tell you." Edward nodded slightly. "Didn't you ask me to investigate the person who touched our firewall last time? After such a long time, there hasn't been much progress, but..." When Knox was talking about serious matters, he was still a lot more serious. Edward looked at him. This time, when Ms. Lawrence released the news that was posted on the internet couldn't be deleted no matter how hard you tried. "I've also secretly gotten someone to crack it. This person's method is exactly the same as the method the hacker used to break our firewall. I suspect that person has a deep relationship with Ms. Lawrence." Edward was silent. "Currently, the other party throws a bomb on our firewall from time to time. After throwing the bomb, he would leave and appear at random times. It is as if he is deliberately playing with us. As he does not play by the rules, we have yet to crack his IP. I think we can investigate from Ms. Lawrence." "I know who it is." "What?" Knox was a little excited. "Just keep an eye on it." "You mean, I don't need to care about him?" Knox was trying to confirm if he had misunderstood. Edward nodded. "Edward, are you kidding me? This person breaks through our internal information firewall, and it can expose our trade secrets at any minute. You're letting Ms. Lawrence play around with it?" Knox was certain that it had something to do with Jean. Chapter 161. Fourth Master Swan, enough is enough. He just could not accept that Edward is doting on his lover so much. Edward was very calm about Knox's excitement. Actually, it was not Jean. Jean was avoiding him now and would not provoke him. He said, "If she likes it, then let her be." Knox slapped his forehead. There was no hope. Edward was completely hopeless. Jean sat in the car and returned to the Lawrence family's manor. She lowered her head and kept watching the news. At the moment, the news was normal and there were no other unexpected situations. The video that Klaus posted on the internet was shared and liked by many people in Southampton City. Jean exited the news app. Only tomorrow, Klaus and the people from the planning bureau of the administrative office would discuss the traffic planning plan. It was a success. This matter could come to an end. She did not want to waste too much time on one thing. To be precise, she did not want to stay in Southampton City for too long. It was not that she was afraid of this city, but that she had provoked Fourth Master Swan. She did not want to confront him directly, so she wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Ms. Lawrence," Teddy suddenly said from the passenger seat. Jean came back to her senses. She looked at Teddy. "Yes, Mr. Dawlight?" "Actually, the Fourth Master is quite a good man," Teddy said. Jean pursed her lips. "Why do you say that, Mr. Doolittle?" "Other than you, he has never brought any other woman to the bamboo garden. Today, Miss Sanders has come uninvited." Is that so? He has always let any woman get close to him, not even within a meter.
Quote. He has never smiled at any woman, only at Ms. Lawrence. Quote. He is also very handsome, has a good figure, is rich and powerful.
Mr. Doolittle. Jean interrupted him. What are you saying? She really did not want to hear too much about the so-called merits of Fourth Master Swan. Teddy said, he really likes you. Jean looked at Teddy. She smiled lightly. Mr. Doolittle is really thoughtful regarding the matter between Fourth Master and me, but I know that I can't be of any use between the two of you. I just want to tell Ms. Lawrence that it's not easy for him to like someone. He's actually not as arrogant as others may think. He hides a lot of unknown and cruel experiences. If Ms. Lawrence can, I hope that you can give him some warmth. Teddy said very seriously to Jean, he needs warmth.
No, Teddy, he only needed someone to accompany him to bed. Jean thought.
Jean did not change her expression and smiled. I understand what you mean. It's just that you may have a misunderstanding about the matter between me and Fourth Master Swan. Misunderstanding? Teddy's face was full of confusion. Fourth Master Swan doesn't like me. He just wants me to help him get rid of Melody's entanglement. That's not it, Teddy retorted. He clearly knew that Melody would take revenge on me, yet he still announced our relationship to the public without permission. Isn't it just to let Melody take revenge on me? Jean said calmly, Mr. Doolittle, you've been by Fourth Master Swan's side for so many years. You should be very clear about his thoughts. I clearly told you that the Fourth Master likes you. Help me tell him this, I won't go back on my promise. I also hope that the Fourth Master can do what he promised me. Did Miss Lawrence have a heart of stone? Edward Swan loved her so much. Could she really not see it? Did she deliberately choose to ignore it? The car arrived at the Lawrence family manor. Jean got out of the car. She smiled politely. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Daylight. Take care. Teddy pursed his lips. He felt that it would not be easy for Edward to chase after Ms. Lawrence. Jean walked into the manor and went straight to her room. In the room, George was typing on the keyboard. His entire little face was distorted. Jean walked towards her son. What's wrong? Mom, you're back. Yes, are you injured? George noticed the wound on Jean's forehead. It's just a small wound. Jean did not care. What are you doing? Huff. George took a deep breath. Master asked me to work on the blueprint. I don't like it. After all, he's your master. Just listen to him. He forced me to take him as my master. He was too intelligent and had many troubles. For example, he was liked by too many people. Jean rubbed George's soft curly hair. Be good. George pursed his lips. What else could he do if he was not good? Jean saw that George was once again immersed in the design with a bitter expression on his face. She turned around and lay on the bed. After tormenting herself for half a day, she was actually a little tired. She wanted to sleep for a while. On Fourth Master Swan's bed, she could not fall asleep for even a second. She changed out of the clothes that Fourth Master Swan had prepared for her, put on her pajamas, and lay on the bed. Kingsley called. She picked it up. Hello. I heard that you were injured. Someone asked from the other side. Jean's eyes moved slightly. George was astonishingly fast in spreading the news. I won't die. Are you sure you want to continue like this with the Sanders? Are you sure you don't need me to make a move? Kingsley raised his eyebrows. Jean said, I can handle it. I know you're unhappy with the Sanders, but you have to have a limit, Kingsley reminded. Jean pursed her lips. I don't want to see you get hurt, and I don't want you to be too harsh with the Sanders. You should know what I mean. Jean did not answer. Her expression was rather twisted. Jean, I did not force you back then. But since you have chosen this path, you have to know your own identity. Did the Sanders say anything to you? Jean asked. Melody had almost gone mad because of you. That was not me, it was the Fourth Master Swan. Jean, enough is enough. Jean held her phone tightly. Melody ordered the administrative office to stop Klaus' planning and design regardless of the overall situation. This matter had a great impact on the internal management of the Sanders. In a fit of anger, Warren Sanders placed Melody under house arrest. You have to know that Melody is Warren's favorite daughter. Jean bit her lip. She really did not expect Melody to do this. Did she not care about the consequences? Tomorrow, Klaus and the planning department will come to an agreement on the transportation plan. The construction of the Lawrence Enterprise Logistics Warehouse will proceed smoothly. Because of this project, you have already made a name for yourself in Southampton City and have already displayed your abilities within the Lawrence Enterprise. And because of you, Melody has also received a lesson. In the end, you won a big victory. Kingsley was very serious, so, it ends here. Okay, Jean agreed immediately. Since she had already achieved her goal, there was no need for her to waste her energy dealing with some unimportant people. And the matters with fourth Master Swan end here as well, Kingsley added. Jean's throat moved slightly. She said bluntly, I'm afraid that won't work. Jean, it was rare for Kingsley to lose his temper.
Unless you can make the Sanders give up the idea of a marriage alliance with fourth Master Swan. This is not something that you should concern yourself with.
In fact, I have already gotten myself involved. To put it bluntly, I have already become fourth Master Swan's cover to reject the Sanders. If the Sanders doesn't let go, I won't be able to escape unscathed. I shouldn't have let you come back. Jean's eyes turned cold. I shouldn't have let you come back for revenge. I can make you give up right now, Kingsley added. Jean's expression was dark and cold. At that moment, she gripped her phone tightly and did not say a word. Think carefully about what to do next. Don't let me really stop you from avenging your mother. Kingsley enunciated each word clearly. Chapter 162, Jean's Past. Jean hung up on Kingsley. It had been a long time since they had argued like this. To be exact, it had been a long time since Kingsley had spoken to her in such a stern tone. She looked a little grim. George sat in front of the computer and turned to look at her. Did you have a fight with Kingsley? Jean calmed herself down. She did not want to lose her temper in front of her son. Jean responded, we had some disagreements at work. Actually, Kingsley is quite good to us. It was rare for George to put in a good word for someone. Kingsley often fawned over George, who would roll his eyes at him, but he was also important to George. I know. Jean forced a smile. Don't worry, I won't sever my relationship with him. Okay, George nodded. I'll take a nap. Okay, I'll get back to work. Jean closed her eyes and lay on the bed. Kingsley's stern voice lingered in her mind. The matters with fourth Master Swan end here. Jean somehow felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She pursed her lips and ignored it. Jean ignored the throb. The next day, Jean brought Klaus to the administration office's planning department. They had an on-site discussion and designed the local traffic of the logistics warehouse and amusement park with the people from the planning department. In fact, before Klaus came to Southampton City, he already had a preliminary plan, so everything was finalized very quickly. The local traffic blueprint was completed and announced to the public in just 3 days. In order to express their support for the Lawrence's logistics warehouse, the administration office immediately launched a tender for its construction. It was expected to open up at the same time as the project of the amusement park in a month's time. Such a series of actions were very popular among the people. Thus, the incident of the Lawrence's logistics warehouse, which caused a lot of buzz, came to an end. The logistics warehouse was now being built in full swing according to the original plan. Naturally, the Lawrence's e-commerce project was also going smoothly. Not only that, but the Lawrences also announced to the public that they would use the popularity of the amusement park to build the largest electrical appliance mall in Southampton City in the location of the logistics warehouse. The warehouse, which was originally planned to have 3 stories, would be expanded to 6 stories. The 3 floors above were to realize the Lawrences' original vision of building the largest offline electronics store, which they dared not do due to the decline of the offline economy. Taking advantage of the number of people in the amusement park this time, the Lawrences wanted to rebuild it. In order to attract more people from the amusement park, they would open the largest children's electronic amusement park in Southampton City. A series of godlike operations were carried out. This allowed the Lawrences to benefit from the logistics warehouse incident. Not only was the online project perfectly solved, but the offline economy was also boosted. This time, the Lawrences really took advantage of it. It was so much so that Alexander could strut around in their high-level meeting. Jean appeared to be calm. This time, Jean displayed amazing ability in the logistics warehouse incident. She was able to see the business opportunity and seized it to build an offline electrical appliance city. I give her the highest recognition and praise. I hope that everyone here can learn more from Jean. Think more, develop your own thinking, and avoid sticking to the rules. Alexander stood from the perspective of a great man and positioned himself in a very high position. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Everyone could sense Alexander's self-satisfaction. Most of the people in the room had previously scoffed at Alexander. At this moment, they felt that he was being petty, so not many people agreed with him. Alexander did not care. He turned to Bryce and said, Director Hoffman, are you satisfied with the outcome of the project? Bryce's expression was a little ugly. He could naturally sense Alexander's sarcasm. When the project was ruined, he reacted the most fiercely. This time, he was being picked on by Alexander. Bryce said, This brings so many economic benefits to the Lawrences. Can I say that I'm not satisfied? I remember someone saying something like, it's either her or me. Alexander deliberately brought up the past. Bryce's expression changed abruptly. Of course, I don't think you're really going to keep that promise, Director Hoffman. Words in anger shouldn't be taken to heart. I'm just saying this to remind you and the other high-level leaders to be careful when speaking. Otherwise, it's easy to be slapped in the face. Alexander was so blunt that he did not show Bryce any respect. Chapter 163. Jean's Past. Bryce was embarrassed. He thought of how Alexander had always been mocked by him in the past. Now, he was unable to say a single word because of Jean. When Alexander saw how Bryce looked, he could not help but feel great. He had once been unable to raise his head in front of Bryce. Now, he wanted to return the favor tenfold. Alexander was in a good mood and announced, today's meeting ends here. You're dismissed. After he finished speaking, he stood up and left. The others also left one after another. Jean returned to her office. This matter had finally come to an end. Next was the specific operation of the e-commerce project. Once the e-commerce project could develop in Harkin, then the Lawrence Enterprises' glory would not be far away. During this period of development, Jean needed to completely control the Lawrences. Her eyes moved slightly. She looked at a pop-up screen of a chat on the screen. Ed, I'm free tonight. Jean pursed her lips. She picked up her phone from the desk and opened the chat. When she opened it, the other party sent another message. Ed, let's have dinner together tonight. Ed, I'll wait for you at Chez Jean. Jean immediately quit the chat on WhatsApp. She picked up the phone in her office. Amy, tell Forrest to come in for a moment. Yes. After a while, Forrest knocked on the door and entered.
Director Lawrence, you asked for me, Forrest said respectfully.
He sincerely admired Jean. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge surprise to the incredibly difficult project? Not only did the Lawrences manage to develop online, but the offline projects that the old fools from the Lawrence Enterprise had been planning for a few years were planned by Jean in 3 days and implemented. Jean was simply godlike. At this moment, the various major financial news outlets were all praising her. Her reputation was great. The construction of the logistics warehouse is going smoothly for the time being. Many of the things are routine, so there's no need to put in too much effort. What's more important right now is the first real operation of the online platform with Muck. Previously, due to the logistics warehouse, a lot of time was delayed. Now, we have to devote all our attention to the actual sales.
Understood. I have a basic plan here. Take it and discuss it with the project team. We'll have a meeting in half an hour to perfect it. Understood.
Forrest quickly took the plan and left. Jean did not waste any more time and devoted herself to her work. At the same time, in the Sanders residence, Michael finally saw Melody, who was being grounded. Melody had obviously lost a lot of weight. She looked at Michael, and her eyes turned red. It was probably because she felt so wronged. Michael comforted her, Chief is doing this for your own good. If you really gave the order to stop Klaus traffic planning, the result might be 100 times worse than this. Mel, I know that you feel very wronged, but you can't be impulsive. That's why I'm seeing Jean being so smug right now, Melody said fiercely with tears in her eyes. She had been locked in her room for the past few days and was not allowed to go out. Fortunately, her father was not so cruel as to even confiscate her phone. Due to that, she saw Jean's glory. Michael, do you think I'll be resigned to this? I have done so much, but in the end, not only did I not pull Jean down, I even let her take advantage of me. Now, the entire nation is praising her. What was our original goal? It was to destroy her reputation. Now, we're letting her be sought after by the world. Tears fell from Melody's face. She was infuriated. She was mad at Jean's achievements. After all, Melody had spent so much time planning the amusement park project to stop the development of the Lawrence's logistics warehouse. In the end, not only did she not stop it, but she even created another business opportunity for Jean. Thinking of this, Melody wanted to kill Jean to relieve the hatred in her heart. Calm down, Michael comforted her. Melody could not calm down. Michael also knew that she was not listening to him at the moment. He did not continue to persuade her and went straight to the point. Mel, the reason I'm able to see you today is that Chief personally asked me to persuade you. Melody looked at Michael in surprise. He didn't want to treat you like this. It was just to give an explanation to your family's internal affairs. Melody felt a little better. When she thought about Jean's glory and how she was instead grounded by her dad, whom she disappointed, she felt more twisted. He said that if you learn from your mistake and don't lose your mind to do things that are detrimental to the Sanders, He won't ground you anymore, Michael said. Chapter 164. Jean's past. Melody pursed her lips. She was forced by Jean. She turned to Michael and asked, "Have you found out Jean's background?" "I haven't," Michael answered bluntly. "What I know now is that 7 years ago, Jean's reputation was very bad because of the matter with Eden. She was cruelly sent out of the country by the Lawrences. The decision to send her abroad was made by the Swans. At that time, the Lawrences weren't going to go so far, but they couldn't withstand the pressure from the Swans and sent her away. After sending Jean abroad, the Lawrences didn't bother about her anymore. On one hand, it was a punishment for her. On the other hand, their stocks in the market plunged due to the incident with Jean. The Lawrences spent a lot of effort to stabilize the situation, so they didn't have time to care about her. As a result, she was left to fend for herself overseas. How did she survive? How did she give birth to the child? Jean was abroad at that time. She didn't have a diploma and relied on doing many lowly jobs to survive. For example, washing dishes, sweeping the streets, and performing on the streets. She did many jobs that could allow her to survive, no matter how lowly they were. From what I could find out, Jean met a chef in a restaurant in Santar. The chef liked her very much, but the two of them didn't date, so I can't be sure that he's George's father. That man left Santar not long ago and was an illegal migrant worker, so his identity was all fake. It was very difficult to find out anything more than that. Melody listened attentively. Michael continued, "Medical treatment is too expensive abroad, so Jean didn't go for pregnancy checkups from the time she was pregnant to the time she gave birth. As a result, she didn't know that the fetus was reversed. According to the locals, someone from Harkin almost died in a rented house. It was probably Jean. Then why didn't she die? How did she give birth to the child? It was said that a man took Jean away from that low-class rented house. From then on, she never appeared in that place again." Michael looked at Melody and added, "We can infer that she was saved by someone." "Who? I couldn't find out. I spent a lot of effort but couldn't find anything. I couldn't even find any clues." Melody frowned. Who was that person? Who was helping Jean behind the scenes? After that, Jean reappeared 3 years ago. In other words, other than the year when she went abroad to give birth to George, she had completely disappeared for 3 years. As for what she did and experienced during those 3 years, there's no way to find out. When Jean finally reappeared after 3 years, she had been reborn, Michael said straightforwardly. "I specifically investigated Jean's work experience in Muck. A part of it was luck, but really, she relied on her capabilities. To put it simply, half of MUK's empire was established by Jean on behalf of West." Melody did not believe it. "I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't looked into it." Michael was very certain. "This is why I think that the reason Muck was able to come to Southampton City to develop the e-commerce project this time was that Jean had probably planned it long ago. We took the wrong path from the beginning when we spent a lot of effort to stop the development of the project. We were played by Jean from the very beginning." Melody gritted her teeth. Michael nodded. He nodded and said, "I've said a lot, but the most important thing is..." Melody frowned slightly. "When Chief asked me to meet you, he asked us not to fight with Jean." Melody was stunned. "Yes, he personally told me," Michael affirmed again. Chapter 165. Fourth Master Swan's Act of Romance. Melody could not believe what she heard. She stared at Michael with her eyes wide open. "You mean that my dad is afraid of Jean?" "I don't know if Chief is afraid of Jean, but there's one thing that I am sure of. He doesn't want us to have a direct conflict with her." "Why?" "He won't tell me," Michael said straightforwardly. "I'm going to ask him. I advise you not to." Michael stopped her. "If Chief would tell you, he wouldn't have grounded you and not said anything." Melody gritted her teeth. "Mel, you grew up in a complicated environment in the Sanders. You should know very well that a moment of mistake can lead to eternal damnation. Now that you're so favored by Chief, many people are jealous of you and would love nothing more than for something to happen to you. So, you have to be careful in everything you do." Michael sounded serious. "Luckily, Chief didn't really pursue this matter this time. If he were to pursue it, it would be very difficult for you to walk out of this room again." Melody was shocked for a second. Indeed, it was risky to stay with someone of high position. Melody had known this since she was young. She looked at Michael. Michael said, "If you calm down, get someone to help you pass on a message to Chief so that he'll lift your grounding. However, don't confront Jean directly when you get out." "Should I just watch her develop and deliberately fall in love with Edward then?" Melody could not bear it in the end. When she thought of how Edward and Jean slept together that day, she could not calm herself down. She wished that she could kill Jean. "For the time being, let's wait and see," Michael suggested. Melody could not bear it. I skipped work to come here. I still have many things to deal with, so I'll be leaving first. Michael did not say anything else after that. Many things needed to be thought through by Melody herself. Melody grew up in a special environment, after all. She knew how to protect herself. Michael, Melody called out to him. Michael nodded. I'll definitely kill Jean, Melody enunciated each word clearly. Michael frowned slightly. It doesn't have to be done by me, but I won't let her have it easy. Mel, don't try to persuade me. Melody was straightforward. I know how to control myself. I won't be so stupid as to sacrifice myself. Michael looked at her. Can't we use Eden? Melody sneered. Let Eden fight with Jean. What do you think? Eden can't defeat her. Michael gave a positive answer. Not to mention that they did not know Jean's identity before. Now that they knew her identity was extraordinary, it was even more impossible for Eden to defeat her. If I can't do it openly, I'll do it covertly, Melody said coldly. I'm just using someone else to kill her. Michael still wanted to persuade her. In the end, he fell silent. Michael could not persuade Melody to let go. He knew very well that her personality was strong. She had lost badly to Jean, so she could not just let it go. As such, it was useless for Michael to say more. Instead, it would make Melody think that he was timid and afraid of things, which would affect their relationship. That said, in dealing with Jean, Michael would not interfere too much. Compared to Melody, the person he should be fawning over was the chief. Melody was just a stepping stone in his power and career. At Swanhaven Bank. Recently, Eden was also in a state of extreme anger and depression because of Jean's news. It was even to the extent that he was teased due to Jean suddenly being in her prime. Eden was teased about why he chose Jasmine back then. Was Jean not a good catch? Was Jean, who was both beautiful and capable, not good enough for him? Eden gritted his teeth. He knew he would be tied up and trampled on once Jean developed. Eden then thought about how Jean had seduced his fourth uncle. If his fourth uncle really married Jean, he would not be able to accept it. Eden could not accept that Jean was stepping on him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It was until his phone rang. Eden looked at the incoming call and quickly tried to calm himself down. He picked up and said, Ms. Sanders, what happened to what I told you? Melody asked straightforwardly. Eden was stunned. What did Melody say? I heard from Michael that she's been grounded these few days. She must be sleepwalking. About killing Jean, Melody enunciated each word. Eden was shocked. He quickly reacted to the situation after that. The last time they left his fourth uncle's courtyard to send her back, she had said that. Eden responded, you can't kill her just because you want to. Jean is very smart now. Besides, aren't you in a special situation now? Do you think I'm grounded by my dad just like that? Eden, you have to understand that I'm my dad's favorite daughter. Even if I did anything, he wouldn't pursue it. I'm telling you now that I've regained my freedom. That's not what I meant, Eden quickly explained. Think of a way to help me get rid of Jean. Whatever you want, I'll agree to it, Melody enticed. I'm very honored to be able to work for you. After killing Jean, I'll get my dad to discuss the real estate project with your grandfather. The project will be hand-picked by you. Melody directly stated her conditions. I heard that 30% of the Swan Enterprises profits are in real estate. If you can manage them, together with the Swanhaven Bank that you're currently managing, it'll be easy for you to take over half of the country from your fourth uncle's hands. Eden was a little tempted, but he did not agree at that moment. Melody said, no matter how developed the Swan's economy is, the territories in Harkin still belong to the Sanders. If the Sanders don't give you land, how can the Swans develop? Eden, I can even promise you that if you succeed, I'll give you a piece of land. It's not that you're giving me so much, but I just can't bear to see Jean having a good time either. Eden obviously agreed. Melody sneered. As expected, no one in the business world was good. All of them were profit-oriented. Melody said, Eden, you'll have endless benefits if you work with the Sanders. Thank you, Ms. Sanders. I'll leave the matter of dealing with Jean to you. Don't worry, Ms. Sanders. Melody directly hung up the phone. Eden also put down his phone. He had to admit that the benefits Melody gave him were too tempting. He could not refuse. At the end of the day, he just wanted to take more sovereignty over the Swans from his fourth uncle.
His family, no, it was not just his family. The rest of the Swans did not want to submit to his fourth uncle all the time as well.
Even so, the others could only compromise because they were incapable. Now, it was up to Eden to break his fourth uncle's legend. Eden's eyes moved slightly. He picked up the phone to make a call. Michael. Miss Sanders called me just now. Michael pursed his lips. Yes, I know, but you'd better think it through. What's wrong? Eden also noticed something strange. Jean isn't easy to deal with right now, Michael said. He would not tell Eden more information. I know, but this time, I won't go head to head with her, Eden said sinisterly. I'll catch her off guard. In any case, you have to be careful. Okay. I might be a little busy during this period. There are many things that I might not be able to help with. Michael was apologetic. I know your current difficulties. Eden expressed that he understood very well. You can focus on your things. As for dealing with Jean, I'll handle it. Okay, Michael nodded. It was not that he could not help, but he did not want to be involved. Jean did not work overtime tonight. After arranging her work, she even got off work 10 minutes earlier. She got work earlier to avoid Fourth Master Swan. Jean did not know if he would be crazy enough to come to the Lawrence Enterprise to pick her up, so she left early just in case. She admitted that she had no choice but to listen to Kingsley. As such, she could only choose to avoid Fourth Master Swan on her own initiative. Despite that, just as Jean went downstairs, she saw Fourth Master Swan's gorgeous sedan parked there. It was as if he knew. It was as if he knew that she would leave early. Jean gritted her teeth. She gritted her teeth and looked at the man who got out of the car. He was unusually formal today. In actuality, he was also very formal before, but he seemed to be more formal than usual today. Clothes, tie, and hairstyle. In short, Fourth Master Swan was dressed in a suit and had an imposing bearing. Just as Jean was lost in her thoughts about Fourth Master Swan's stunning appearance, she saw Teddy suddenly hand over a bouquet of dazzling red roses to him. It was a very big bouquet. Jean estimated that there were 99 roses. Fourth Master Swan walked up to her and handed it to her. Jean looked at the roses, then at Fourth Master Swan. She looked at his sudden act of romance, chapter 166. The night between Edward and Jean 7 years ago. Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan in a daze. At that moment when she looked at him, she was even smiling. There was silence between the two of them. This is for you, Edward Said. As he spoke, he handed over the flowers. He handed over the huge bouquet with one hand. It was as if he was giving Jean a piece of candy. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Let's go eat, Edward Said. Jean hesitated for a second. She then got into Fourth Master Swan's car. Such a huge bouquet was eye-catching. Although the car was very spacious, Jean still had some difficulty hugging it. As for Fourth Master Swan, who was sitting next to her, he seemed to be very at ease. He could not tell that Jean was finding it difficult hugging such a huge bouquet. He was probably feeling good about what he did. The car arrived at Chez Jean. Edward got out of the car and opened the car door for Jean. Jean felt that it was neither right to leave the bouquet in the car nor take it with her. In the end, she still held it in her arms and followed Fourth Master Swan into the restaurant. Has the whole restaurant been booked? Other than a few waiters, there were no other customers. Nevertheless, Edward and Jean still walked into the familiar private room. After the two of them sat down, Jean finally put down the bouquet. To be honest, she felt silly holding it in her arms. What do you like to eat, Ms. Lawrence? Edward asked while he was ordering. Didn't Teddy tell you already? I can eat anything. You're so easy to take care of. The corners of Edward's mouth curled up. Jean did not reply. After Edward ordered the dishes, the two of them sat quietly. Ms. Lawrence, do you know what day it is today? Edward took the initiative to ask. Jean frowned. She looked at Edward and asked, Your birthday? Edward's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Jean had guessed wrongly. It was not her birthday either. What day was it then? It seems that you've forgotten, Ms. Lawrence. Edward was indifferent. No emotions could be seen on his face. Jean did not want to know either. To her, it was not important. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, the waiters began to serve their food. Edward stood up. He took the wine decanter with red wine in it and poured a glass of red wine for Jean. Jean opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end.
She picked up her cutlery and lowered her head to eat her food. She ate silently. Are you starving? Edward asked.
Jean pursed her lips. She raised her head and put down her cutlery.
Afterward, she raised her wine glass. Fourth Master, here's to you. As soon as she finished, she downed the wine in one go. Edward looked at Jean. He pursed his lips slowly. It's very expensive, Ms. Lawrence. It's better to savor it. I'm in a hurry, Jean said bluntly.
Edward looked at her. Do you have something else to do? Fourth Master. Jean wiped the corner of her mouth. There's something I want to say to you. Go ahead. Edward's expression did not change. In fact, Jean always felt that this man had seen through everything. Perhaps he knew what she wanted to say. Jean secretly took a deep breath and said, "My deal with you ends here." Edward did not speak. One could never know his emotions by looking at his expression. Jean did not know whether he was angry at this moment or, well, she did not care. She continued, "I'm not capable enough to defeat the Sanders. If you still want to use this method to reject the marriage, please find someone else." "Do you still think that I'm using you?" Edward asked nonchalantly. "To me, it is not important whether you're using me or not. What is important is that I want to distance myself from you." "Is that so?" Edward's thin lips moved slightly. Although he did not show any emotion, at this moment, Jean felt that his aura was very strong. Jean said straightforwardly, "I hope you'll fulfill my wish." "What if I say no?" Fourth Master Swan stared deeply at her. "Nothing forcibly done is going to be agreeable. Whether it's agreeable or not, you don't need to tell me." Jean pursed her lips. "Have you been threatened by someone these past 2 days?" Edward raised his eyebrow and spoke in a light tone. He seemed to be able to see through Jean's heart with one look. "There are many people who have threatened me. I just feel that being entangled with you is a waste of our time." "A waste of time," Edward muttered. He looked straight at Jean. "Are all women so fickle?" Jean was stunned. "I thought you had feelings for me." "No, I thought you helped me with my body's needs because you like me." "I don't like you." Jean was very sure. "Who threatened you?" Edward's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Jean sensed his strong and undisguised aura. Chapter 167. The night between Edward and Jean 7 years ago. Jean gritted her teeth. After saying so much just now, it turned out that Edward was not listening at all. She said coldly, "Fourth Master, I don't like you. What do I need to say to make you believe it?" Edward looked straight at her. "If I liked you, do you think I would have left 7 years ago?" Jean asked him in return. Edward's expression changed. Teddy was waiting by the side. At this moment, he could feel his master's anger. Ms. Lawrence was not afraid of death at all. "Fourth Master, please don't make things difficult for me." Jean did not want to say more. That was all she was going to say. This was the end of their relationship. Jean stood up and left. "Ms. Lawrence," Edward called out to her, "who's George's father?" Jean's heart skipped a beat. "Fourth Master, you shouldn't be too confident," she responded slowly. Fourth Master Swan seemed to have smiled. His smile was so cold that it was chilling. Edward stood up and walked to Jean's front. He looked down at her. "Next," he said coldly, "on this day 7 years ago, you climbed into my bed." Jean's eyes moved slightly. Her chest seemed to have been hit by something. She vaguely remembered that year and that day. At that time, Eden had an affair. Jean was not resigned to the outcome, so she made a huge fuss about it in Southampton City. In actuality, why would she be so agitated if she was not bothered? Why would she be so agitated that she lost her mind and did something that only an idiot would do? At the end of the day, she was only 18 years old that year. At 18 years old, Jean was enjoying a pure and beautiful love when she suddenly found out that the teen she loved had slept with her stepsister. It would have been better if it were someone else. However, both Eden and Jasmine were the people closest to her. Jean had never been bad to Jasmine. Jasmine also pretended to be very obedient in front of her. When the news of Eden and Jasmine sleeping together broke out, Jean really felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Jean admitted that she was vengeful back then. She wanted to take revenge on the cheating couple. That was why she had asked Eden to give her an explanation in front of the media, asking him to apologize to her in front of the entire country. Jean had once naively thought that Eden would repent. She had always thought that Eden loved her very much. She had always thought that Eden would be afraid of losing her. Who knew? Eden announced to the public that he had broken up with her. He had announced to the public that he had fallen in love with Jasmine. As such, Jean went to the Swan's residence alone. She wanted an explanation from Eden and to confront him in person. However, she was rejected. Eden and his parents avoided her. They even invited the media to expose her unruly and willful ways, causing her to lose her reputation in Southampton City. Jean was 18 at that time. In the Lawrence's residence, she had learned nothing. She did not know how to fight back, nor did she know how to prove her innocence to the world. Jean only knew how to hate. She hated them to the bone. Therefore, when Jean was forced out of the Swan's Purple Pavilion garden, she turned around and went to Fourth Master Swan's bamboo garden. Jean remembered very clearly. She sat at the gate of the bamboo garden, waiting for Fourth Master Swan. She waited for a long time. That night, it was also drizzling. Jean was drenched. She was drenched, but she finally waited until fourth Master Swan returned. If it had been a little later, perhaps Jean would have calmed down. Edward had returned just in time. Jean looked at him standing in front of her. At that time, Teddy was not serving him yet. The man holding the umbrella for fourth Master Swan was Knox. Ms. Lawrence? Fourth Master Swan called out to her in a deep voice. Jean gritted her teeth. Are you lost? He asked her. There was never any emotion in his voice. This was the case whether it was 7 years ago or 7 years later. No one knew what he was thinking. Jean said, Fourth Master. Yes. I want to be Eden's fourth aunt. Do you think it's okay? Jean saw the look of surprise on the face of the usually expressionless fourth Master Swan. She stood up from the ground. Her body was drenched. Jean approached fourth Master Swan. She was not pushed away. She did not know if fourth Master Swan was drunk at that time. She only knew very clearly that he reeked of alcohol when she approached him. She, who had not drunk alcohol at the age of 18, even felt that the smell of it made her a little drunk. Jean hugged Edward's body tightly. Chapter 168. The night between Edward and Jean 7 years ago. Jean tried her best to tiptoe. She tried her best to kiss fourth Master Swan's lips. And then, she was carried back to fourth Master Swan's room. Jean was carried back to his room and did a big thing in her life. She had never thought that her precious first time would end so quickly. Jean could no longer remember what she had experienced that night. Perhaps it was beautiful, perhaps it was cruel. Many years had passed, and she was choosing to forget. She only remembered clearly that when she opened her eyes the next morning, the man who had slept next to her was already gone. The person who stayed was Knox. He brought her some warm water. Afterward, he sent her back to the Lawrences' manor. As for fourth Master Swan, he did not leave anything behind. Later on, fourth Master Swan did not go to find Jean. It was as if he had forgotten her. After Jean had truly calmed down, she did not dare to provoke the famous fourth Master Swan in Southampton City. Therefore, Jean also chose to forget. She took it as an erotic dream. Even though Jean felt unresigned to the outcome, she was the one who took the initiative, after all. She could not blame anyone. That said, when Jean was once again cornered by the media that forced to interview her, she raged. She shouted at the media, I'll sleep with fourth Master Swan and make Eden address me as his fourth aunt when he sees me. This was hyped up by the media later on. Angry curses and taunts were hurled at her. The news of Eden and Jean breaking up trended. It stayed that way for a long time. Perhaps the Swans and the Lawrences did not expect a small breakup to end up like this. The news spread throughout the country, causing the Swans and the Lawrences to lose face. As such, Jean became the culprit. Jean was beaten half to death by her father. That was the first time Jean truly felt the cruelty of human nature. Even though Eden had committed a series of despicable acts after his affair, Jean was only disgusted. On the other hand, Jean's dad let her experience the ruthlessness, indifference, and cruelty of this world.
She was sent out of the country by the Lawrences. When she arrived abroad, she was penniless.
For a long period of time, she barely survived by sleeping and performing on the streets. Later, Jean met a man from Harkin who was working as a migrant worker. He took her to work in a restaurant in Santar. Only then did she get a regular job, though she was still living a lowly life. By the time Jean knew she was pregnant, she had had George for more than 5 months. Due to her experience abroad, she lost a lot of weight, so there was no sign of pregnancy at all. Her belly bulged only after more than 5 months, and she felt George's kicking in her stomach. At that time, Jean panicked. Nonetheless, she chose to keep the child because she did not have enough money for an abortion. Jean had no medical insurance abroad. A trip to the hospital could bankrupt an average person, not to mention she had no money at all. She thought that she would never tell George that the only reason he was able to come to this world was that she was too poor. Fortunately, the foreign country was an open country. Even though Jean was unmarried and pregnant, she was not despised by many people. At that time, most people thought that the father of the child was the migrant worker. Jean did not explain. Neither did the man. Jean knew very well that the man liked her. Perhaps he had been waiting for her to accept his feelings. In actuality, Jean had been worn down by reality at that time. She even thought that after giving birth to George, she would stay with that extremely ordinary man, whom she might not have even been interested in the past. Jean was simply in so much despair that it was just good to be alive. It was just an instinctive desire to survive, nothing else. Chapter 169. failed confession, but there's still time. However, an accident happened and changed Jean's whole life. She had difficulty giving birth. At 10 months pregnant, she was ready to give birth. After she was sure that she would give birth to George, she began to improve her childbirth skills because she knew she would only give birth to the child at home. What she did not expect was that George was a breech baby. That meant that he was not born head first. As such, no matter how much Jean relied on herself, she could not give birth on her own. That was the first time in her life that she was truly in despair. Back when she was beaten half to death by Alexander, no matter how serious her injuries were, she knew very well that even if Monica had not come to the villa to look for her, Alexander would not have killed her. It was just to teach her a lesson.
On the other hand, when she gave birth to George, she deeply felt death.
Jean could not even resist. She silently felt the blood flowing between her legs. She silently felt the intense pain in her stomach. She lost all the strength to struggle. She blankly looked at the broken ceiling above her head.
At that moment, her mind was in a trance, and her whole life flashed in front of her.
Did she regret it? Maybe she did. She regretted putting herself in such a sorry state for a man. The moment she thought she was going to die, a man appeared in her rental house. He bent down and picked her up from the ground. According to Kingsley, Jean was frighteningly light at that time.
Not to mention she was pregnant, she did not even reach the average girl's weight. Kingsley also said that when he found Jean, he thought she could not be saved.
Fortunately, the heavens were kind. Jean was rescued in the hospital. George was also born. Afterward, Jean was taken away by Kingsley. It was until now when she returned. Jean came back and faced everything that she had experienced. Now that she thought about it, if only she had been able to call Alexander back then to ask for help. Even if it was not Alexander, she would not have been so miserable if she had just called Monica. Instead, she bore everything by herself back then. Perhaps it was because when Jean had gone abroad back then she was at her most difficult time when her phone could not be used. She did not have data roaming nor could she afford to buy a local international card. After all, 7 years ago, communication had not developed to the point where it was as convenient as it was at the moment. Back then, international roaming was so expensive that she could not afford it at all. When Jean could barely use international roaming, she no longer wanted to ask for help from home. Kingsley said that her personality was very similar to her mother's.
They abhorred evil and would never yield. Ms. Lawrence, have you forgotten? Fourth Master Swan's voice pulled Jean back from her distracted thoughts.
Jean looked at the man in front of her indifferently. She really wanted to forget. She said, "It's not important, so I don't care." What she said was the truth. After experiencing so much, some things became meaningless. Edward's expression was cold. "Fourth Master," Jean said coldly, "please don't take the past to heart, and please be magnanimous in the future." After saying that, Jean turned around and left. She did not feel like she could say anything else. Toward Fourth Master Swan, to be honest, Jean did not know what to say. Perhaps actions were the most direct and effective. Who knew, she had just taken 2 steps when her arm was suddenly pulled by someone. At the next second, with a strong force, she was tightly bound to Fourth Master Swan's embrace. Jean gritted her teeth. The emotions in her heart were surging. Under Kingsley's training, she had not revealed her emotions for a long time. That said, at this moment, she admitted that she had lost control. In less than a second in Fourth Master Swan's embrace, Jean pushed him away hard. Her strength was very shocking. Fourth Master Swan might not have expected it and was pushed a few steps back. Teddy saw it from the side and was stunned. He could not believe that his master was pushed by the seemingly weak Ms. Lawrence. Edward looked at Jean. Jean said, "Fourth Master, I'm no longer the Jean I used to be. I don't need your protection to be able to take care of things on my own. So you looked for me back then just so I could help you. I only wanted you to help me suppress Eden's arrogance." Jean affirmed and added, "There were no feelings involved at all."
Edward's face darkened slightly. Jean continued, "Not just 7 years ago, but also now. The reason I agreed to your agreement was so that I could maintain a distance from you. I have no feelings for you at all." Chapter 170. Failed confession, but there's still time. Edward was silent. He looked at Jean coldly in silence.
At this point, Jean felt that she had expressed herself very clearly.
She left once again. "I thought that I could make up for the regret from 7 years ago. I didn't expect that it was just my wishful thinking." Edward's voice was extremely low and deep behind her.
"I never felt that it was a regret. It was just an accident that arose from many causes. Therefore, the past was in the past. There was no need to hold on to it."
Jean left. This time, she really left. She left very resolutely.
Edward just watched her leave. He watched as she disappeared from his sight. Teddy looked at his master. It had been a long time since he saw his master in such a state. Fourth Master Swan was clearly upset, but he could hide it well and not let anyone know. Teddy thought about it and decided to go after Ms. Lawrence. After all, Fourth Master had prepared a lot tonight. The meal was just a small part. There were going to be fireworks, gifts, and others. However, Teddy could not let his master's hard work go to waste. His master had never been so serious for a woman. Nevertheless, just as he reached the door, "Teddy," Edward called out to him. Teddy looked at him. "Forget it, Edward Said." Teddy had never heard his master say those two words in his entire life. In his master's life, there was no such thing. Did Fourth Master Swan just give up? It was not easy for him to fall in love with a woman, but he gave up just like that. Teddy felt a little bad for his master. He could not understand why Ms. Lawrence would reject such an outstanding man. If the Fourth Master Swan took a liking to Teddy, even if he was a man, as long as the Fourth Master asked, he would agree immediately. How could Jean be so indifferent? As a bystander, Teddy could not see even a trace of Ms. Lawrence's longing for his master. That was good. It was good that Fourth Master Swan had given up. Teddy thought that Ms. Lawrence was heartless. The one who would get hurt would be Fourth Master Swan if he persisted. In many aspects, Teddy's master was much calmer than the average person. He knew very well what he should do and what he should not do. When Teddy thought of this, the emotions in his heart calmed down slightly. All of a sudden, he heard his master say, "I might have scared her." Teddy looked at Fourth Master Swan in a daze. There's still time in the future. Hence, Fourth Master Swan, who was rejected, did not give up after being rejected so bluntly. How much did he love Jean? So much that he could lie to himself and others. "Let's go, Edward Said." He somehow just appeared very calm. It was as if he was not the one who was rejected just now. After getting up, Edward stopped again. He turned around and picked up the bouquet of roses that Jean had thrown away.
Teddy looked at his master's actions. Who would have known that every single flower in this bouquet was personally picked by Fourth Master Swan? Every single one of them was cut by him.
Edward picked up the bouquet of flowers and sat in the back seat of the car. It was quiet in the car. Edward's phone rang. He took a look and picked it up. "Fourth Master Swan, I really don't want to disturb your wonderful night. I just want to remind you not to overindulge. We have to leave first thing in the morning tomorrow." "Okay," Edward responded faintly and hung up the phone. The moment he hung up the phone, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face. Every year, there was this day. Jean left Chez Jean. She sat in a taxi and returned to the Lawrences' manor. She just watched the night view of Southampton City. She did not think about anything. Jean did not want to think about anything.
It would be the end of her relationship with Fourth Master Swan. Everything that had happened in the past and now was just a flash in the pan. Once she left Southampton City, she might not even be able to remember them. Despite that, her rationality had always been firm, but her emotions had always been in turmoil.
She even felt a wave of heartache. From the moment she left Chez Jean until now, she had been enduring silently, but she could not ignore it. Jean told herself that Fourth Master Swan was very powerful. She did not need to feel burdened. Yes, it was just a psychological burden. She would not fall in love with Fourth Master Swan so easily. Her feelings were not so cheap. Jean returned to the Lawrences' manor calmly. She only needed a little time and she would be able to return to normal.
In the room, George sat in front of the computer, typing and clicking away. Jean smiled. "You're still working on the design draft?"
"There's still some unfinished work." George broke down. "Master is too strict." "Can you do it tomorrow?" "I have to go to school tomorrow," George replied. Jean almost forgot that George was still a primary school student. "Right. I skipped school for a week, so the teacher asked you to bring me to school tomorrow," George reminded her. Was this going to be the first time in Jean's life that she had been invited as a parent? Jean suddenly felt a little awkward. She braced herself and agreed. "Okay." George did not say anything more. In his world, inviting a parent was probably just a small matter. The next day, Jean was ready to go to school and be criticized by the teacher. Just as she arrived at the school gate in a bright car, she received a call from Amy. She had told Amy last night that she would be late today, so if she were to be suddenly called at this point, something bad must have happened. Jean picked up. "Amy. Director Lawrence, hurry and come to the company." The people from the prosecutor's office are coming to look for you. Who? The prosecutor's office. Jean frowned. What's the matter? They only said they're looking for you. They didn't say anything else. Okay, I'll go over in a while. Jean hung up the phone. George looked at Jean. Did something happen? I ran into some trouble, but I can handle it. Jean would never show any panic in front of George. She did not want George to worry about her. Oh. George nodded. Then can you still bring me to the school? Of course. No matter what happened, George was the most important. Jean brought George into the school. As expected, she was severely criticized by the teacher and even the principal. Even so, as George was a genius, only Jean was criticized. The school still treated George as if he were a warm spring breeze. Jean spent the morning dealing with the situation. When she came out of the school, she had at least 20 missed calls. Some were from Forrest, some were from Amy, and some were from Alexander. She ignored them. Jean sat in a bright and open car and went to the Lawrence Enterprise. The car she had crashed yesterday had been knocked out of shape. Now that she had sent it to the garage for repair, it would probably take at least a month for it to be fixed. Miles, Jean said. Yes? If I don't return today, help me inform Kingsley. Okay. After Jean gave her instructions, she did not say anything more. Miles would not ask too much either. Most of the time, they were just carrying out simple tasks. The car arrived. Jean walked straight to the sales department. There were 3 men in uniform standing in the sales department's office. The 3 of them seemed displeased about Jean being late. Amy saw her and hurried forward. Director Lawrence. Jean nodded slightly. She walked toward the 3 men with a calm expression. You're looking for me. The man in the lead glanced at Jean and said, I'm the prosecutor of the administration office, Ron Hamilton. This is my work permit. Jean looked at him. We received an anonymous report that you secretly profited while building the Lawrence Enterprises logistics warehouse. The amount of profit you made was as high as $30 million, which is an economic crime. Please come back with us and help with the investigation. Chapter 171, Framing and Conspiracy, at the Lawrence Enterprises Sales Department. Jean frowned. She looked straight at the man in front of her. The moment this man said that, it instantly shocked all the employees in the sales department. This is the investigation order. Ron took out a freshly stamped document. Jean was not panicking. At that moment, she was only thinking about how the Sanders had gone to this extent to kill her. Was she the one fighting with the Sanders, or were the Sanders not letting her off? Jean responded, okay. She did not hesitate and left with the people from the prosecutor's office. After leaving, the entire Lawrence Enterprise was in an uproar. Most of them did not know what had happened. They only knew that Jean had been arrested. It seemed to be an economic crime. Joshua stood in front of the French window in his office and watched Jean get into the inspection car. Only then did he pick up the phone to call Eden. His smile was especially sinister. Eden, Jean has been taken away. Okay, Eden also sneered. Eden, I knew you wouldn't let Jean continue to flaunt her power. Joshua flattered Eden. Jean provoked you. She was asking for trouble. I'm also doing this to help you, Eden said in a dignified manner. Thank you, Eden. Joshua was delighted. He appeared to be very excited. Right now, Jean is being praised so much by the media. They say that she's a rare dark horse in Harkin's business industry. Now, she's being investigated for an economic crime. She'll probably be slapped hard in the face. Eden sneered. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to make Jean fall from the highest point. He wanted her to fall to her death. Joshua. Eden's expression changed, and his tone became serious. Yes. Joshua quickly agreed. Jean is very smart. Keep a close watch on the accounts and the witnesses found. Don't worry, everything has been settled. Joshua was confident. Moreover, I found an excuse for our financial director to look at the accounts that you gave me. He couldn't find any clues, so most people wouldn't be able to see through it. Jean isn't an ordinary person. Didn't you say that this matter would be resolved quickly? That is to say, before Jean even has the time to find the problem, the case would be closed. At that time, she'd be in jail. Who would she look for to seek redress? In short, you just have to be more careful, Eden reminded Joshua worriedly. All right, I'll do whatever you want me to do. As long as you get Jean out of the Lawrence Enterprise and disappear from my sight, I'll do whatever you want me to do. If there's any movement on your side, you have to tell me.
Understood. Eden put down his phone. Originally, before the amusement park project, he had wanted to use this method to end Jean's life. However, Michael wanted to use open countermeasures to deal with her. After all, it was a matter of breaking the law, so of course, it would be better if there was a proper way. Hence, Eden chose Michael's method. Despite that, Eden did not expect Jean to not know how to appreciate favors and to go head-to-head with them.
Now, he wanted to let Jean know how powerful he was. Eden hurriedly made a call. Ms. Sanders, how did everything go? Jean has been taken away. The evidence and witnesses are all present. She has sought personal gains of $30 million. According to the laws of Harkin, she'll probably get a sentence of 10 years. All right, Melody nodded. However, Ms. Sanders, you must make good use of your connections. No matter how flawless this matter is, it is, after all, made up by us. If someone investigates, they'll find a loophole. Therefore, we still need you to use your power to make this case go to court earlier so that it can be finished earlier, Eden said solemnly. Also, for nearly a week, my fourth uncle won't be around. Where did he go? Melody asked. I don't know. He leaves at this time every year. No one knows where he goes. He'll also rest for a period of time when he comes back and won't see anyone. Melody was surprised. In short, we need to end this quickly. Eden was used to his fourth uncle's disappearance and did not think it was a big deal. Melody did not think too much and said coldly, just do your own thing. Okay. Melody hung up the phone. She thought for a moment and dialed Michael's number. Michael looked at the call and frowned. He picked up the call. Mel. Jean has been arrested. Michael pursed his lips. He felt that everything would not go so smoothly. I'm just telling you. I don't want you to help me with anything. I feel that you have to be extra careful in handling this matter. I know. Your father has given me too much work. I won't talk to you anymore. You should develop well. When the time comes, you can help me even more. Okay. Michael hung up the phone. He also refused to participate in this matter because he was too busy with work and could not take care of himself. Michael could help them if they did not break the law. He was not that stupid. He would not bet his future without absolute confidence. This time, it would depend on their results. If the results were good, Jean would be dealt with, and Melody would have gotten rid of her eyesore. It might even be possible for Eden to acquire Lawrence Enterprise. It was a good thing. If the results were not good, Michael could get a better understanding of Jean's strengths. He would be more careful in the future. At the same time, he would be glad that he did not participate in this. Jean was brought to the examination room. The evidence of her crime was clearly listed. She used a dual contract to sign an agreement with the builders to replace the originally expensive construction equipment with ordinary materials, thus profiting from the huge price difference. From the evidence provided, it seemed that there was an additional $30 million in her private account. The $30 million was the money given to her by the builders. What surprised Jean was that she had never used that account before, but it was opened in her name. She thought about it carefully and realized that after she entered the Lawrence Enterprise, the general department had made a payroll card for her. The payroll card was from Swanhaven Bank. Of course, all the payroll cards of the Lawrence Enterprise were from Swanhaven Bank. After all, the relationship between the Swans and the Lawrences was very different. Eden was also in charge of the operation of Swanhaven Bank. There was no way that Alexander would not take care of his son-in-law, so it was not surprising. The so-called payroll card was with Jean, but because she had just joined the company, she had not received her first salary. As such, she had not managed the account situation of the card at all. She was also very sure that she had not received any account information. Of course, these were not important. Once someone deliberately tampered with it, she would not receive the relevant reminder. Even if Jean pursued the fact that she did not receive any notification for her card, Swanhaven Bank could also let a salesperson take the blame and do a small disciplinary action, and the matter would be settled. It would not be of any help to her case and would instead be a waste of time. Jean silently looked at all the materials provided in front of her. Her brain was constantly working. Since she was framed, she would definitely be able to find a loophole. No matter how perfect a crime was, there would eventually be a loophole. It was just that time was needed to crack it. However, what Jean was worried about at the moment was that the case would be closed quickly because the Sanders had enough power. If it was completed quickly, she would not have the time to clear her name. The evidence is conclusive and there are witnesses, so we'll provide everything to the court within a week and announce the verdict. Due to the lack of time, we won't grant you the right to be released on bail pending trial. We'll send you to the detention center instead. Please sign here, Ms. Lawrence. The prosecutor's attitude was cold. He coldly placed a detention slip in front of Jean. According to Harkin's law, I can't even hire a lawyer? Jean asked calmly. Of course, you can, the prosecutor replied. It's just that you can't leave. The lawyer can come here to see you. As the prosecutor, I have to remind you that the facts of your crime are very obvious. I suggest that you don't make too many excuses for yourself. Ask your lawyer to help you get a lighter punishment and plead for leniency with the judge. Otherwise, given your current situation, the outcome won't be too good. Jean pursed her lips. Ms. Lawrence, you can sign first. After signing, I'll arrange for the staff to be in charge of the support work for this case, including the matter of you hiring a lawyer and informing you of the specific court date. You'll need all kinds of evidence related to the case, the prosecutor urged impatiently. Jean hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she signed her name. She was very clear that even if she did not sign it, the other party could force her to sign it. Not to mention, the fake contract had the same handwriting as hers, so she knew the other party could forge her signature. Jean signed the document. The prosecutor took it. I've informed the police to bring you to the detention center. If anything, you can apply to the relevant person in charge of the detention center. The staff of our inspection department will also do our best to support all your legitimate needs during this period before you go to court. Jean nodded. The prosecutor coldly took the detention form that she had signed and left. Not long after, Jean was sent directly to the detention center. She was a special criminal and was about to go to court, so she was locked in a separate room. All the procedures seemed to have been set and only needed to be carried out step by step, so everything happened very quickly and smoothly. Moreover, Jean had to admit that it was really unexpected for her. She did not expect that the other party would fabricate such complete criminal evidence in such a short period of time. Or, had it been planned for a long time but was not executed because the time was not right? Chapter 172. Everything happened because of Fourth Master Swan. Jean sat on the cold and stiff edge of the bed in the detention center. From the beginning to the end, from the moment she received the news until now, she had not stopped thinking. She had no way of stopping herself. After all, she only had 1 week. Only 1 week. If she could not find any evidence within 1 week, she would be sentenced. Once she was sentenced, it would be even more difficult to appeal. Jean tried to calm herself down. It was undeniable that the other party's frame-up made her feel a little threatened. After all, Harkin was different from other countries. It was a traditional hereditary country, and the military regime was all in the hands of the Sanders. Once the Sanders wanted to do something, they would have 10,000 people to support them. Especially in court politics, everyone would respond to a single call from the Sanders. That was to say, if the Sanders wanted to kill Jean, it would be easy. Moreover, now that the Sanders had locked Jean up here, they were not giving her any chance to find evidence. As such, Jean could only wait for Kingsley's arrival. In the end, she still caused a lot of trouble for Kingsley. Initially, Jean just wanted to come back and take revenge, help Kingsley do something he wanted to accomplish, and then leave with George. When did she go off track? After she thought about it carefully, she realized it started when she was targeted by Fourth Master Swan. In the end, all of this was because of Fourth Master Swan. If he had not provoked her on purpose, she would not have been treated like this by Melody. Jean took a deep breath. Now was not the time to complain. She would just sit and wait for Kingsley. The news of Jean's economic crimes suddenly trended again. Everyone thought that they had read the wrong headline. How did the dark horse of the business world a few days ago suddenly fall into the net again? She was slapped in the face too quickly. Nevertheless, facts spoke louder than words. The photo of Jean being taken away by the prosecutors was everywhere online. Her being arrested became a trending topic as well. Even though this was not good news, it was worth noting that Jean became popular in Southampton City and even Harkin. She was even more popular than A-list celebrities. There were plenty of searches for Jean's name on the internet. It was simply a synonym for traffic. Monica also saw the news and only then did she know that Jean had been arrested. She did not believe her own eyes. She rubbed her eyes and looked at it again and again. The moment she confirmed that the person who was arrested was Jean, she exploded. Was it not a few days ago, no, yesterday, when she saw Jean being on the news and admired by everyone? The financial news said that Jean was a rare dark horse in the business world. In the future, her development in the business world would be limitless. Due to Jean's existence, the Lawrence Enterprises stock market was booming. Their family business that was on the decline had risen to a whole new level, causing those businesses that were originally on the same level as them to be envious. Now, why did something so big suddenly happen? After a moment of shock, Monica was certain that Jean had been framed. Her best friend would definitely not do such a thing. Monica was so anxious that she rushed out of her office at the next second and rushed toward her dad's office. Gary frowned when he saw Monica's reckless behavior. This child never seemed to grow up. How could he trust her with such a large fortune of the Cardellinis in the future? Monica was not interested in doing business. She also understood that she was not suited to do business with her dad. Although she was not against following his dad in the business world, she spent most of her time loafing on the job. Other than occasionally going on a business trip for her father, she spent most of her time at the company with the mindset of benefiting by proximity to her dad. Gary also knew that Monica's mind was not on doing business, so he did not have too much hope for her. He just hoped that he could find a son-in-law that he trusted to take over the Cardellini enterprise. Finn was very good. Gary had watched Finn grow up. Finn knew the roots and also knew how to be grateful. Whether it was the company or Monica, Gary felt at ease handing them over to Finn. However, the heavens did not follow his wishes. Michael suddenly appeared out of nowhere and almost angered Gary to his death. With a serious expression, Gary asked, "What happened? Why are you so impatient?" "Dad, Jeannie has been arrested. They said that she committed some economic crime." Monica was very agitated. "Help me ask the people at the prosecutor's office if it's true. Is it serious? What crime did she commit?" Chapter 173. Everything happened because of Fourth Master Swan. Gary was also a little surprised. Wasn't Jean fine a few days ago? A few days ago, he even saw how capable Jeannie was and had the urge to beat Monica to death. As Jeannie had a good relationship with Monica and Jeannie's mother passed away early, he also treated Jeannie as his daughter. Seeing Jeannie return and develop so well, he was mostly relieved. "Now that something suddenly happened," Gary said, "don't be anxious, I'll ask about the situation." Monica nodded like a chick pecking on rice, looking at her dad with anticipation. Gary called his friend in the prosecution hall. Monica did not know what the other party had said to her dad. She felt that her dad's expression was especially grave, as if something big had happened. Could it be that Jeannie was going to be sentenced to death? At the thought of this, Monica was scared to death. Fortunately, Gary had hung up the phone. Monica went forward and grabbed her dad's arm. "Dad, how is it? Will Jeannie die?" Gary glanced at Monica. "According to Harkin's law, one will only pay with one's life if they took someone's life. Those who commit other crimes won't be sentenced to death. Can you have some common sense?" Monica was stunned. She was anxious and flustered. She was just afraid that something would happen to Jeannie. However, it is indeed very serious. Gary did not hide the truth from Monica. Jeannie signed a dual contract and took a personal gain of $30 million. Now, the evidence is conclusive, and she's currently not allowed to be released on bail pending trial. She's being detained in the detention center. According to Harkin's law, pocketing such a huge sum of money without permission will result in a sentence of at least 10 years. What? Monica widened her eyes. Not only that. Gary seemed to hesitate for a moment. Monica looked straight at her dad, extremely nervous. "Did Jeannie offend anyone during this time?" Gary asked Monica. Monica frowned. How would she know? Jeannie was so busy during this period that she did not even have time to hang with her. Whenever Monica called Jeannie, Jeannie hung up after saying a few words. Monica could not think of who Jeannie had offended during this time. Gary said with concern, "They said that Jeannie's case will be judged the fastest and that it was already assigned to someone. Other than the people in charge of the specific circumstances of the case, no one else is clear about it. They also said that the internal political angle on her case has increased to a very high level. Usually, this only occurs when a higher-up specially gave the instruction. Jeannie has just returned. Who can she offend?" Monica was clueless. "A famous person attracts criticism. It could be anyone," Gary said straightforwardly. "Then what do we do now? What about Jeannie?" Monica looked at her dad anxiously. "I originally wanted to use my connections to meet Jeannie. At the very least, I could find out the reason for the matter from Jeannie. However, the other party directly rejected me, saying that no one within their ranks dared to interfere in her case. If they cross the line, not only will they be fired, but they'll also be held accountable. I can't make things difficult for the other party." How could this be? Monica was on the verge of breaking down. "I'll think of a way to find out about Jeannie's situation." That said, from the other party's tone, she should have committed an economic crime. Hence, even if I find out anything, it might not be of much help to her. The only way is to make up for the $30 million that she obtained for her private interests, together with the interest, and try to make up for her mistakes as much as possible. Plead with the judge and reduce her sentence as much as possible. Jeannie wouldn't commit a crime, definitely not. Monica could not accept this. "I also believe that Jeannie wouldn't do such a thing, but this is the current situation." Gary was helpless. I'll go prepare the funds for Jeannie now to ensure that she can successfully repay the $30 million that she gained. I'll also arrange for the people handling her case so that she won't suffer any grievances there. Monica still wanted to say something. Gary said, right now, this is the only way to help Jeannie. Monica bit her lip. She knew that even if she cried herself to death, this was all her dad could do. Nevertheless, she could not accept the fact that Jeannie would go to jail. No, she had to see Jeannie. She had to know the truth. If Jean was framed, even if she had to go bankrupt, she had to win the case for Jeannie and get justice. When Monica returned to the office, she did not hesitate anymore and called Michael. During this period, she had obviously kept a distance from Michael. However, for Jeannie's sake, she could not care too much. Michael picked up. His voice was always warm. He called Monica's name very warmly, Monica. Michael, Jeannie is in trouble, Monica said. Her eyes were red. Yes, I heard about it, Michael replied. My dad said that Jeannie's condition is very bad now. It's even difficult for us to see her, but Monica wanted to say something but hesitated. It was because she did not want to make things difficult for Michael. Since her dad said that no one dared to interfere in Jeannie's matter at the moment, if Michael interfered, she was also worried that it would affect him. You want to see her, right? Michael asked straightforwardly. Monica's heart warmed. Michael always knew what she wanted. I'll think of a way. Give me some time. Michael agreed without thinking. Michael, thank you, Monica said sincerely. Silly. Michael smiled dotingly and promised, don't worry. I'll definitely let you meet Jeannie. Okay, Monica nodded hard. At this moment, she was truly moved. She was deeply moved by Michael. She always felt that Michael treated her very well. Wait for my news, Michael said. After he said that, he hung up the phone. Following that, the gentleness on his face slowly faded away. His expression was stiff and cold. He was thinking about something. Michael would definitely do whatever Monica asked him to do so that he could move her even more. He did not know if she had rekindled the old relationship with Finn over the past few years. He only knew very well that she had fallen deep in love with Finn back then. If he did not hold Monica tightly in his hands, it was highly possible that she would return to Finn's side and everything he had done would be in vain. Despite that, Melody was clearly targeting Jean at this moment. How could Michael have the best of both worlds? On one hand, he had to satisfy Monica's request. On the other hand, he could not let Melody think that he had forgotten his loyalty and would affect his future official career. Michael pondered. After a long time, he picked up the phone and dialed Melody's number. Mel. What is it? Monica wants to see Jean, Michael said straightforwardly. He thought about it a lot, and in the end, he felt that being direct was the best way to gain the other party's trust and acceptance. It would be the biggest taboo if he were to bring Monica to meet Jean behind Melody's back at this time. Nonetheless, this method was obviously not too good either. At this moment, Melody was completely silent. Michael could faintly feel that she was angry. He explained, I'm currently pursuing Monica again, and the best way to get her back is to move her. Don't worry, Monica has a relatively simple personality. Even if she meets Jean, it won't be of any help to her case. I promise. Melody still did not say anything. Michael continued, the most important thing is that yesterday, Chief specifically instructed me to take down the Cardellini enterprise through Monica as soon as possible. I don't want to let him down. Michael, Melody finally spoke. Michael said straightforwardly, if you feel troubled, then forget it. I know that you spent a lot of effort to get Jean arrested. I don't feel troubled, and I also believe in you. I believe that Monica has a simple personality and that she won't be of much use in this case, Melody said. I'm just afraid that you like her too much. I admit that I like her, but the prerequisite for liking her is that she won't affect my development. Michael's eyes turned cold. Chapter 174. Is Fourth Master Swan not going to interfere? Michael held his phone and told Melody clearly. Melody fell silent for a few seconds again. Michael continued, Mel, I thought you knew what kind of person I am. In that case, I believe you, Melody said bluntly. In the end, in terms of politics in the Sanders, the only person I trust is you. I don't even trust my other brothers and sisters. I won't let you down. Michael was solemn. When are you bringing Monica to see Jean? Melody asked. It can't be too early or too late. I estimate that it'll be 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, I'm ready to lend you a hand. Melody sneered. Melody told Michael her thoughts. Michael smiled. Thank you for your support. Michael, I really hope that you can develop very well, Melody said sincerely. I'll do my best. The two of them ended the call. Michael's eyes narrowed. He would develop very well. What he was afraid of was that when he developed, Melody would have stepped down. The next day, Monica had been anxious for a day and a night. At 10 a.m., she received a call from Michael. He said that he had gotten through to someone and that she could meet Jean now. Monica was truly grateful to Michael. That said, she was still thinking about Jean the most at this moment. She did not even know what Jean's life was like in the detention center. Michael came to pick up Monica at the Cardellini Enterprise. It had been more than half a month since they last met. Monica. Michael reached out and took the initiative to hold Monica's hand. Monica was stunned. She turned her head to look at Michael. The palm of her hand was filled with his warmth. Nonetheless, at that moment, for some reason, she wanted to leave. It was just that, they did not have a proper relationship at this time. Despite that, Monica did not let go in the end. Michael said, "Don't worry, I've asked around. Jeannie is fine inside. It's a private room, so she won't be ostracized and threatened by other prisoners. Moreover, Jeannie is someone with status, so the prison guards will take care of her more." Monica nodded. Even so, before seeing Jeannie with her own eyes, she did not dare to relax. The car soon arrived at the detention center in the suburbs. Michael went through a series of procedures, and Monica finally saw Jean. Jean was a little surprised when she saw Monica. She did not expect that Monica would be the first to see her through her connections. She could not help but look at Michael. Michael was very polite. He said to Monica, "I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, Michael left. It was as if he was giving them some privacy. Jean watched him leave and was deep in thought. Monica did not notice that much at that moment. When she saw Jean appear in front of her, her eyes turned red. "Jeannie, how are you?" Jean regained her senses. She regained her senses and looked at Monica. Her heart moved slightly, and she forced a smile. "I'm all right." "You always say it's all right. Now that you're in jail, you're still saying it's all right." Monica was on the verge of breaking down. "Can you not be so strong-willed? I feel uncomfortable looking at you." "Monica, I didn't commit a crime." Jean did not explain further and told her bluntly. I know you didn't," Monica said. "But what do we do now? I heard that there are both witnesses and evidence. The facts of the crime are very obvious. Who exactly did you offend?" "Isn't it obvious?" Jean looked at Monica. From the moment Monica knew about Jean's arrest until now, her mind was filled with the image of Jean being locked up in the detention center alone. In fact, she had not thought about the case. At this moment, Jean did not say anything. However, after being reminded by her, Monica suddenly quivered and asked, "Is it that woman, Melody?" Jean nodded. If this silly girl isn't too emotional, she wouldn't be stupid. Could she have done this for Fourth Master Swan? Monica could not believe it. Jean nodded. "I knew she was sick." Monica cursed and continued, "Fourth Master Swan doesn't like her. Instead of finding fault with herself, she came to deal with you. This woman should be struck by lightning and drowned in a wicker basket." As compared to Monica's excitement, Jean appeared much calmer. She said, "I didn't do it. I'll eventually clear my name." "What about Fourth Master Swan?" Monica suddenly thought of Edward. Jean pursed her lips. Chapter 175. Is Fourth Master Swan not going to interfere? Fourth Master Swan? How would I know where he is? Moreover, Jean had just rejected Fourth Master Swan outright the night before. After what happened to her yesterday, the first person who came to see her was Monica. She knew Kingsley would come too. Even so, Kingsley needed time to rush back from abroad, so he would be a little late. As for Fourth Master Swan, he had no reason to help her even though everything had started because of him. Fourth Master Swan can't just let it be. Monica looked at Jean's expression, and she appeared exceptionally agitated. "Monica, Fourth Master Swan and I only have a normal relationship. Now that I've offended the Sanders, it's reasonable for him not to interfere. You have to know that Harkin is still the world of the Sanders, and no one is willing to go against them. Even if that's the case, this matter was caused by Fourth Master Swan. Isn't he afraid of being punished by the heavens if he just stands by and does nothing? Besides, doesn't he like you? Shouldn't liking someone mean that you should disregard everything?" Monica said indignantly. Sometimes, Jean really envied Monica's innocence. Monica would always consider whether she loved someone or not. She would not get it mixed up with other interests and schemes. Jean said, "Monica, don't interfere in my current matters." Monica was stunned, but she quickly looked triggered. "Jean, what kind of person do you think I am? Firstly, I can solve it. I won't tell you how I'm going to solve this matter, but I'll definitely walk out of here safely no matter what method I use. Secondly, our identities are different. In the end, you're still the daughter of the Cardellini Enterprise. The Cardellini Enterprise is still an enterprise of Harkin. If you need to establish yourself in Harkin, you can't go against the Sanders. I don't want to implicate your enterprise. Jean, how are you still so rational? Monica's eyes were red again. If she were to encounter such a situation, she would wish for everyone to help her. How could Jean be so calm? How could she be so strong? Monica. Jean took the initiative to pull Monica's hand. Monica's heart palpitated. You're my best friend. I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. I don't want anything to happen to you either. I said that I can solve it. What you need to do now is to wait for me to go out safely. How are you going to solve it? How are you going to solve it when it comes to the Sanders? Monica felt that Jean was giving her the runaround. You have to believe me. Jean was very certain. Her tone of affirmation was enough to make Monica believe her instantly. It was clear that given the situation, Jean could not resist at all. Having said that, at this moment, Monica was convinced by Jean's determination. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Jean as though she was going to cry at any moment. Jean smiled again. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me again. Okay, Monica nodded. At this moment, she could only nod. On the other hand, Jean's eyes narrowed. Was Michael the one who helped you come to see me? Right now, no one can interfere with your case. My dad can't let me come to see you through his connections, so I could only find Michael. Michael also spent a lot of effort to let me come in to see you. How's your relationship with Michael now? You're already like this, yet you still care about me. Can you care about yourself? Monica was flustered. At this time, Jean was still thinking about other things. I just want to remind you that Michael and Melody have a good relationship. I know, Monica said, they grew up together. So, as long as Michael talks to Melody, it won't be difficult for you to come and see me. Monica blinked and looked at Jean. She did not quite understand what Jean meant. Jean did not say anything more. She was not sure if Michael had other intentions for Monica. She simply felt that him helping Monica to come and see her was more of an act. Also, Jean did not know if Michael was putting on an act just to win Monica over. If so, she could understand if Michael would occasionally use some kind-hearted methods because he loved Monica too much. However, if it was more than that, Jean always felt that Michael had too many deep thoughts. She did not know if he was an enemy, but she was sure that they would never become friends. Monica. Michael suddenly walked into the meeting room. Chapter 176. Is Fourth Master Swan not going to interfere? Jean and Monica's conversation was interrupted. Michael said, "It's about time to leave." Monica looked at Jean reluctantly. Jean nodded. Okay, don't make things too difficult for Michael. Monica's eyes reddened again. Jean was speechless by this silly girl, but she could not deny that she was touched. She said, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." Monica bit her lip as if she did not want to leave just like that. Monica, Michael had a hard time letting you see me, Jean reminded. Monica knew, but she said, "Then I'll come and see you again when I have the chance." There's no need. I'll leave this place on my own. Nonetheless, Jean just nodded. Okay. Monica still followed Michael and left. When she left, her eyes were extremely red. She was afraid that something would happen to Jean. Monica followed Michael to the entrance of the detention center. She saw Melody and Eden. Monica's expression changed immediately. Before Monica could speak, Melody said to Michael with an extremely ugly expression, "Michael, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought that you'd really bring Monica to see Jean. Do you think it's worth it to go against me for a woman?" Michael pursed his lips tightly, and his face was stiff. Monica did not react in time. At the next second, she looked at Michael beside her, then at Melody. So what Melody meant was that Michael went against her for me. "Michael, you better know your identity and the consequences of what you did," Melody said as she walked past Michael with Eden. Monica gritted her teeth. At this moment, she wanted to beat Melody to death, but she was afraid that she would cause trouble for Michael, so she chose to endure. "Let's go." Michael suddenly held her hand. Monica's heart skipped a beat. Michael brought her into the car. He drove on the streets of Southampton City. "Do you have a conflict with Melody now because of me?" Monica could not help but ask. "It's all right." Michael smiled gently. "Will it affect you?" "It's not too serious. I'm sorry, Monica felt guilty. "Monica." Michael held her hand in his. "Compared to Melody's opinion of me, I'm more afraid of seeing you sad." Monica looked at Michael. He always made her feel very touched. "So, don't think too much." Michael smiled. "Besides, on the matter of Melody targeting Jean, we already have our differences. In other words, the conflict between us happened a long time ago. Is it really Melody targeting Jean? How can she be so cheap? Monica was agitated. Melody grew up with the Sanders and was also the chief's favorite woman. She was used to being superior since she was young. Now that she suffered a loss from Fourth Master Swan, she's naturally unhappy. On top of that, she can't do anything to him despite liking him, so she could only vent her anger on Jean. Of course. I can't guarantee whether Jean's crime was done on purpose by Melody or not, but I personally feel that no matter how willful Melody is, she should know the law and not break it. However, one thing is for sure. Once something happens to Jean, Melody will use all means to increase the severity of the original legal sanctions. Monica was nervous. I have to say that Jeannie's case this time isn't looking good. Michael analyzed the situation as a bystander. He even looked worried. Chapter 177. Compared to Michael, you're worthless, Finn. Michael's words made Monica even more nervous. She said, I believe that Jeannie will never do anything illegal. I also believe that, but the current situation is very disadvantageous to her. Michael echoed. The Sanders can do anything just because they're in Harkin? Monica gritted her teeth. Only the Swans can barely contend against them. Michael was straightforward. Monica was stunned. In other words, if Fourth Master Swan makes a move, it might be of some use. Of course, the prerequisite is that Jeannie is really innocent. If her crime is established, no one can change the situation. I'll give Fourth Master Swan a call, Monica quickly said. Michael nodded. He was not giving Monica any advice. Michael simply wanted to know if Fourth Master Swan was serious about Jean, or if he was just using her as a shield for the Sanders. He knew very well that his position in the Imperial Court was not high enough. If something happened to his dad, based on his dad's power in the court over the years, he would have made countless enemies. The Rosses would most likely suffer a violent revenge. Therefore, Michael needed to clear up all his connections and know which ones he could use. Monica took out her phone and dialed nervously. Nevertheless, a voice message came from the phone. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Monica called several times, but the voice message kept repeating. She was furious. Fourth Master Swan turned off his phone at this time. Damn it. Michael was also a little surprised at that moment. Can you send me to the Swan's Manor? Monica made a prompt decision. For Jean's sake, she did not care anymore. Okay, Michael nodded. He drove toward the Swan's Manor. Michael said purposely while driving, Eden and Melody are on good terms now. Monica turned her head to look at him. Didn't you see? He and Melody appeared in the detention center together, Michael reminded. That scum. Monica gritted his teeth. Jean was really blind back then to have met that kind of scum. Calling him a scum is an understatement. His lowly manner has really changed my view of people. I also didn't expect Eden to be such a person. As we were classmates, he had always asked me to help him connect with Melody. I couldn't refuse him. I didn't expect that he's so close to Melody now. In the future, you shouldn't associate with such a man who forgets righteousness for profit, Monica said firmly. Okay, Michael agreed immediately. Monica was touched again. Michael always seemed to listen to her. The car soon arrived at the Swan's Manor. Monica directly rushed into the Swan's bamboo garden to look for Fourth Master Swan, but he was really not at home. She rushed to the Swan's main commercial building, but she still could not find Fourth Master Swan. The key was that no one knew where he went. It was as if he had vanished. Damn it. He wouldn't go so far as to go missing just to get rid of his relationship with Jean, right? Are all men from the Swan scums? What do we do now? Michael accompanied Monica to look for Fourth Master Swan. He asked her when the two of them returned to the car. Monica gritted her teeth. At this moment, she really wanted to kill someone. Why don't I send you back first? If Fourth Master Swan really doesn't want to see you and doesn't want to interfere in this matter, everything we do will be in vain. Monica understood as well, but she was just furious. I'll send you back to the Cardellini Enterprise? Send me to the hospital. Monica gritted her teeth. Michael frowned. Finn and Fourth Master Swan have a bit of a relationship. I'll go ask him. Michael's expression changed slightly. Monica also noticed it at that moment. She said, don't think too much. I'm not. Michael smiled slightly. If you want to be with Finn, you wouldn't have promised me again. Monica nodded. I'll send you there. Okay. Michael parked the car at the entrance of the hospital. Monica unfastened her seatbelt. Michael, go back first. I'll call a taxi after I'm done. Michael was a little hesitant. Didn't you receive a lot of work calls just now? I've stalled you for a whole day. Don't worry, it's easy to call a taxi here. Michael agreed hesitantly. If you need anything, give me a call. Okay, Monica nodded. At that moment, she hurriedly wanted to get out of the car. The moment she opened the car door, her body suddenly tensed up. Monica felt Michael's kiss on her lips. She was stunned. It was a peck. After the kiss, neither of them was in a hurry to leave. The two of them maintained a very close distance and looked at each other. Monica, I really miss you. Michael was extremely affectionate.
Monica pursed her lips. For a second, she did not know how to answer.
Michael did not make things too difficult for her. He kissed her forehead again. Go. Monica looked at Michael. She looked at the man with a faint smile on her lips.
Afterward, she suddenly approached him and planted a kiss on his face. Michael was shocked. He had always been the one who took the initiative between the two of them.
It did not matter if it was their previous relationship or his current initiative. Monica said, Michael, thank you. Michael smiled. When he smiled, he looked like the boy next door. With this kiss of yours, I feel that everything I do is worth it. Monica blushed and was shy. She pulled away from Michael and said, I'm getting out of the car. Okay. Monica opened the car door and left. Michael watched her leave and suddenly turned around. He looked at the man in a white coat at the entrance of the hospital and sneered. He drove away. The man in the white coat also turned around and walked into the hospital. Monica rushed into the hospital and quickly pressed the elevator that was about to close. As soon as she entered, she was caught off guard by Finn. The moment Monica was about to speak, she heard Finn say to the person next to her, We've just sent away the medical team from Yara. Next, you should organize the medical research that they left behind and report it to your leader in the afternoon. Yes, Director, the doctor next to Finn quickly replied. Finn was arranging some work again, and he looked very serious. Monica pursed her lips and chose to remain silent in the end. It was until the elevator stopped. Finn returned to his office. Monica followed him.
From the beginning to the end, Finn treated her coldly like a stranger.
No matter how bad it was, they had lived under the same roof for several years. Monica did not know how Finn could be so indifferent to her. Forget it. I don't care. If Monica wanted to argue with Finn, she would die of anger sooner or later. She said, Finn, Jeannie is in trouble. Oh. Finn sat in his office, flipping through his medical documents as he responded. Monica had said the same thing to Michael. What she received from Michael was care and warmth. On the other hand, what she received from Finn was indifference. Monica said, I just went to see Jeannie. Jeannie was wronged. She was deliberately framed by Melody, a member of the Sanders. The situation is very serious now. Other than Fourth Master Swan, I can't find anyone else who can help Jeannie, but I can't contact Fourth Master Swan right now. I hope you can help me find him. I can't contact him either, Finn said bluntly. How do you know you can't contact him if you haven't tried? Monica was furious. At this moment, she was infuriated. Monica could tolerate Finn's attitude, but she could not tolerate him trying to not get involved. It was just a piece of cake. Did he have to treat her like this? Finn glanced at Monica. He said, Fourth Master Swan only has one number. If you can't get through, I can't get through either. What about Knox? Don't you have Knox's number too? Finn raised his eyebrow. Indeed. Monica had also called Knox, but his phone was also switched off. What about the others? What about the other people around Fourth Master Swan? Monica could not control her emotions at all. Fourth Master Swan only has Knox by his side. If we can't contact him, that's it. Finn, do you not want to help me at all? Monica said fiercely. Finn pursed his lips. I thought that even if we don't have any feelings for each other, at least we're still friends. I think it's normal for friends to help each other. Now IFC King feel like I'm embarrassing myself. Monica exploded. Finn's expression changed slightly. Forget it, forget I was here. Monica turned around and was about to leave. Michael can't help you. Finn, who was behind her, suddenly asked. Yeah. Monica turned around and looked at Finn. That said, compared to what Michael gave me, you're really worthless. Finn's expression was obviously ugly. Monica left after saying that. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She must have been crazy to place her hopes on that B** starred. Monica left. Finn's face was dark. He looked around then pulled open the drawer under his desk. Inside was a copy of all the information regarding Jean's case. Chapter 178, Fourth Master Swan's Domineering Appearance. Southampton City Central Hospital. Finn took out all the information on Jean's case and studied them. Jean's case this time was rather tricky. The evidence of the crime was well prepared. It was obvious that it was premeditated. The so-called dual contract. Jean's signature was clear. The amount of each sum of money generated was even added. The detailed accounts were so well done. Moreover, it was hard to explain the $30 million that came out of nowhere. Finn thought about it seriously. He carefully circled the contract and financial statements where there might be loopholes. He also noted down what he could look into. In fact, when Jean's accident happened yesterday, he had contacted Fourth Master. Yes, apart from his normal phone number, Fourth Master Swan also had a very personal number. That would always be reachable, but very few people knew about it. When the accident happened, Finn had told Fourth Master Swan about what happened to Jean. Nevertheless, there were many things about Fourth Master Swan that he could not tell other people, including Monica. Fourth Master Swan instructed Finn to gather all the information on Jean's case. He would rush back as soon as possible. Everything that was required to be done must not alert the enemy and be done in secret. After Finn finished organizing Jean's case, he put the documents back into the drawer. From the moment he received all the contents of the case yesterday, he had started to research and investigate. Now, he was only gathering information, so he did not need to spend too much time. Finn stood up from his office chair, took a cigarette, and walked to an open-air balcony in the office. The scene of Monica and Michael kissing appeared in his mind. In fact, Finn was quite a distance away at that time, but he seemed to have seen everything clearly at that moment, including when Monica initiated a kiss. Finn took a deep puff of the cigarette. Monica seemed like to take the initiative toward everyone. It was the same for him. When they had just started dating, not long after they had confirmed their relationship, Monica had started to entice him in all sorts of ways. Although they were only limited to holding hands during the year of their relationship, Monica would still flirt with him from time to time. The reason Finn did not fidget was only because of traditional thoughts. He thought that he should wait until after marriage. He thought that precious things should have a sense of ceremony. Who knew, the marriage between them became a complete marriage of convenience. Now, this marriage of convenience was about to end. In the detention center, Jean had just returned to the detention room when she was called out again. Then, she saw Melody and Eden. Her eyes moved, but she appeared very calm. Melody looked at her, and the corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. "How is it? Do you feel good now?" Jean did not answer. "I've always been curious. Where did you get the confidence to go against me? You're just the daughter of a businessman, so what qualifications do you have to go against me?" Melody was full of sarcasm. "Ms. Sanders, before the final result of anything comes out, don't jump to conclusions. You're still so stubborn at this time. You're really more powerful than I thought." Melody sneered. "But so what? If I want to crush you and hearken, it would be easy." Jean's face darkened slightly. "Jean, if you were more sensible, you wouldn't have to go through this." Melody was really arrogant. "I heard that you also didn't know what was good for you 7 years ago. Right, Eden?" Melody deliberately asked Eden, who was standing next to her. Eden smiled sinisterly. "Yes. 7 years ago, a certain lady was just as ungrateful as she is now. Back then, I was dating her well. It was just a mistake that men often make. After I slept with Jasmine, she clung to me and insisted that I apologize to her in front of the nation." Jean watched the two of them speak in unison. She only wanted to sneer. "Jean, who do you think you are? You wanted me to apologize to you in front of the nation and admit that I let you down? Why don't you see what qualifications you have to make me do that? It's undeniable that I did like you back then, but a woman should know her limits. Did you think that you could do whatever you want just because I liked you? Was the lesson I taught you 7 years ago not enough? You're still so full of yourself. Do you really think that you can beat me?" Eden was sarcastic. "On this point, Jasmine is much smarter than you." Chapter 179. Fourth Master Swan's domineering appearance. Jean continued to look at Eden coldly. Women should serve their husbands and follow the 4 virtues. If you didn't think so highly of yourself, you wouldn't have fallen into this state. This applies to 7 years ago as well. 7 years ago, if you had graciously accepted the fact that I slept with Jasmine, if you hadn't been so aggressive, you would be the one who could marry me and enjoy the glory and riches now instead of Jasmine. Compared to Jasmine, I have to admit that you're at least more attractive." Glory and riches? Accepting that he cheated on me? Jean really felt that Eden was extremely laughable at the moment. Did he think that women should obey men and that it was only right for men to do whatever they wanted? Moreover, a dog would not change its course. Having cheated once meant that he would cheat twice. During this period, did Eden not give Jean all sorts of hints so that he could do something disgusting behind Jasmine's back? Jean had to admit that there was a period when she did regret it. When she was penniless and living a miserable life abroad, she regretted her impulsive actions. Even after the media exposed that Eden slept with Jasmine, at a certain moment, Jean wanted to forgive him. She was also telling herself that Eden did not really like Jasmine and that it was just a spur of the moment. Now, Jean was glad that everything that she had done back then had led to a break with Eden. Otherwise, if she had forgiven him and gotten back together with him, now that she knew all of Eden's disgust, she might do something even more extreme. Eden saw how Jean was not saying anything and thought that she was regretting it. He appeared even more pleased. He asked, "Do you regret everything that you did back then? Do you envy Jasmine very much now?" Jean's eyes moved slightly. Eden seemed to be very eager to get her to admit that she regretted treating him that way back then. Jean was cold. She said, "I don't regret it. I'm even glad that I could get rid of a dirty person like you." The smile on Eden's face instantly froze. He stared fiercely at Jean. As for Jasmine, Jean smiled sarcastically. "Other than feeling pity for her, there's nothing else. You're still a stubborn duck." Eden gritted his teeth. "What's there to be envious about a woman who can't even control her husband?" "Jean, you still can't learn how to please people," Eden asked fiercely. "Do you know what kind of situation you're in now?" Jean's expression changed slightly. She had to admit that she wanted to kill Eden at this time. She was clear at this moment that other than Melody leading this matter, Eden had also put a lot of effort into this. In the past, she was blind to fall for a disgusting man like Eden. "The facts of your crime are clear now. Once you go to court, the judge will directly sentence you and won't even give you a second chance to appeal. In other words, this is the only time you can beg me now. Yet, you're still behaving like 7 years ago and don't know what's good for you," Eden said fiercely. 7 years ago, you might have been young and full of vigor. Now, you're 25 years old and not young anymore, but you're still so stubborn. Do you think that the things that happened to you 7 years ago were not bad enough?" Jean smiled. Her smile was very cold. Even so, she was just so indifferent. Eden gritted his teeth. He looked at Jean fiercely. Yes, today, he came to see Jean with Melody to trample on her. He wanted Jean to please him. He wanted her to regret everything that happened in the past and present. He could not accept the fact that Jean was showing off in front of him. He could not accept the fact that she was living very well. Despite that, no matter how Eden tried to guide her, Jean was still the same. She treated him lightly. Compared to letting Jean suffer a tragic outcome, Jean wanted to see her submit to him. He wanted to see her truly regret and submit to him. "If I beg you, will you let me go?" Jean suddenly opened her mouth. "If I beg you, I'll only humiliate myself more. I'll only let you trample on me more happily. Other than that, I won't get any benefits." Eden looked at Jean coldly. This woman knew everything. She was indeed very smart. Ever since Jean came back, she had displayed a series of actions in the business world. Although Eden was unwilling, he had to admit that she had her abilities. If he did not have the incident with Jasmine back then, he would be married to Jean, and she might be able to give him a helping hand in the business world. Eden gritted his teeth. He would not admit that he actually despised Jasmine now. It was to the point that he would feel annoyed whenever he saw Jasmine at home during this period. Other than fawning on him, acting coquettishly to him, and crying, Jasmine knew nothing else. She could not help him at all in his career. Eden originally thought that he needed such a woman who would treat him like a king. After all, any man had the desire to conquer, and they all hoped that their woman could completely submit to them. However, he was starting to hate Jasmine. He hated that she was useless. "Jean, at this point, you can still think so much. I really admire you," Melody suddenly said. "If it wasn't because we're enemies, you'd really be a talent." "Ms. Sanders, you flatter me," Jean replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Melody sneered. "It's just that in the greater world, there are many people with talent and ability, but there are very few people with supreme power. Eden is right. If you had a little self-awareness and restrained yourself, you wouldn't have come to this stage." Jean did not have any reaction. "I did come here today to see your sorry state," Melody admitted. She was much more straightforward than Eden. It was probably because of the environment she grew up in, which gave her that confidence and domineering bearing. In front of others, she could be unrestrained. Melody continued, "If you do as we wish and humble yourself to admit your mistakes, of course, you'll still get what you deserve, but at least the process wouldn't be so tragic." Jean's eyes narrowed. She knew that Melody's words were the main point. She looked at her warily. Melody also saw Jean's sudden change in mood. She's really smart. She knows when she's really being threatened. But it's too late now. It's too late to beg me. Melody wanted to let Jean know that if she provoked her, she would suffer a fate worse than death. She asked, Eden, I heard that 7 years ago, you didn't even lay a finger on Jean? That's right. Eden was extremely sarcastic. Back then, Ms. Lawrence protected herself very well. Even holding hands made her angry. Now, she has brought back an illegitimate child. It's simply disgusting. Then, if I let you FCK this woman now, do you think she's dirty? Melody was very indifferent. If you think it's dirty, I'll let someone else do it. It's a little dirty, but I still have my regrets. Eden smiled viciously. In that case, do it before you let someone else do it. Melody was straightforward. She said such cruel words coldly. Eden nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. After Melody finished giving her instructions, she turned around and left. She was not the least bit sloppy. Jean coldly watched her leave. At this moment, she felt Eden's intense gaze. She turned around. Eden's eyes were filled with malevolence. Jean, have you ever thought that you'd one day be trampled on by me when you never let me touch you back then? Jean sneered. Trampled on. It depends on whether you can actually do it or not. Jean just watched Eden approach. Just when she gritted her teeth and prepared to resist, a familiar male voice suddenly appeared at the door. An incomparably cold voice sounded in the dark detention center. Eden, you're really not afraid of death. Chapter 180. Took Jean away with dominance. Eden, you're really not afraid of death. A bloodthirsty voice sounded. Eden was shocked all of a sudden, and his hair stood on end. He turned his head abruptly, and the moment he turned his head, he saw his fourth uncle. Why is he suddenly here? Shouldn't he disappear for at least a week? At this moment, Melody had also returned. It was obvious that she had been forced back by Eden's fourth uncle. Edward's aura completely suppressed everyone at this moment. This included Melody, who was supposed to be at her home ground. Melody seemed to be shocked by Eden's fourth uncle's vicious aura at this moment. She just looked straight at Edward and did not let anyone stop him from entering. Jean was also a little surprised. She did not think that fourth Master Swan would appear here. She had always thought that the person who would appear would only be Kingsley. Jean pursed her lips. She was to be able to remain calm and face everything calmly. Edward glared fiercely at Eden. Eden unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. He was trying his best to calm himself down. He even felt that he would be so frightened by his fourth uncle's appearance at the next second that his body would tremble. Edward's eyes shifted. He no longer looked at the others and walked straight toward Jean. Jean's heart throbbed. It was obvious that she was touched. At this moment, she could not even ignore it. Not only could she not ignore it, but she also felt that her heart was beating at an unusual rate. Her heart was beating hard. She suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. It was a familiar scene in her imagination. 7 years ago, when Jean was faced with her father's cruelty, Eden's despicable act, as well as everyone's insults and slurs, she had also thought that if only someone could appear to defend her against everything she was facing. It turned out that, this was how it would feel. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She was also trying her best to restrain herself. She did not want to be impulsive. After all, she was no longer that 18-year-old girl. If fourth Master Swan had appeared when she was 18 years old and held her in his arms, perhaps. There was no, perhaps, there were also no, ifs. This world was just so realistic. I'm late, fourth Master Swan said. It was completely different from the cold-blooded tone he had used on Eden earlier. There was even regret and tenderness in his tone. Jean smiled faintly. He was indeed late. He was 7 years too late. Nonetheless, she could play along at this time. No, it's just right. Edward smiled. His smile was truly captivating at this time. He took off his coat and placed it gently on Jean's thin body. Afterward, he hugged her very naturally in his arms. At this moment, Jean did not push him away. She leaned gently into his arms. It was such an uncontradictory scene where they looked like a match made in heaven. However, Melody and Eden had an even more ferocious look on their faces. They seemed to be outsiders while Edward and Jean were expressing their love for each other. Under the pressure of Edward's aura, Melody forced herself to take the initiative again. She said, Edward, it's useless even if you come. The evidence of Jean's crime is conclusive, and she'll still be punished by the law. I advise you not to interfere at this time, lest you get your feet wet. Your loss will outweigh your gain. Whether or not I want to interfere and if my loss outweighs my gain, that's my business. Ms. Sanders, you seem to be too controlling. Edward, why are you still obstinate? Don't you know who's the ruler of Harkin now? How dare you go against the Sanders, you? If you want to take Jean away, you need my permission. If I don't agree. Edward suddenly gave off a cold aura, making the others gasp. Let alone the Sanders, even if it's the King of Heaven, I can kill him. Melody was stunned. At this moment, Eden was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Even his breathing changed. Edward narrowed his eyes, but he then looked at Jean with a gentle gaze. He asked in a calm tone, Ms. Sanders, do you understand? Melody gritted her teeth. She would not be threatened by Edward. The Swans were merely a meritorious contributor to the founding of the country. The Sanders would respect the Swans from the standpoint of humanism, but if the Swans violated the rights of the Sanders would also go against them. As for the Swans, what could they do to counter the Sanders? The Sanders would suffer some economic losses at most, but the Swans would suffer terribly. Chapter 181. Took Jean away with dominance. Therefore, Melody thought about why she should be threatened by Edward. She sneered. Edward, do you know the consequences of you being so reckless over a woman? Consequences? That's something you have to consider, Ms. Sanders, Edward Said. He hugged Jean and was about to leave. Stop. Melody shouted. Where are you taking her? Do you know what situation she's in now? If you dare to bring her out of this door, I'll have people arrest you for ignoring the laws and regulations of Harkin. Edward gave Melody a cold glance. He said in a low voice, Knox. Yes. Knox quickly went forward. After standing on the side for so long and watching this long drama, it was finally his turn to go on stage. Bring the bail pending trial document for bail to Ms. Sanders and let her read it word by word. Edward Said coldly. Melody did not believe it. She did not believe that Edward could have gotten a bail pending trial for Jean under her authority. Melody took the document from Knox's hands. She looked at the words and was very agitated. It's fake. It must be forged by you. Edward sneered. Whether it's fake or not, you can verify it yourself. After saying that, he left. Knox hurriedly followed behind him. Melody watched them leave smoothly. At this moment, she was so angry that she wanted to kill them. How was it possible? How could Edward be qualified to let Jean be released on bail pending trial? Melody did not believe it. She gritted her teeth and quickly picked up her phone to make a call. The call was quickly put through. Did you handle that bail pending trial? Ms. Sanders, I was the one who handled it, but I was also forced into a corner. Fourth Master Swan took all the laws and regulations of Harkin. There was no way for me to reject him. He even used the Swan Enterprises real estate as collateral for Jean's bail. You have to know that their real estate's total market value is over $100 billion. I have no reason to reject him. If I reject him, once the truth is exposed, it'll become the Inspection Bureau's problem. In that case, I'd be abusing the private law while you and the chief won't be able to explain it to the people. Melody's hand was trembling as she held her phone. Edward actually used the Swan Enterprises real estate as collateral for Jean. Melody would be lying to herself if she still thought that Edward only used Jean as a shield and did not like her. She gritted her teeth. It was good that she knew. It was good that she confirmed it. This way, she would not hold back from killing Jean. Even if she could not get Edward, she would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Jean sat in Fourth Master Swan's expensive car. The car was very quiet. Jean actually thought for a second that Fourth Master Swan had used a fake bail release document to trick Melody. Logically speaking, Melody had done so much, so she must have handled all the steps. Most people would not dare to disobey her orders. Of course, after thinking about it carefully, Jean knew Fourth Master Swan would not do anything illegal. She was only curious about what he had done to bail her out. Ms. Lawrence, you really can't stay still for a second, Edward suddenly said, breaking the silence in the car. Jean's eyes moved slightly, and she turned to look at Fourth Master Swan. She did not know if it was her eyes that were playing tricks on her. At this moment, she seemed to feel that Fourth Master Swan had lost his aura. He had lost his aura from the detention center just now. He seemed to have become much weaker. Yes, he was weak. Jean thought that perhaps it was her illusion. Fourth Master Swan had always been high and mighty, standing tall and unyielding. Jean responded with some sarcasm, isn't this all because of you? Edward looked at Jean, so you're angry? No, Jean said bluntly, all karma has its consequences. I deserved it for sleeping with you in the past. Now that you're taking revenge on me, I have nothing to say. Edward's expression changed slightly. Melody is targeting me because of your intentional actions. Given how you treated me in front of her just now, I suppose I won't be far from death next time even if I don't die this time. So this is how you think of me, Ms. Lawrence. Fourth Master. Jean looked very serious. 7 years ago, it was my fault. Now, I should pay the price. However, if I'm lucky enough to escape this time, please be magnanimous and let me go. I only have one life. Edward was indifferent and did not say a word. Jean felt that she had expressed what she needed to express. She looked out of the window. Thank you for bailing me before court, fourth master. Please pull over. I have to go back. Edward remained indifferent. Jean pursed her lips. She looked at the driver. The driver felt the gaze behind him but pretended not to see it. Those who had been by fourth master Swan's side for a long time knew that he could not be provoked at this time. Jean looked at Knox again. Knox had initially turned around to look at them secretly. He just wanted to see what kind of expression fourth master Swan would have when he was misunderstood. He was just gloating over fourth master's tragedy. Nevertheless, when Knox met Jean's gaze, he quickly turned around. He even muttered softly, "Don't harm me. I only have one life too." Jean pursed her lips. She let herself relax. In any case, she was very fortunate that she was bailed. She still had many things to do. The most important thing was of course to investigate her case and find evidence to clear her name. Even so, fourth master Swan did not seem to want to let her go. Jean was also very clear that she could not go head-to-head with fourth master Swan. As such, she chose to remain silent and sat in the back seat silently. She watched the car drive into the Swan's bamboo garden. The car stopped. Jean opened the car door. She opened the car door and turned around, ready to leave on foot. Despite that, her body was suddenly tugged at by someone. Jean gritted her teeth. At the next second, she was forcefully brought into fourth master Swan's private residence. Knox stood at the back and watched the two of them leave. Should he get involved in this fight between the husband and wife? Yes, he should go and watch the show. Hence, he hurriedly followed. In the hall, Teddy looked at his master's sudden return in complete disbelief. In the past, fourth master would be away at least a week every year, and every time he came back, he would recuperate. How could he be so energetic at this time? More importantly, he even dragged Ms. Lawrence along. What was going on? Teddy stepped forward with an expression of solicitude. Shut up, Edward Said coldly. Teddy felt wronged. What did he do wrong for his master to treat him like this? Knox walked toward Teddy and patted his shoulder. Your master has been despised by his wife. You have to forgive him. Wife? Ms. Lawrence. Although I know that you've been coveting fourth master Swan's attractiveness for a long time, there's no other way. You can't make him gay, Knox comforted Teddy. Teddy's eyes were wide open as he retorted loudly, Young Master Winter, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm straight, I like women. Knox could not help but laugh. Sometimes, teasing Teddy was very fun. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to see how fourth master Swan coaxes his wife. Next, Knox went up to the second floor as well. Teddy did not know why young Master Winter always looked energetic. More importantly, was young Master Winter really not afraid of death? Teddy clearly felt that his master was furious at this moment. Given that Knox still went to watch the show at this time, was he not afraid of being killed by fourth master Swan? In any case, Teddy would not dare to do that. Chapter 182, The Married Couple, Fights, in the Bedroom. Jean was forcibly brought back to Edward's bedroom. She gritted her teeth and glared at the man in front of her. Did he not know that her time was very precious? She only had 5 days left to investigate the truth of her case. Fourth Master Swan was probably really trying to kill her. What do you want to do? Jean asked, her tone a little cold. Anyone would not have a good attitude at this time. Edward responded, I've already brought you here, Ms. Lawrence. What do you think I want to do? At least let me go and take a shower. Jean said, of course, if you don't mind that I didn't shower in the detention center yesterday, we can also start directly. Jean did not feel that fourth Master Swan was going to let her go. Other than Knox, who was secretly watching the show at the door, the huge room was quiet. How nasty am I to you, Ms. Lawrence? Edward suddenly asked. Well, take it as I'm the nasty one instead. Jean was indifferent. I thought that when a man can't get it, he'll especially want it. Just like Eden. Am I the same as all men? You're naturally different. However, to me, other than George, all other men are the same.
Ms. Lawrence, do you know that it's very dangerous for you to treat me like this? Edward was cold.
The sudden aura made Knox, who was standing at the door, feel a chill down his spine. Jean was really bold. How could she say that Edward could not even be compared to a little brat? How would I not be in danger then? Tell me, and I'll change. Jean was clearly showing weakness, but her tone and expression did not show it at all. Edward looked at Jean coldly. Fourth Master, I'm very busy. Jean did not seem to have thought of wasting her time on this. In fact, she was merely following his footsteps. How could she change? If she could change, she would not have to face so many things. Kingsley was right. Jean abhorred evil and would not admit defeat even if she died. She would not lower her head to anyone. This was her bottom line in life. Jean took a deep breath and her tone became gentle. Melody is accusing me of having $30 million for personal gain. According to the laws of Harkin, I'll be sentenced to more than 10 years. Judging from her current hostility toward me, it wouldn't be too much for her to add another 10 years to that. I don't want to spend my entire life in prison, so I need to find evidence. I won't let you go to jail, Edward sighed clearly. But I only believe in myself. Jean, Edward called her name. It was rare for Fourth Master Swan to call her so directly. Is it so hard to believe in me? It's hard. Jean nodded. 7 years ago, I didn't wait for you to save me. Now, I don't need to either. Edward's expression changed slightly. Fourth Master, don't take it to heart. In the end, you and I only met by chance and slept together for one night. I tried to use that to get you to stand up for me. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed my wishful thinking. No matter what, you and Eden are swans. How can I expect you to stand on my side? Are you brooding over what happened 7 years ago? Edward asked her. No, I'm very relieved. I only hope that you can let it go. If you feel that you suffered a loss and that you wasted a night on me back then, you can return it to me now. Jean was especially calm. Let me take a shower. I can't sleep with you like this. Edward pursed his lips tightly and looked at her. Jean did not want to be outdone and looked back at him. Kingsley was right. She could not get entangled with Fourth Master Swan anymore. There were too many external factors. She could only use the fastest method to cut the tie with Fourth Master Swan. Perhaps the words she said today had provoked Fourth Master Swan. She had thought of parting with Fourth Master Swan peacefully and not interacting with him anymore. Nonetheless, it was clear that her previous rejection did not achieve the effect she wanted. This time, Jean could only make things worse. In the silent space, Edward suddenly let go of her. Jean looked at him. She felt that the warm touch on her wrist had suddenly disappeared. Then, she pursed her lips. She smiled and said, "Then I'll go take a shower." Edward was expressionless, but he nodded. Knox stood at the door and could not help but laugh internally. As expected, men were animals that only wanted to have sex. He even ridiculed me the last time? He still gave in after being seduced by Jean, Knox thought to himself. Earlier, when Jean said to sleep with Fourth Master Swan, he did not immediately agree. Knox thought that Fourth Master Swan was different from other men. In the end, it was still the same. The next time Fourth Master Swan mocked Knox again, he would definitely retort. As Knox wondered, he suddenly saw Jean, who was originally walking toward the bathroom, suddenly rush toward the door. Knox widened his eyes and saw Jean rushing toward him at lightning speed. What surprised him even more was that Fourth Master Swan seemed to know all of her actions and blocked the door before she got there. Jean's eyes narrowed. Of course. How could she possibly sleep with Fourth Master Swan again? She would not use her body to achieve her wish. Jean was just trying to create a diversion, trying to slip away from Fourth Master Swan. She did not expect that Fourth Master Swan seemed to have seen through her thoughts long ago and stood right in front of her. Jean gritted her teeth. She suddenly kicked toward Fourth Master Swan. Since she could not think of any other way, she could only fight head-on. Fourth Master Swan grabbed her foot. Jean took advantage of Fourth Master Swan's help and leapt into the air. She then kicked at his head. Edward was quick-witted. He let go of Jean and took a few steps back. Jean flipped over and landed on the ground. At the next second, another punch was fiercely thrown at Fourth Master Swan. In the room, the sounds of an incomparably loud fight were heard. There were punches and kicks. Knox was shocked. He knew that Jean knew some martial arts, but he did not expect that she would be so powerful. She was not considered top-notch. Even so, every move she made was absolutely fatal. This was completely different from the usual taekwondo. Free-for-all martial arts were mainly for show. At worst, one could protect oneself. On the other hand, Jean's moves were aggressive. Edward kept retreating and was forced to the wall of the bedroom by Jean. Jean did not stop at all. She kicked hard at Fourth Master Swan's face. F***ck. Knox cursed internally. Isn't Jean afraid that Fourth Master Swan's face will be ruined? If that happens, it would be a national loss. He's equivalent to a national treasure. Luckily, Edward turned his body sideways and dodged. He dodged that moment. There was an obvious dent on the wall from a high-heel shoe. The strength was simply shocking. Jean did not stop. She aimed at Fourth Master Swan again and swiftly kicked him. Fourth Master Swan's back was hit by Jean's kick. Hiss! Knox could not help but exclaim. Ouch! Even Knox felt that it was painful. However, after receiving that kick, Fourth Master Swan was still able to remain expressionless. He was kicked a few steps back by Jean. Despite that, he stabilized his body and turned around to look at Jean. At this moment, Jean seemed to be resting and paused for a moment. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Edward asked, "Is this the limit of your martial arts?" Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan warily. Had he been avoiding her all this while just to test her martial arts skill? Watch out, Ms. Lawrence. Jean frowned. Next, she felt Fourth Master Swan's strong attack like a gust of wind. Edward took the initiative to attack. Jean gritted her teeth and faced him head-on. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was a fierce fight. Knox just watched from the side. He watched Fourth Master Swan fight with Jean without holding back. Jean was quite capable. A normal person would not be able to hold on for so long without being beaten down by Fourth Master Swan, who was like a monster. Jean held on for at least 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, every time Knox saw Fourth Master Swan move his fists and legs, he felt a throbbing pain. Fourth Master Swan had probably forgotten how serious his injury was at the moment. If this continued, would Knox have to collect Fourth Master Swan's corpse? Fortunately, Fourth Master Swan finally restrained Jean. He pressed her fiercely against the wall. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not move. Fourth Master Swan asked, "Do you admit defeat?" He expressed himself clearly with those words. Chapter 183. Willing but unable. Do you admit defeat? Fourth Master Swan stared at Jean and asked her. Jean gritted her teeth. At this moment, she was restricted by Fourth Master Swan's powerful strength to the point that she was unable to move at all. She looked at the man in front of her at such a close distance. The force that he unleashed made her unable to withstand it. Kingsley always reminded her not to provoke Fourth Master Swan. He said that she could not afford to provoke him. Although she had always promised Kingsley, she was not truly afraid. Jean had never had close contact with Fourth Master Swan. She did not know about the man's strength. Nonetheless, at this moment, she believed it. Jean even felt that even after learning martial arts for so many years, where Kingsley had personally taught her all the techniques in martial arts, she was still weak and useless against Fourth Master Swan. I admit defeat. Jean surrendered. As she lived relying on someone else's charity, she had to learn how to protect herself. Fourth Master Swan smiled. He did not make the wrong choice. He really smiled at Jean. He said, "If you admit defeat, then don't try to leave my side." Jean was silent. "You can't leave." The words were said in a light tone. Nonetheless, at this moment, it made Jean feel that her hair stood on end. It made her feel that she could not resist Edward no matter what. She could not escape from him. The man did not wait for her reply. It was a king's aura. As long as he said something, the other party would have to submit. Edward let go of Jean. At this moment, Jean was against the wall. When Edward stood up straight, Jean moved away from the wall. The two of them stood opposite each other. At this moment, Jean was still panting. She had used up too much energy to fight Fourth Master Swan and spent a whole day in the detention center, thus her body was somewhat exhausted. As for Fourth Master Swan, he could still stand in front of her. His aura was powerful and overbearing. Fourth Master Swan said, moved his thin lips slightly, "Knox." Knox was stunned. Had he been discovered? **T. Knox hurriedly replied, "Fourth Master Swan."
Ask Finn where she is, Fourth Master Swan said. His voice was very flat. There was nothing strange about him at all.
Knox could not help but click his tongue in silence. How much can he endure? He has taken the initiative to call for the doctor, yet he can still act like he's okay. Knox quickly responded, "I'll make a call." "Okay." Knox made a call. To be honest, watching the married couple fight was one thing. Most importantly, he was indeed afraid that Fourth Master Swan would collapse. As such, he had to watch. Just as the call went through, Finn's voice could be heard behind Knox. "You don't need to call me. I'm here." Knox put down his phone. Inside, Finn nodded. He walked straight into the bedroom. When he walked in, he saw Fourth Master Swan and Jean standing at the corner of the wall. Knox also walked over at this moment. When Edward saw Finn arrive, he said to Jean, "Go take a shower." His tone was very soft. It was not an order, but at that moment, she could not refuse. Jean pursed her lips. "There are clothes inside the cloakroom. Look for them yourself," Edward continued. "Okay," Jean agreed immediately. This time, she really agreed. After all, she could not defeat Fourth Master Swan. If she truly infuriated him, she was afraid that she would lose her life. After Edward finished, he turned around and left. The moment he left, Jean looked at his back, and her expression changed. She looked at Fourth Master Swan's back in disbelief. His black shirt, which was not considered very thin, was wet. Jean did not think that it was sweat because she saw blood stains on the ground. When Fourth Master Swan left, blood dripped on the ground. Fourth Master Swan is injured? Of course, Jean did not think that she had injured him. Other than kicking him, she kicked him in the back. She kicked him in his injured back. Jean bit her lip. There was an indescribable emotion in her heart. She just watched. She did not know why Fourth Master Swan was injured so badly. He was injured, and yet he fought with her. In fact, after she fought with Fourth Master Swan, she felt that she might not be a match for Nox as well. Fourth Master Swan only needed to give an order, and Nox would be able to take her down. Yet, he chose to fight with her himself. Are you frightened? Nox appeared next to Jean because he saw her looking straight at Fourth Master Swan's back. At this moment, Fourth Master Swan was lying on the bed. Finn cut open his black shirt. Once he cut it open, Jean was even more stunned. Chapter 184. Willing but unable. Fourth Master Swan's back was torn apart. It was bloody and seemed somewhat rotten. Jean looked straight at it. She did not know what Edward had gone through for his back to be injured like that. It was as if something dug his back, and it looked terrible. Do you feel sorry for him? Nox asked again. After not receiving a reply from Jean, he asked again. Jean snapped back to her senses. She forced herself to come back to her senses. She looked at Nox and said, "It has nothing to do with me." Right. It had nothing to do with her. Jean had only kicked Fourth Master Swan on the back. During other times, she had not touched his body at all. Most importantly, she was not the one who had injured him to this extent. She had nothing to feel guilty about. She turned around coldly. "I'm going to take a shower." Nox watched her leave. He thought that Jean was indeed special. Not to mention Edward's heavily injured body, most women would be scared to death when they saw his back. If Nox was not used to it, he would have been scared to death as well. Nonetheless, Jean did not react at all. Even if she was a little shocked, she definitely did not have the fear reaction that a normal person should have. She was even able to remain so calm at this moment and left. Nox turned around and looked at Fourth Master Swan. He watched Finn help Fourth Master Swan clean up his wounds. Nox was wondering if Fourth Master Swan would be able to move Jean after doing so much for her. If not, how miserable would Fourth Master Swan be? Jean took a shower. She took a shower quietly. After coming out of a place like the detention center, she really wanted to wash her body. Even so, her mind was filled with Fourth Master Swan's hideous back at this moment. What exactly happened to make him suffer such serious injuries? What kind of great endurance did he have that one could not tell the condition of his body at all? Jean's throat moved slightly. Yes, she could not afford to offend Fourth Master Swan. She felt that deeply at this time. Outside the bathroom, Finn was cleaning up Edward's wounds, removing the areas that were inflamed or even rotten. Fourth Master Swan was enduring patiently, his entire body covered in sweat. "Why are you injured so badly this time?" Finn could not help but ask. It had been a long time. Fourth Master Swan had not been injured to this extent. "It was all because of your phone call," Nox answered from the side.
He guessed that Fourth Master Swan could not say anything at this time.
Finn paused. "Of course, you're not to be blamed." Nox smiled. "The culprit is taking a shower. Your wound is a little deep. After I clean it up, I'll give you some anti-inflammatory medicine," Finn said to Fourth Master Swan without asking any more questions. "Okay," Edward replied. Finn moved very quickly, trying to alleviate Fourth Master Swan's pain. "Try not to do any strenuous exercise in the next few days," Finn reminded. "Does bed exercise count?" Nox asked. "Yes," Finn answered seriously. "Tisk, tisk, tisk." Nox smiled. "If possible, try to recuperate on the bed. Wait for your wound to heal and form calluses before you get out of bed. Otherwise, if the wound is accidentally torn, you'll have to start again." "Okay," Edward replied. After Finn was sure that the wound had been completely cleaned, he began to apply some medicine. Nox could not bear to watch any longer. Even his flesh and blood were trembling. On the other hand, the man who was suffering from the pain did not cry out. He was holding the bedsheet tightly, which vaguely showed that he was trying his best to endure the process. After Finn finished applying the medicine, he began to bandage the wound. Layer by layer, he wrapped the gauze around Fourth Master Swan's body. Don't get your wound wet, and don't sweat, Finn said. Keep the temperature at home below 20 degrees Celsius. Knox hurriedly adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner from the original 22 degrees Celsius to 18 degrees Celsius. I'll come over every day to change the medicine. After Finn finished bandaging the wound, he put on an IV drip for Fourth Master Swan. He packed his huge medical box. Finn did not bring the medical box over. He had always prepared one at Fourth Master Swan's place as he might need it from time to time. Everything could be found in the medical box. It was no less than a set of equipment in his hospital. Are you done? Knox asked. Yes, Finn nodded and said, don't turn over for the time being. Fourth Master Swan responded to him. Following that, he closed his eyes. After exhausting his energy, he needed to take a deep rest. Finn saw that Fourth Master Swan was going to sleep, so he did not say anything more. Knox also sat on the couch by the side and quietly accompanied him. After Finn finished packing up the medical kit, he returned it to its original place and started to clean up the stained cotton swabs on the floor. At that moment, Jean came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a set of casual clothes, but they were not pajamas. Jean did not expect that when she opened Fourth Master Swan's cloakroom, half of the clothes inside were women's. All the sizes were hers. She did not know how she felt. In the end, she concluded that Fourth Master Swan was just rich. A man with a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars would not be so stingy as to buy a few pieces of clothes. No matter what, with a wave of his hand, he could get all the new hot-selling items. Jean smiled. In order to alleviate her guilt, she could think of anything. She found a set of sportswear. After not taking off her tight-fitting professional suit for the whole of yesterday, she wanted to let her body relax a little. At this moment, after taking a shower, she put on loose clothes, which made her feel comfortable. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, the cold air caught her off guard and made her sneeze. She rubbed her small nose. Was it because she did not dry herself after taking a shower? Why did she feel so cold? Her sneeze instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. The man, who was clearly sleeping, opened his eyes and looked at her. Knox, Edward Said. Knox did not need to think to know what Fourth Master Swan was going to do. He refused immediately. No, Finn said that the room should be kept at a low temperature. Otherwise, your wound will easily become inflamed.
Edward seemed to have paused for a moment. He looked at Jean's outfit. It was a set of yellow sportswear. Jean wore a short-sleeved hoodie and a pair of loose shorts. Beneath the shorts, her fair and slender legs were exposed.
Go and change into a long-sleeved shirt and long pants, Edward Said to Jean.
His tone was still very serious. Jean was speechless. He was lying there and could not move, yet he was still being so controlling.
Jean did not know why she listened to him and obediently walked into the cloakroom again. She told herself that she was cold and would not go against her body. As such, she changed into a set of long sportswear and walked out. It felt much warmer indeed. Come here. Fourth Master Swan did not even open his eyes as he spoke in her direction. Jean was even suspecting if he was calling for her. She walked over slowly. When she went over, she happened to see Finn holding a basket of used medical cotton buds and was preparing to take them out. They were all blood red. Finn seemed to be used to it, so he took the basket and walked away calmly. Jean's throat moved slightly. Sleep with me for a while, Fourth Master Swan suddenly said. Jean frowned. I'm sleepy. Jean thought, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm willing but unable, Fourth Master Swan said faintly. Jean immediately understood what he meant. Her face was a little red. Knox. Fourth Master Swan did not receive a reply from Jean. Instead, he called out to the person who was playing with his phone on the couch. Knox hurriedly put down his phone. I'm willing to sleep with you. Get out. How heartless. Knox stood up from the couch. He glanced at Fourth Master Swan and then at Jean. Ms. Lawrence, take it easy. Chapter 185. Sleep together. Knox left the room and kindly closed the door for Edward and Jean. Suddenly, only the two of them were left in the room. Fourth Master Swan was lying on his stomach on the bed. In fact, his sleeping posture was a little comical. He was not wearing a shirt, but his back was fully bandaged. It could be considered a shirt. As for his lower body, he was wearing black suit pants. There seemed to be bloodstains on them. Ms. Lawrence, if you're kind enough, you can help me change my clothes and wipe my body, Edward Said straightforwardly. Does he not feel shy at all? Shouldn't he have a proper attitude when he's asking others to do something? Why does he make it sound like it's a matter of course? Jean was unhappy, but she did not refuse. She went to the cloakroom to find a pair of loose pajama pants and went to the bathroom to wring a hot towel. Afterward, she squatted on Fourth Master Swan's bed and unbuckled his belt. Fourth Master Swan lay on the bed, as heavy as a lump of iron. Jean saw that he was seriously injured and was not going to let him get up by himself. She could only reach for his waist and fumble around to help him unbuckle his belt. After a long time, she finally helped him change his pants. His original pants were black. After she took them off, she saw that there were many red bloodstains on them. Even his light gray bedsheet was stained with blood. After changing his pants, she helped him wipe his thighs. The white towel was also stained red. Following that, she helped him put on his new pants. "Ms. Lawrence, you seem to have forgotten a spot," the man said. Jean bit her lip. She suddenly went deeper. After a long time, Jean helped Fourth Master Swan put on his pants. Once she was done, her face was red. The man was lying on the bed with his face on the side on the pillow. Surprisingly, his exposed ears seemed to be red as well. Jean did not pay too much attention to it. She hurriedly ran to the bathroom and threw away the towel. Then, she washed her hands and washed them hard. She felt that her hands would rot one day. After a while, Jean calmed herself down. She found a brand new towel, wrung the hot water, and walked out. There were many wounds on Edward's upper body, and she did not dare to touch the area that had been bandaged, so at this moment, she only helped him wipe his face. Fourth Master Swan closed his eyes. Jean was considered gentle. She gently helped him wipe his forehead, eyebrows, eyes, straight nose bridge, as well as his lips that could make one have countless fantasies. She had to admit that Fourth Master Swan was really handsome. Some people did not have nice facial features but looked decent overall. Some people had nice facial features but might not be good looking. Fourth Master Swan was the type of person who had good facial features and looked better as a whole. It was true that every facial feature of his seemed to be meticulously carved. Even the way Fourth Master Swan was taking a nap at this moment had a different charm to it. "Do you like it?" Edward asked. He did not open his eyes as if he knew that she was sizing him up. Jean came back to her senses. She rubbed his face a little rudely and did not answer. Edward did not ask further. It was as if he was used to Jean being cold and indifferent to him. He really did not care. At this moment, he was just quietly enjoying her special service. After a while, Jean confirmed that she had wiped him clean and stood up to leave. "Ms. Lawrence." The man who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed suddenly spoke again. Jean frowned. "Give me a kiss," Edward said matter-of-factly. "Is it natural for men not to be embarrassed?" Jean felt a little angry. She could not be bothered. She left immediately. Fourth Master Swan opened his eyes and watched her leave. As he looked at her, the corners of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Jean came out of the bathroom. After she came out, she wanted to leave immediately. After all, she still had a lot of things to do. She could not be delayed by Fourth Master Swan's beauty. Beauty? She was just threatened. She walked toward the door. "Ms. Lawrence, you'd better think it through. Can you really walk out of this door?" Edward's tone was flat, but it made one's heart tremble. Jean glared fiercely at Fourth Master Swan. "If you can't, sleep with me for a while." Fourth Master Swan looked very calm. Jean told herself that she could not go head-to-head with him. She had tried, but she could not. As such, she gritted her teeth and got onto Fourth Master Swan's bed, lying beside him. "Come over a little," Edward said. Jean endured it and moved her body. "Come over a little more." Jean continued to move. "It's not enough." Jean directly threw herself into his embrace. Someone was satisfied. Chapter 186. Sleep together. Edward took Jean into his embrace in satisfaction. Jean had always known that Fourth Master Swan's body was very sturdy. As she was 166 centimeters tall, she was petite next to him. She even felt that her entire body was in his embrace. Jean felt that if she was facing Fourth Master Swan, she would have been hugged by him like a bear, unable to breathe. Fortunately, she chose to have her back against him. As such, she felt his head buried directly into her neck. Suddenly, she shuddered. Her heart tightened. The overly intimate sleeping position made her feel uncomfortable. She moved her body and resisted. "Ms. Lawrence, it's best if you don't move," Edward whispered in her ear. His voice seemed to be a little hoarse. Jean endured it. She knew that Fourth Master Swan was injured. She also knew that if he moved even a little, his wound might be torn again. Hence, she listened obediently and did not move. At that moment, she heard Fourth Master Swan's deep voice. "I won't be able to control myself." "Beast!" In the quiet room, Jean was tense the entire time. She was not used to it. She was not used to having someone hugging her so tightly from behind. Although George had been sleeping with her ever since they returned to Southampton City, both of them had separate covers. Moreover, George did not like anyone touching him. Jean occasionally teased him and wanted to hug him, but she was also rejected by him. At night, she would sleep at the edge of the bed. Therefore, she was not used to being hugged like this. Meanwhile, the man behind her was breathing evenly. He fell asleep very quickly. Was it because he was too tired, or was it because he was too mentally exhausted? He was just teasing Jean a second ago, but he was sleeping so soundly at the moment. Jean did not know how she felt either. Nonetheless, after she felt the even breathing of Fourth Master Swan, she began to feel very sleepy as well. Last night, she basically did not sleep at all. In that kind of environment, no one could sleep. At this moment, she was sleepy. Then, she also fell asleep. Outside the bedroom. Downstairs in the hall. Finn and Knox were sitting on the sofa, smoking. Finn said, "Keep an eye on Fourth Master's injuries this time." Knox took a deep breath and nodded. He said with some worry, "I'm not afraid of Fourth Master Swan's injuries now. With his powerful recovery ability, he'll recover sooner or later. What I'm worried about is how he'll explain it to his dad for suddenly coming back." Finn glanced at Knox. "It's my fault." "That's not true." Knox put out his cigarette. "If you hadn't told Fourth Master Swan that Jean is in trouble, he'll definitely fly into a rage when he comes back. At that time, we'll be the ones suffering." Finn nodded. "Fourth Master treats Jean really well. It's a pity that she doesn't appreciate his kindness." "It's understandable," Finn said. "Back then, Jean thought that Fourth Master would help her. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. It'd be strange if she didn't hold a grudge. Back then, Fourth Master Swan wasn't able to resist so much. He couldn't return. Even so, after Jean left, shouldn't Fourth Master go after her? Do you think that given Fourth Master's situation back then, he could go after her? His legs might have been broken before he leaves the country." Knox was a little sarcastic. Finn was silent. To outsiders, Fourth Master Swan seemed powerful, but there were a lot of things about him that no one knew. "I had hoped that Jean wouldn't come back." Knox sighed. Finn frowned. "If she doesn't come back, they won't see each other anymore. Even if Fourth Master Swan has always had such a person in his heart, after not seeing her and enduring for so many years, he wouldn't really want to be together with her. Now that she's back, great. She stimulated Fourth Master Swan's nerves and now, things are out of control. I think that even God can't stop him from being together with Jean." Finn could imagine how difficult the journey would be for Edward. "Forget it." Knox did not say anything more. "Anyway, it's useless for us to talk too much about what Fourth Master Swan has decided on. Besides, after so many years, he has only fallen in love with such a woman. It's not realistic for him to give up. I always feel that he can change his fate." Finn smiled. Sometimes, even though Knox was always careless and did not treat Fourth Master Swan seriously, in fact, his admiration for him was beyond everyone's imagination. Perhaps it was because Knox knew everything about Fourth Master Swan, how powerful he was, that he would truly submit. "All right." Knox changed the topic. "How's Jean's case? Did you find anything?" "I found some, but I was afraid of alerting the enemy, so I didn't take any action." Finn turned around and took out the documents. "This is all the information on Jean's case. When Fourth Master wakes up, I'll show them to him. What he needs the most now is rest. Don't disturb him for the time being." "Okay." Knox took the documents and looked at them. "Actually, as long as it's not a real crime, it won't be a big problem," Finn said. "No matter how powerful the Sanders are, justice is in the hearts of the people." Knox nodded and put down the documents. "Let's talk about it when Fourth Master Swan wakes up." Finn nodded as well. The two of them chatted for a while more. "Finn, how are things with Monica?" Knox suddenly asked. Finn was stunned. "I don't think you two should be together. Nor do I think you two shouldn't be together," Knox said bluntly. "It's just that I've been investigating someone recently." "Who?" Finn looked at Knox. "Michael." Finn frowned slightly. "What about him?" "He's the only son of Minister Liam Ross of the Rosses. He was born when the minister was already old, so a lot of importance was placed on his education from when he was young. Moreover, he was the only international exchange student from Harkin who was sent to further his studies with relationships between countries as the premise. If nothing goes unexpected, he'll be the next candidate to be groomed by the Sanders." Finn nodded. He knew that too. Liam Ross suddenly fell ill, and his condition isn't optimistic. "According to the information I know, he might pass soon," Knox said bluntly. What you mean is that Michael is about to take over? Yes, that's why Fourth Master Swan asked me to keep an eye on him during this period, Knox said. It mainly depends on his ability. Also, it depends on whether he'll do anything for the sake of power, and to what extent. It's just in case. Finn was silent. We suspect that Michael was involved in the case of Melody targeting Jean this time, Knox said bluntly. Finn frowned. Monica even asked Michael to help her. He remained calm. Originally, I didn't want to tell you many internal matters, but because it concerns Monica, it also indirectly concerns you, so I'll tell you about it. Be careful of Michael. Finn nodded. Well, what's your relationship with Monica now? Have you reconciled? I'm your matchmaker, after all. This is my first time being a matchmaker in my life. Can you give me some face? Knox, who had just been serious for a while, went back to his usual self. Finn was also used to Knox's abrupt behavior. He was about to speak when Teddy suddenly walked in from outside the hall. Finn and Knox both looked at him. Teddy said, "There's a man named Kingsley Thorne outside. He says he wants to see Fourth Master." Who? Knox frowned slightly. Who's Kingsley Thorne? He had never heard of this person's name. Who gave him the courage to come and meet my master? Chapter 187. Kingsley's Dominance. I don't know who Kingsley Thorne is either, but he's right outside the Swan's main gate. He said he wants to see Fourth Master. Teddy was also a little confused. Shoo him away. Knox had an impatient look on his face. All kinds of scum want to see Fourth Master. Can he be seen so easily? Young Master Winter. A strange man's voice suddenly appeared in the hall. Knox, Finn, and Teddy all turned to look at the door. A man walked in from the door. He was wearing a black suit. His hair was slightly long and curly, but it was combed neatly. He was tall and burly. The man was over 185 centimeters tall. He had a strong aura. Knox frowned. He quickly stood up from the sofa. It had been so many years. No one had dared to trespass into Fourth Master Swan's residence. Finn also walked over. He walked over and looked at the man in front of her. The man did not look young, but he definitely was not old either. With just a glance, it was difficult to determine his exact age. Who are you? Knox clenched his fists tightly. At the next second, he might impulsively start a fight with the other party. Kingsley Thorne, Kingsley answered. At that moment, he even smiled. When he smiled, he did not look friendly. He said, "I'm the scum you were talking about." Knox pursed his lips. After all, it was a little awkward to talk bad about someone else and be heard. The most important thing was that the man did not look like a scum at all. Nonetheless, who was he? Was there such a person in Southampton City? No, in Harkin? Knox glared fiercely at Kingsley. His anger would not be suppressed just like that. Do you know where you're trespassing? I'm looking for Fourth Master Swan, Kingsley said straightforwardly. He did not feel guilty at all because of this. Fourth Master Swan isn't going to see you. To be precise, I'm looking for Jean, Kingsley enunciated each word clearly. Knox was stunned. So, the man was someone who was related to Jean. Jean's strength and the training she had probably received might have come from this man. Who was this person? Many questions appeared in Knox's mind. While he was a little distracted, he saw that Kingsley was already walking upstairs very calmly. Wait! Knox stepped forward. He went forward and directly stopped Kingsley. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. He suddenly kicked fiercely on Knox's stomach. Knox did not expect it. He was kicked to the ground by the man. Knox held his stomach in pain. Kingsley glanced at Knox and left again. How could Knox be so easy to get rid of? He jumped up from the ground and fiercely punched Kingsley. Kingsley also felt the threat behind him. He suddenly turned around and received Knox's attack with a punch. With that, the two of them started to fight crazily. The entire hall was filled with the sounds of fierce fighting. Knox's punches and kicks were fatal attacks. The other party was not willing to be outdone and exchanged blows with him. Teddy, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He did not know any martial arts, but he knew that his master and Knox's martial arts skills were amazing. Despite that, the strange man's combat power seemed to be above Knox's. Even though Knox kept taking the initiative to attack, in the end, he did not hurt the other party. Of course, the other party did not beat Knox down easily either. The two of them were in a fierce battle. Finn, who was on the side, was also in a daze. Knox might not be the greatest fighter in the world, but a world-class killer might not even be as good as him. That said, at this moment, Knox did not have the upper hand in the battle with Kingsley. In fact, as they were in a stalemate, his endurance began to decline. Knox gritted his teeth. He launched another attack crazily, wanting to quickly defeat the man completely. It was worth noting that other than Fourth Master Swan, he had never met an opponent when it came to beating people up. Knox and Kingsley continued to fight intensely. Teddy was quite curious from watching. Why did it feel like a cruel fight at this moment? He was wondering if one of them would die here. The fight lasted for a long time. Knox was careless. Or to put it another way, he could not resist Kingsley's attack. He was kicked fiercely by Kingsley and was pressed to the ground. Knox gritted his teeth and squatted on the ground, unable to move. His veins could be seen. They looked exceptionally hideous as he was at his limit. "Stop resisting," Kingsley said straightforwardly. "Although your martial strength is very powerful, you can't beat me." How could Knox listen to such words? It provoked him to burst out again. He broke free from Kingsley's shackles, and the two of them started fighting again. Even Finn felt that Knox was a little desperate. He suddenly went forward and grabbed Knox, instantly blocking in front of Kingsley. Kingsley quickly stopped kicking. At that moment, Finn had to admit that this man was very powerful. Under normal circumstances, once a person made his move, it would be difficult for him to withdraw. On the other hand, the man controlled his kick freely. It could only mean that he did not use his full strength at all. If he had used his full strength, he would not have been able to do it so easily. Knox was dragged behind by Finn fiercely. His face was full of anger. "Let go of me." "Knox," Finn said, "calm down. I believe that Mr. Thorne has no ill intentions." "No," Kingsley said straightforwardly, "I'm just here to take Jean away." "And he says he has no ill intentions. He's going to take Fourth Master Swan's wife away." Knox's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked very agitated. "Mr. Thorne must be someone of Jean's, that's why he wants to take her away." "Indeed. Dr. Jones, you're much more rational than young Master Winter. No wonder Fourth Master Swan trusts you so much. It's really not just because of your excellent medical skills." "Mr. Thorne, you flatter me." Finn did not say anything more. "Jean is in the innermost room on the second floor." "Thank you." Kingsley nodded slightly. He turned around and went up directly. "Finn, how could you let him go up?" Knox was irritable. After being beaten up like this, he was in a bad mood. Moreover, his entire body was in pain. "You can't beat him." Finn let go of Knox. I. Knox was infuriated. He could not finish his sentence. "There's always someone better than you. It's best not to act rashly before you know his background." F***ck, Knox blurted out. Even so, he did not go after Kingsley. He probably understood what Finn was saying but just felt a little unhappy. After all, he did not defeat Kingsley before. "By the way, Finn." Knox suddenly gnashed his teeth. Finn's eyebrows twitched. "Were you FC King watching a show just now?" Knox roared. "You just watched me lose to him and you didn't even help me. Why are you pretending to be gentle?" Finn pursed his lips and said, "After all, I'm a doctor. If I'm beaten up, how can I treat you?" Knox looked straight at him. Finn smiled. "Let's go. I'll examine your injuries." He said it very amiably. "Finn," Knox roared, "I finally know why Monica called you a scum. You're so FC King sinister." Finn just did not want to suffer unnecessary harm. Moreover, he could see Kingsley's every move clearly from the side. On the second floor, in the room, Jean was sleeping soundly. Edward was also sleeping soundly. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Until the door was pushed open. It was just a slight movement. The two of them opened their eyes abruptly. Jean turned her head and sat up from the bed. Edward was injured and was on an IV drip, so he did not move. Even so, he was looking at the door. At the door, Jean was completely stunned. She looked straight at Kingsley. She saw Kingsley appear in front of her just like that. Her eyes were not blurred. It was Kingsley, who she thought would be the first to appear in front of her after her accident. He had been late all this while. What expression did he have at this moment? "I told you to stay away from Fourth Master Swan, but you gave me such a big surprise." Kingsley enunciated each word. The anger in his voice could not be concealed. Jean was speechless. She was obedient at first. However, her eyes moved slightly as she looked at Edward, who was lying down, suddenly sitting up. She wanted to say something but did not say anything in the end. Edward sat up and looked straight at Kingsley. Kingsley also looked at him at this moment. Their eyes met. Jean could feel their hostility toward each other. Kingsley asked Fourth Master Swan, "How did you trick Jean into bed?" Jean felt very awkward. She stood up and was about to leave. Fourth Master Swan grabbed her at this time. Jean's body tightened. Kingsley's eyes moved, and he looked cold. Chapter 188. You and Fourth Master Swan have different standpoints. In a room full of a combative atmosphere, Edward held Jean's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Kingsley stood not far away, his whole body emitting cold air as he watched Edward's actions coldly. Fourth Master Swan, Kingsley said coldly, I, Kingsley Thorne, never bully the weak. Edward's expression obviously changed. Kingsley continued, that's why I don't fight with people who are injured. The bandage on Edward's body was very obvious, and at this moment, he was even on an IV drip. But if you insist on going against me, I can do whatever it takes. Kingsley's face revealed a cruel look. Edward sneered. Kingsley Thorne? Kingsley nodded slightly. That's me. Edward conveniently removed the drip on his left hand. Jean's eyes moved slightly when she saw his actions. She saw Fourth Master Swan let go of her hand and remove the blanket to get out of bed. Didn't Dr. Jones ask you to rest in bed as much as possible? Jean pursed her lips. She told herself that what Fourth Master Swan wanted to do had nothing to do with her. His entire life had nothing to do with her, so if he wanted to live or die, that was his business. Edward walked toward Kingsley with steady footsteps as though he was not injured at all. Between the two of them, Edward was slightly taller. Even so, Kingsley's aura was not inferior at all. Edward was a step away. It was as if the situation became more intense at that moment. Edward's face darkened. He suddenly punched out fiercely. His fist carried the wind and had an astonishing strength. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand and was about to receive the blow. Fourth Master Swan. Jean suddenly blocked between them and hugged Edward. Edward was stunned. Kingsley only moved back slightly and did not take the initiative to attack at that moment. Don't fight, Jean said. Edward narrowed his eyes. He looked at Jean hugging him tightly. She avoided his injured back and hugged his waist. Kingsley looked at Jean's actions with a cold look. Jean felt Fourth Master Swan's calmness and only then did she leave his embrace. After that, she suddenly tiptoed. She tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss Fourth Master Swan's lips. As for Edward, he gulped. Rest well. After Jean finished, Jean held Kingsley and turned around to leave. Edward stared at them intently. He watched as Jean moved further and further away from him. Downstairs, Jean held Kingsley's hand as they went downstairs.
At this moment, Finn was treating the bruises on Knox's body. When Knox saw Kingsley and Jean coming downstairs, he flew into a rage again. He immediately rushed over. Finn was a little speechless.
He hurriedly followed them. You're leaving just like that. Knox stared at Jean, his eyeballs almost popping out. Fourth Master Swan is injured, but I can't help much either, Jean answered coldly. Knox was about to explode again. Is Jean heartless? Fourth Master Swan has done so much for her, yet she's still so indifferent. You're not allowed to leave. Knox was furious. Jean's expression was a little ugly. She looked at Knox, looking at how he looked like he was about to explode from anger at any moment. She was about to speak when Finn blocked in front of Knox. You really can't help much here. I'll take care of Fourth Master Swan. You go and settle your case properly. Jean pursed her lips. She smiled at Finn. Oh right. Finn picked up Jean's documents from the sofa. Fourth Master instructed me to look into your case. See if these can be of any help. Jean was a little surprised. She looked at the documents Finn handed to her in surprise. Finn smiled slightly. Jean had a surge of emotions. She smiled and said, thank you. Then, she took the documents and left with Kingsley. Knox watched Jean leave without any hesitation. He turned around and roared at Finn. Finn, when did you become so cowardly? Finn ignored him. What right do you have to let Jean leave with that man? Knox was indignant. I know I can't beat him. Finn was very calm. Then why are you stopping me? I'm not stopping you. Finn looked calm. You can still go after him now. I won't stop you. I'll go and see Fourth Master. Finn went upstairs. Knox was enraged. Finn was really cunning. Upstairs. Finn looked at Edward lying on the bed expressionlessly. However, his back was red. Finn knew that something like this would happen. Chapter 189. You and Fourth Master Swan have different standpoints.
Finn took out the first aid kit and cut the bandage on Edward's body bit by bit. He stopped the bleeding, applied the medicine again, and put on a new bandage. Who's Kingsley? Finn asked Fourth Master Swan while doing what he was doing. Fourth Master Swan's face darkened. Let Knox investigate. He shouldn't be simple, Finn said. I just saw the fight between him and Knox. Kingsley didn't use his full strength, but Knox was beaten down by him. I don't know if you can compete with him because I didn't see his full strength.
Okay, Fourth Master Swan replied. I gave Jean all the materials from her case. Given her ability in the business world and Kingsley by her side, I think the case shouldn't be difficult to solve, Finn said. So during this period, I suggest that you rest well. If there's a need, I'll support her. Okay.
Finn treated Fourth Master Swan's wound very seriously.
Knox came up from downstairs with a green bag on his back. Looking at Fourth Master Swan's bloody back, he could not help but ask, "You were also beaten down by Kingsley?" Fourth Master Swan did not answer. "Who the hell is that guy? I'm going to have a grudge with him for 8 lifetimes, Knox said fiercely. Still, no one in the room paid attention to him. At this moment, Teddy also walked in from outside the door. Looking at his master's back, he was scared and did not dare to look. "Master, the detention center sent Ms. Lawrence's cell phone over. When you left, you forgot to take it." "Bring it over," Edward instructed. Teddy quickly took the phone and handed it to Edward. Edward took it. He did not look at it but held it tightly in his hand. "By the way, Ms. Cardellini, Dr. Jones' wife who came to look for you yesterday," Teddy suddenly reported. Finn paused for a moment. At the next second, he became indifferent again and continued to bandage Edward's wound. "Why was Monica looking for Fourth Master Swan?" Knox asked from the side before Edward could say anything. "He said that it was Fourth Master who caused Ms. Lawrence to be arrested, so he can't just stand by and watch. However, Fourth Master wasn't around, so she left after making a fuss," Teddy replied. "Monica isn't stupid. She knew to look for Fourth Master Swan to help Jean," Knox commented. "Ms. Cardellini asked me to pass a message to Fourth Master," Teddy said respectfully. Edward, who was lying on the bed, still looked indifferent. It seemed that to Edward, other than Jean, no other woman was of any interest to him. "Miss Cardellini said that although you have a lot of scums by your side, she advises you to be a good person," Teddy said word by word. Edward's eyes clearly moved. "She also added that the scums refer to young Master Winter and..." Teddy glanced at the man who had been treating Edward's wounds. "Dr. Jones."
The room instantly fell silent. It was awkward.
Knox was initially on the verge of breaking down. The thought of being beaten up by that unknown man, Kingsley, made him feel all sorts of displeasure and pain all over his body. Now that he heard Teddy's words, he immediately laughed out loud, and he could not control his laughter.
Teddy was baffled by the laughter. Edward and Finn looked at Knox coldly.
Knox finally stopped laughing. He said, "Teddy, I wonder how you managed to live this long." Teddy looked straight at young Master Winter. He had no idea what he was laughing at. "Are you stupid?" Knox said straightforwardly. Teddy's expression changed. He could also see that young Master Winter was mocking him. "Fourth Master Swan, why did you let Teddy stay by your side? Aren't you afraid that you'll be angered to death by him one day?" Knox gloated. "Get out." Edward's tone was very cold. "Get out, Teddy," Knox said to Teddy. "Both of you, get out." Knox rolled his eyes. He still stood up and walked out of Edward's room with Teddy. In the room, only Edward and Finn were left. The two of them were relatively silent, so they did not say much during the treatment. After Finn treated Edward's wound, he tidied up his medical kit. "Fourth Master, do you want me to send Jean's phone over for her?" Fourth Master Swan said, "Leave it here first." "Okay," Finn nodded. "I'll be going out first." "Okay." Finn left. He knew that Fourth Master Swan was not a person who liked to be disturbed. He closed the door. Edward opened his eyes. He looked at the phone in his hand, the phone that he had given to Jean. Kingsley, what's his relationship with Jean? On the streets of Southampton City, Jean sat in the back. Kingsley sat next to her. Miles was driving. It turned out that Miles picked up Kingsley and drove him to the Swan's Manor to look for Jean. Jean did not doubt that Kingsley could go to the Swan's compound alone to look for her. She just felt that he had never been so impulsive. She did not speak. If Kingsley did not speak, she would not say anything no matter what. It was very quiet in the car. Instead, Miles, the professional killer, was not calm anymore. He could not help but ask, "Where are we going now?" The moment Kingsley got in the car, he asked Miles to drive. Afterward, Kingsley did not say anything else. Who knew how many times Miles had circled the streets of Southampton City? Could it be that he would send Kingsley back to the international airport? Kingsley turned to look at Miles. "Hotel." "Understood." Miles nodded. They finally had a destination. Inside the car, it was no longer so stiff. Kingsley asked Jean directly, "How far have you progressed with Fourth Master Swan?" Jean pursed her lips. She glanced at Kingsley and said nonchalantly, "We never progressed." Kingsley's eyes narrowed. "Nothing happened? What about you kissing him? Wasn't that to stop you guys from fighting?" Jean was a little flustered. Are you afraid that I'll beat him to death? Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. I just know that if you really beat Fourth Master Swan to death, I won't be able to escape unscathed from Harkin. I plan to leave after I've finished my business and never return to this city again. Of course, Kingsley was not convinced by Jean's words. Was it also an accident that you slept on the same bed as him? Yes, we slept. Jean admitted generously. Kingsley's face turned red. Jean quickly explained, I just slept next to him. It was that simple, we didn't do anything. Although Kingsley knew very well that Jean would not lie to him, he still felt a little unhappy. He forced himself not to probe further and asked again, is Fourth Master Swan serious about you? Isn't that his business? Why don't you go ask him? Jean clearly did not want to say anything more. Regarding the matter between her and Fourth Master Swan, she also felt that she could not explain it clearly. It was estimated that the entire country now felt that she and Fourth Master Swan were having an affair. In fact, she herself could not figure out if she was having an affair with Fourth Master Swan. While she was feeling a little irritable, Kingsley suddenly said, I heard that in order to get you out of the detention center, Fourth Master Swan mortgaged the Swan's real estate to the prosecution office. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She looked at Kingsley in disbelief. I'm not telling you so that you'll be touched. I'm just telling you clearly that even if Fourth Master Swan is serious about you, don't even think about it. Kingsley said slowly, there's no chance between you and him. Jean pursed her lips. She turned her head toward the car window and looked at the streets of Southampton City without saying a word. Kingsley said, the two of you have different standpoints. Chapter 190. Jean mocks the Lawrences. The car that Jean and Kingsley were in drove into the most luxurious star-rated hotel in Southampton City. Jean followed Kingsley and entered the presidential suite that Kingsley had booked for her. She sat on the sofa in the room and took out the documents that Finn had given her. It was worth noting that the contents of the document were very complete. Moreover, the points where there were problems were marked and annotated for her. It saved her a lot of time. She focused on studying them. Kingsley went to take a shower first. At this moment, he wore a hotel bathrobe and walked out. He saw Jean's serious look. How many days until you go to court? Kingsley asked casually. 5 days. Give me a brief account of your case, Kingsley asked while drying his slightly long hair. The e-commerce cooperation platform that I negotiated with Muck is building the Lawrence's logistics warehouse. Now, someone reported that I used a dual contract to seek personal benefits and that the profit is as high as $30 million. I did participate in the tender for the construction of the logistics warehouse, and I did choose the supplier for the tender. The contract was signed by Alexander. The problem is that the construction materials used in the contract were different from the ones used in the current warehouse. The ones in the contract were all from the top brands in the country, but in reality, the materials used were from another brand. Here's a list that you can take a look at. Finn prepared everything very well. Jean handed the list to Kingsley. Kingsley took it and looked at it. I just checked. The quality of the materials of the two brands isn't different, but because of the brand effect, the prices are indeed very different. If the materials from the ordinary brand are used to build the warehouse, there'll indeed be a huge profit margin. This private contract is the most important evidence against me. Jean showed the private contract to Kingsley. Kingsley looked at the signature. It's very well imitated. Yes, there's basically no way to identify the handwriting, but there's still a loophole in this contract. There's no handprint, Kingsley said straightforwardly. Yes, there's no handprint or stamp on the signed document. In fact, there's no legal effect in the contract. The main point is that there's an additional $30 million in my account out of thin air. This can make up for the loophole in the contract, Jean said straightforwardly as if she was just analyzing a matter. It did not seem like the case had a great impact on her. Kingsley nodded. Jean continued, previously, there was only an anonymous report. Now, from the latest case that Finn gave me, I can see that there are 2 more witnesses to testify against me. The first one is the boss of the contractor that signed the contract with me. His confession clearly states that when the Lawrence's first bid was submitted, I approached him alone. I asked him to lower the price of the project and replace the materials to obtain a higher profit. He said that he got $5 million from it, but most of the profit was deposited into my account. The second witness is an anonymous informant, who is also the chief engineer of the construction department of the warehouse construction. In his confession, he said that he only recently discovered that there are discrepancies between the materials stated in the contract and what is being used. He thought that it was the contractor's problem, so he directly went to the contractor and asked the contractor to rebuild. However, the cost of rebuilding is too great. The contractor refused and even said that I was the instigator, threatening the engineer not to get involved and asking him to let it slide. The chief engineer said that he's a righteous person and that he couldn't just ignore it. He was afraid that the Lawrences would be biased because I'm a Lawrence. Therefore, after much hesitation, he chose to report me to the public prosecutor's office. Kingsley listened calmly. Jean finished explaining the case and looked up at Kingsley. This is the whole case. In other words, although you didn't do it, the fact that there was a dual contract for the construction of the Lawrence's logistics warehouse is an established fact. Kingsley hit the nail on the head. That was right. It was the most troublesome part of the case.
Due to that fact, it was very difficult to prove Jean's innocence. Moreover, there were witnesses and physical evidence. It seems that she really wants to kill you, Kingsley muttered. His tone was very soft, but one could feel his cruelty. Jean nodded. So, it's not that I want to fight with the Sanders, but I've become an eyesore to Melody. To put it more bluntly, between me and Melody, either she dies or I die. I have no choice.
Chapter 191. Jean mocks the Lawrences. Whose fault is it? Kingsley's expression darkened slightly. Who knew Melody likes Fourth Master Swan so crazily? Jean was speechless. I had always thought that it was just a political marriage. After all, Fourth Master Swan's dislike for her is clear to see. As the third princess of Harkin, for the sake of a man, she disregarded her identity and dignity. What can I do? That's enough. Now that things have developed to this point, I don't want to pursue the reason behind it. Now, think about how to solve your problem. Kingsley did not seem to want to think too much. After all, there were many times he was helpless against her, although he was very fierce toward her. Jean did not say anything more. She changed the topic to the case itself. It's a fact that the dual contract exists, so there's no way to investigate it from the perspective that it was fabricated. I can only prove that I didn't do it and then catch the real culprit. Finn made 2 points clear to me. Firstly, look into the contractor and the chief engineer. There's no need to doubt that those two people are in cahoots, so let me understand why they framed me. If it's not due to personal grudges, then there must be someone behind it. Secondly, check the accounts again. Given that it's done in such detail in such a short period, it might look perfect at first glance, but in fact, the more flawless they are, the more likely it is that there are impractical aspects. If the accounts are found to be fraudulent, it'll be of great help to my case. Where will you start from? Hire a lawyer first, Jean said. I'll arrange it, Kingsley agreed immediately. I'll go to the Lawrence Enterprise tomorrow and see if there's anything suspicious in the contract. Finn asked me to look into the contractor and the chief engineer. I think the chief engineer should be the most suspicious person, so I'll go and see him in person. Okay, as for the accounts, I'll get George to take over the internal network of the two brands and get a copy of the accounts of the two companies to see if there are any discrepancies between their accounts and mine. Okay, Kingsley nodded. Jean said, you should rest for a while. I'll get Miles to send me back to the Lawrence's manor. Are you sure you want to go back now? Kingsley asked. George is over there. Jean was straightforward. Besides, do you think that people like the Lawrences can really do anything to me? I'm really regretting letting you come back. Kingsley enunciated each word. I would have come back sooner or later anyway. I'll be leaving. I won't disturb your rest, Jean responded. As she said that, she called out to Miles and left with him. Kingsley watched her leave. He remembered the time when he found Jean abroad. At that time, she was on the verge of death. If he had been a minute later, she might have gone to reunite with her deceased mother. Kingsley's eyes moved slightly. He turned around and walked to the French window of the presidential suite, looking at the strange Southampton city. If it were not for Jean's mother, he would not have any feelings for this city. Jean returned to the Lawrence's manor. Miles left. Jean walked into the hall. In the hall, Alexander and Jennifer were watching TV on the sofa. Jasmine had also returned at this moment, obediently accompanying them on the sofa. Joshua was not around. He was probably hiding in his room playing games. Jean's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Alexander's expression changed. How dare you come back? Jean sneered. Alexander said angrily, the Lawrences have been completely embarrassed by you. If you're short of money, tell me. Why did you have to resort to dirty means to get money? Jean, I thought that your return this time would bring some difference to the Lawrences. In the end, it's you're lowlier than I thought. Jean did not want to argue with the Lawrences. In reality, she was too clear about what kind of people the Lawrences were. She did not want to waste her time on them. Nonetheless, at this moment, she had to admit that when she heard Alexander's unpleasant words, her expression still turned a little ugly. Jean said coldly, Dad, I'm your daughter. Now that I'm in trouble, apart from looking down on me, what else did you do? Monica's dad isn't my biological father, but he's helping me raise money now, trying to reduce my sentence. As for you, you act like this has nothing to do with you. Don't you think that you're not qualified to be a parent? Jean. Alexander's expression changed greatly when he heard Jean's sarcastic words. He slammed the coffee table, causing a loud sound to be heard. Jennifer and Jasmine, who were at the side, were both shocked. Even so, when they saw Alexander and Jean being so aggressive toward each other, they were secretly happy. What right do you have for me to help you? You've embarrassed my family to this extent. What right do you have for me to come and help you in the face of the law? Spare the rod, spoil the child. Jean enunciated each word. It can only mean that you don't deserve to be a parent. Jean. Alexander was furious. At this moment, Jasmine hurriedly went over and pulled Alexander. Dad, don't be angry, don't be angry. She's the one who made a mistake, so don't put a toll on your body because of that. Jean, if you were half as good as Jasmine, we wouldn't have ended up in this state. What's so good about Jasmine? Jean's eyes turned cold. Everything. Other than pleasing men. What else can she do for you? Jean enunciated each word clearly. Will she help you negotiate business in the business world? Will she let you hold your head up high in front of the board of directors? Will she bring the Lawrence enterprise hundreds of millions of dollars of profits? Alexander was so annoyed by Jean that he could not say a single word. Jean's performance in the business world during this period was indeed astonishing.
Jasmine could not hold it in any more after being ridiculed by Jean. I admit that I can't help Dad too much in the business world, but I can help the Lawrences from many other places. My marriage to the Swans is the greatest contribution to the Lawrences. The Swans' assets are worth over $100 billion, and they're the top of the 12 families in Southampton City.
Jasmine, you'd better understand that you're married to Eden, not the Swans. The Swans don't belong to Eden. Sooner or later, the Swans will belong to Eden. Eden is the eldest young master of the Swans. Who else can it belong to if not him in the future? Henry is still the eldest son of the Swan. Has he taken over the Swans? But fourth Master Swan has no children. Jasmine was furious. Ha! Jean laughed sarcastically. What are you laughing at? Do you really think fourth Master Swan has taken a liking to you? Jean had a rare chance to argue with Jasmine. She said, Jasmine, fourth Master Swan is only 4 years older than Eden. So, are you hoping that fourth Master Swan will pass his inheritance to Eden when he dies? At that time, Eden wouldn't be able to move anymore even if he's still alive. Jasmine was rendered speechless by Jean's words. At that moment, she wished she could tear Jean's mouth apart. Jasmine, since you think that your greatest ability is to please men, take good care of Eden. What do you mean? Jasmine's expression became even fiercer. Jean, what do you mean?
Why are you having such a big reaction? It seems that you already know a lot of things.
Jean, what are you talking about? Jasmine broke down. Back then, Eden was able to be seduced by you. Have you ever thought about whether he'd be seduced by other women? Jean, shut up. I'm just reminding you. Jean sneered and turned around to leave. When she left, she said, oh right, I was bailed out by fourth Master Swan. Chapter 192. Teach Joshua a lesson. Jean left the living room. Jasmine was furious. It was not just Jasmine. Alexander's expression was also ugly at this moment. Forget it. Jennifer suppressed the emotions in her heart and comforted Alexander. She's just a stubborn duck. At the end of the day, she's just throwing a tantrum at us. If you argue with her, wouldn't it just make you feel worse? Alexander said coldly, she doesn't know what's good for her. With that, he waved his hand and left the living room. Jasmine watched Alexander leave, and the emotions that she had been holding in exploded instantly. Mom, I really want to kill Jean. Calm down. Jennifer looked around and pulled Jasmine toward the back garden. In the pavilion in the back garden, Jennifer asked very seriously, how have you and Eden been doing recently? Jasmine's expression changed immediately. Jennifer frowned. What's wrong? Is there a conflict? She had just heard Jean's explanation and felt nervous. Seeing Jasmine's reaction at this moment made her even more nervous. I don't know what I've done wrong during this time. Eden just ignores me. Jasmine's eyes turned red immediately. How could it be? Didn't you say that he has always been good to you? Jennifer asked nervously. I really don't know. I still treat him like I used to. I listen to him and take care of his daily life. I don't know if it's because he's under too much pressure from work. He gets home from work a little late these days, and he's always not in a good mood. I don't dare to provoke him. In fact, Jasmine wanted to say something but stopped. What is it? Jennifer asked hurriedly. It's been a long time since we've slept together, Jasmine said, her eyes reddening. Jennifer's face changed. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She was silent, then suddenly she looked very serious. Jasmine was also frightened by her look. She quickly held Jennifer's hand. Mom, what's wrong? What's wrong? Men are all the same. What you can't have is the best. Jennifer gritted her teeth. What do you mean, Mom? Jasmine looked at Jennifer nervously. Eden didn't get Jean. Now that Jean is back and is capable, he naturally becomes interested in her. No, Jasmine shouted, I'll never let Jean seduce Eden, never. Calm down. Jennifer berated, it's just a possibility. I didn't say that it would definitely happen. Eden won't like Jean. He's such a chauvinistic person. How could he like Jean, who thinks so highly of herself? Jasmine could not accept it. I know men too well, Jennifer said coldly, your dad was the same back then. What? Back then, your dad also liked Jean's mom more. Initially, Jean's mom didn't accept her father's advances, but later, for some reason, she agreed. Back then, when your dad was pursuing Jean's mother, I was also pursuing your dad. Your dad didn't even look at me. It was only after your dad finally got Jean's mother that he looked at me. Of course, I was able to get together with your dad because Jean's mother was too overbearing back then. Jean is just like her mother. They never know what a man wants. Jennifer thought about what happened in the past. Her face was filled with malice. That's why Jean deserved to not have ended up together with Eden. It's impossible for her to end up with Eden now, Jasmine said fiercely. You and I are different. Back then, it was your dad who got Jean's mom first, so he didn't have any lingering feelings for her. On the other hand, Eden has never gotten Jean. You mean that Eden is thinking of ways to get Jean now? Jasmine was very agitated. Jennifer nodded. Jean, that B*TCH. I knew she came back to deliberately get involved with Fourth Master Swan. In fact, she wants to use this to attract Eden's attention and seduce him. Whether Jean is trying to seduce Eden and get involved with Fourth Master Swan or not, I still don't know. However, I have to say that it won't be good for us if Jean gets involved with either of them. That B*TCH, Jasmine cursed fiercely. Fortunately, Jean is being accused now. Jennifer's expression turned fierce. I've inquired about it. Jean sought personal gain. There are witnesses and evidence. She'll be sentenced to about 10 years for sure. Once she's in prison, she'll never be able to rise again. Jasmine sneered. Serves her right. So, while Jean goes to court, don't cause any conflict with her. Since she's between life and death and doesn't have any good days left, I'm worried that she'll drag us down with her. Okay. Jasmine nodded obediently. In any case, once Jean was in prison, she would not be able to show off anymore. At this moment, Jean returned to her room. George sat in front of the computer and turned his head to look at Jean. There was a trace of happiness in his eyes, but he was afraid of being noticed, so he suppressed it. Did you miss me? Jean smiled. She could speak ill of the Lawrences just now, but toward George, she could recover her image of a loving mother in a second. George did not answer but calmly asked, I heard that Kingsley is back. Did he bail you out? Jean pursed her lips. She did not want to lie to George. Even so, she also did not want George to know too much. She directly changed the topic and said, I'm in some trouble, and I need you to do something for me now. Okay. George nodded obediently. Jean told George about the 2 companies that she needed him to target and asked him to get their accounts. George was engrossed in it. After Jean finished explaining to George, there was nothing else for her to do. She just lay on the bed and thought about her case. The things that Finn had given her were already very comprehensive. She just needed to follow the clues. Her eyes flickered. Was this what Fourth Master Swan had told her? Fourth Master Swan had mortgaged the Swan Enterprises real estate to the City Hall to get her bail pending trial. Jean's heart was pounding. At this moment, Kingsley's cold voice suddenly rang in her ears. The 2 of you have different standpoints. Jean flipped over. She flipped over and covered herself in the blanket. Although she was not clear about her standpoint in Fourth Master Swan's, she believed in Kingsley. The next day, Jean went to the Lawrence Enterprise. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone looked at her as if she was a monster. They all felt that she was dead for sure. She was just asking for humiliation for showing up at the company at this time. Jean appeared very calm. She walked into her office. Once she pushed the door open, her eyes narrowed. Inside were all sorts of messy junk from the marketing department, including some unwanted office furniture. Jean was silent for a few seconds before she turned around and walked out. She walked to the large office of the marketing department and asked a random employee, "Where's Amy?" Amy." The employee was a little scared by Jean's aura. I don't know." Jean pursed her lips. She did not make things difficult for the employee. She turned around and walked to the office of the project team that she had specially set up. Despite that, there was no one in the office. It had only been 2 days since her arrest, but it was clear that all of her people had since been chased away. Joshua's way of doing things was dirty indeed. Jean walked straight to Joshua's office. Without knocking on the door, she pushed it open and entered. At this moment, Joshua was playing a game in his office. Fighting sounds from the game could be heard. The moment Joshua heard the commotion at the door, he hurriedly stood up from his office chair. With an extremely ugly look, he shouted at the door, "Do you want to die? How dare you come in without knocking on the door?" After he finished shouting, he saw that it was Jean. Jean's aura during this period was indeed a little scary. When Joshua saw Jean's cold expression, he was shocked. The next second, he thought that Jean was going to die anyway, so he instantly straightened his body and shouted, "You're looking for me. What happened to my office? How would I know?" Joshua looked like he did not care. "Are you sure you don't know?" Jean's face darkened. Joshua felt his hair stand on end when Jean looked at him. He suddenly said in a somewhat irritable manner, "It was me who did it. You're going to jail and your office is empty, so I let them put trash from the marketing department inside. Who knew you'd appear again so shamelessly? If it was me." Jean suddenly walked toward Joshua. Joshua was shocked. Jean took the phone from Joshua's hand and threw it on the ground. The phone was smashed to pieces. Joshua was furious. "Jean, are you crazy?" "I'll be crazy if you're crazy." Jean enunciated each word. "I'll give you 1 hour. Get someone to clear out my office immediately and get Amy and everyone in my project team back. Otherwise. Jean's eyes narrowed as she clenched her fists. "I'll beat you to death." Chapter 193. Jean backs her team and finds the key to her case. Joshua was threatened by Jean. He was displeased, but seeing how furious Jean was, he still got someone to tidy up her office. He also got someone to call the people on her project team and Amy back. After Jean's office was tidied up and everyone had returned, she said to Joshua word by word, "Before I really go to jail, I advise you not to touch any of my things." Joshua gritted his teeth. He glared fiercely at Jean, feeling very sullen but unable to resist. Jean left. Joshua could not help but want to call Eden. Only then did he know that Jean had smashed his phone into pieces. He gritted his teeth. He wanted to see how long Jean could act like this. Jean returned to her clean office and sat on the chair. Amy appeared in front of her. "Call the project team for a short meeting." "Understood," Amy quickly responded. She could not help but feel a little worried. "Director Lawrence, your case." "We'll talk about it after the meeting." "Understood." Amy left respectfully. After a while, Jean appeared in the meeting room.
Everyone on the project team looked at her. These people were the only people she trusted in the Lawrence enterprise.
She said bluntly, "Today, I won't talk about work matters. I'll mainly talk about my current situation." "Director Lawrence, were you wronged?" Mandy could not help but feel a little agitated. "Yes, so I'm now looking for evidence to clear my name. I originally just wanted to come to the company to take a look at the contracts. I didn't expect Joshua to go to this extent. He did more than these." Forrest gritted his teeth. "After you were taken away by the prosecutors, he made your office a warehouse." Amy stepped forward to stop him, but Joshua scolded her in front of everyone in the marketing department. Jean glanced at Amy. Amy lowered her head in embarrassment. Amy cried when she was scolded, but he even made her work as a warehouse clerk. No matter what, Amy graduated from a famous university and studied to be a senior administrative secretary. How could she be sent to such a place? Forrest became angrier as he spoke. Jean's eyes were cold, and her face was dark. Forrest continued, "Amy was only Joshua's first target. After that, it was our project team. When we were working with you, Joshua came to each of us and asked us to be his informants. He even said that he'd give us a raise and a promotion, but we all refused. He took revenge on us when he saw that you were in trouble. First, he disbanded the project team and told the public that it was a place for idlers. Then, he transferred us to the worst department of the Lawrence enterprise one by one. For example, Mandy was transferred to the front desk to serve tea and water. Hans was transferred to drive for the sales department." Forrest was filled with righteous indignation. At this moment, he wanted to give Joshua a good beating. "I almost resigned," Hans said. "When it happened, I felt that I didn't have any dignity in the Lawrence enterprise. Fortunately, Forrest persuaded me to wait for you. If you can't come back, we wouldn't have any lingering feelings for the Lawrence enterprise, so we wanted to resign and leave. However, Forrest said that you'd definitely come back. I'll come back. Jean looked at everyone on her project team and was very sure. I'll clear my name and come back. We believe in you. Everyone on the project team expressed their stance. Jean nodded and was not too emotional, but she was straightforward. I've threatened Joshua just now. At least before I'm sentenced, he won't dare to do anything to you. Don't worry and just do what you're doing. While I'm away, keep a close eye on the current project for the logistics warehouse. This was also why she had such a big reaction after Joshua moved her office and her people. Other than to threaten Joshua not to touch her team again, it was also to show everyone in the marketing department and even the company that even he could not touch her people, let alone the others who wanted to see the joke. It was so that the people on the project team would not be wronged. Okay, the people on the project team were all obedient. Even if I really can't come back, I'll compensate you so that you can leave the Lawrence enterprise without any worries. Director Lawrence, we didn't stay here to ask you for benefits. We also want to fight for ourselves. We believe that you'll never do anything illegal. Mandy was a little agitated. Chapter 194. Jean backs her team and finds the key to her case. Jean smiled. She was also a little touched. She and her team members did not spend much time together. She thought that their relationship was built on business and money, but she did not expect that they would become so close. Jean said, I won't let you down. Okay, Mandy nodded firmly. Now, there's something I need to ask you. Jean brought up the main topic. Are you familiar with Adrian Zimmer, the chief engineer of the Lawrence Enterprises construction department? Everyone on the project team looked at each other and shook their heads. Forrest said, Chief Engineer Zimmer is a high-level leader. It's difficult for us to get in touch with him.
Have you heard about him and who he's familiar with?
I'm really not sure, Forrest replied. Besides, the construction department is not in our main office building. Sometimes we only see people from that department during meetings. I'm not familiar with them. But, Amy suddenly said. Jean's eyes moved. You know him? Amy responded, well, when I first joined the company, there was a dinner party for a few employees who liked to drink at the nightclub. They would usually ask the female employees who have just joined the company to join. Her face was a little red as she said this. Amy was the kind of girl who could be considered pure and pretty. It was normal for her to be called out to drink in the workplace.
Chief Engineer Zimmer often spent time with those people. When I was there, he was there. He seemed to be the leader of those people. I also saw him with another senior leader of the company. Amy paused again. She seemed to have mustered up her courage as she continued. They even flirted with the female employee who joined the company with me.
Jean's eyes narrowed. Amy continued, I was also frightened at the time, so I sneaked away. Later, when someone asked me to go again, I didn't go. After all, I have a boyfriend. However, I occasionally heard gossip in the secretarial department that Deputy Director Lawrence has been hanging out with those people ever since he joined the company. It turned out that Adrian and Joshua really had some connections. Amy sighed again. I don't know if that's the reason I haven't had any development in the General Affairs Department's secretarial department since then. On the contrary, the female employee who joined the company with me has now become the Secretary General.
You mean Luna? Jean's eyes narrowed. Amy nodded. Yes, it's an unspoken rule in the workplace. I shouldn't bring it up, but I'm afraid that it'll affect your case, Director Lawrence.
What's Luna's business ability like? Jean asked. Although she rose to her position through unspoken rules, she still has her abilities. Hence, even though many people know some things about her, no one really says anything. Jean nodded and was deep in thought. The secretarial room of the General Affairs Department, the Secretary General. Normally, contracts came from the contract records room under the secretarial room. Could the dual contract have been done by Luna? Director Lawrence? Amy called out to Jean. Jean came back to her senses. Okay, I got it. There's nothing else. You can go back to your work. If you run into anything, you can call me. Jean suddenly remembered. Her phone was still in the detention center. She had been busy and had to go get it. It was not convenient without a phone. Thinking of this, she dismissed the meeting and went straight to the General Affairs Department. Just as she walked into the department, she met Bryce, the senior president of the General Affairs Department. Bryce saw her and was extremely sarcastic. He asked, Oh, if it isn't Ms. Lawrence, aren't you being detained? You were bailed out so quickly? Being rich makes one willful indeed. Jean glanced at him and turned around to leave. Bryce's face darkened. She's still so arrogant, she really doesn't know what is good for her. Jean walked into the contract archive room under the secretarial office and said to the staff member, I need the contract archive for the Lawrence Enterprises tender for the logistics warehouse. I also need the electronic process list. The staff member glanced at Jean and answered in a businesslike manner, I need a signature from a leader. Who? I need the Secretary General's signature in order to register and receive the relevant contract document. Jean immediately turned around and walked toward the Secretary General's office. She knocked on the door. Please come in. Jean pushed the door open and entered. Luna looked at Jean and was a little surprised. The next second, she hurriedly smiled and greeted her, Director Lawrence, please take a seat. As expected, she was the Secretary General. She was especially tactful. There's no need for that. I'm here to ask for a contract for the construction of the logistics warehouse. Sure. Wait a moment. I'll get the staff to bring it over for you right away. Luna was very attentive. Thank you. Luna left. After leaving the office, she took a look at Jean. She picked up her phone and immediately called Joshua, but his phone was turned off. After thinking for a moment, she called Adrian instead. Director Zimmer, Jean is here to get the contract for the contractor. What does she want to do? The voice from the other side was very cold. She probably wants to see if there are any loopholes. You personally handled the contract. Do you think there's a problem? The other party asked. Don't worry, there's definitely no problem. Then show it to her and let her give up on this idea. Okay. After Luna finished, she found the contract and walked into the office with a laptop in her arms. At the same time, she asked someone to make a cup of coffee. As she put down the document, she said, I heard that you like to drink black coffee without sugar. Thank you. Jean nodded slightly. This woman is quite experienced in the industry. Jean took the document without batting an eyelid and looked at it carefully. Luna opened up the approval process of the contract for her. The contract system had all electronic documents. Jean looked at the contract archive while checking if it was consistent with the electronic documents. She was only trying to confirm the contents of the list of materials provided by the successful supplier at that time. She wanted to know if those contents could be changed midway. The contract watermark could be forged, but the electronic flow in the system could not be faked. As long as documents were uploaded to the electronic flow, they could not be deleted or changed unless the relevant flow was re-established. Obviously, Jean did not see any re-application to change the contract. She looked at it for a while. Luna was waiting with a smile on her face. After Jean looked at it and confirmed that there was no tampering with the contract, she handed it to Luna. Director Lawrence, have you finished reading it?
Yes, Jean answered. Is there anything I can help you with? Luna asked. She seemed very polite.
Jean took a sip of coffee and was not in a hurry to leave. She asked, was this contract drawn up by you? It was drawn up by me and the company's lawyer. I'll personally participate in most large contracts. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest assured. The contract was drawn up very well. Thank you, Director Lawrence, for your affirmation. I'll be leaving first. I'll send you off. There's no need for that. Jean left. The moment she left, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. She did not realize that there was a problem with the contract, but she suddenly realized that the method used for this contract was exactly the same as the one for the dual contract. There was no need to guess, they must have all been done by Luna. With this, her direction of investigation became even clearer. Jean did not delay any further and directly left the Lawrence Enterprise. As Jean's car was still under repair, Miles was sent to pick her up. Moreover, at a critical moment, she needed another person to help her. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Before returning to the Lawrence's manor, Miles directly drove to the detention center, only to learn that Jean's phone had been sent to Fourth Master Swan. Jean hesitated again and again. Taking the risk of her legs being broken by Kingsley, she let Miles send her to the Swan's bamboo garden. Chapter 195. Kiss me, but not like the last time. In the Swan's bamboo garden. Jean appeared in the hall. Knox and Teddy were there. Finn probably had to go to work, so he would not be accompanying Edward. When Knox and Teddy saw Jean suddenly appear, their expressions were the same. They were both so shocked that their jaws dropped. Jean's expression was calm. At that moment, she even smiled at them. I'm looking for Fourth Master. Jean did not ask for their permission and went straight upstairs. Knox turned to look at Teddy. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It's Ms. Lawrence, Teddy affirmed. F***ck, Knox swore and asked. Why didn't you stop her? Why didn't you stop her? Teddy thought. Jean did not know what they were thinking, but she was very clear that many of her actions were rather cold-blooded and heartless, at least to the people close to Fourth Master Swan. As such, she did not expect them to have any good impression of her. She pursed her lips. In front of her was Fourth Master Swan's room. There were some emotions in her heart. Actually, she could have just given up her phone. She could buy a new one and change her number. Jean took a deep breath. She was already here. She pushed open the door and forgot to knock on the door. Inside the room. Just like that, she was caught off guard and saw the naked man. Indeed, the upper half of Edward's body was wrapped in bandages, and the lower half of his body was completely naked. There seemed to be water stains on his body. Without even thinking, it was obvious that Fourth Master Swan had just taken a bath. He avoided the injured areas and washed the other areas. At that moment, Jean had forgotten to not look at indecent things. She just stared blankly at Edward. "Do you like it that much, Ms. Lawrence?" The man who was being stared at did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked her in a very composed manner. Jean came back to her senses. "What do I like? Can't he tell I'm merely shocked?" Jean quickly averted her gaze and looked to the side. Her face turned red. Edward looked at Jean's appearance, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He casually took the towel by the side and tied it around his waist. Then, he lay on the bed. Jean only turned back after a long while. After all, she was here to ask for her phone. She could not just continue to be so awkward with Fourth Master Swan. Besides, he was not feeling embarrassed. What the hell was she embarrassed about? Jean kept herself calm and walked to Fourth Master Swan's bedside. "Are you feeling better?" Jean asked. She had to think of her opening line. "Yes," Fourth Master Swan replied. Jean said, "I'm here to take my phone." Fourth Master Swan seemed to have known all along. He took her phone out from under the pillow. Jean was a little speechless. Does he have the habit of putting his phone under the pillow? Don't people say that the signal radiation from phones can easily affect the development of brain cells? Of course, it was a fallacy. Scientists had confirmed that the radiation that one was exposed to in daily life had no effect on the body. It was just that people would always be led astray by the common prejudice. Jean reached out to take her phone from Fourth Master Swan's hand. She had just reached out when Fourth Master Swan grabbed the phone tightly. Jean bit her lip. She knew that it would not be easy to take something from him. "Give me a kiss," Fourth Master Swan suddenly said. "Not like the one before you left yesterday," he added. Jean frowned. "All right. He's so flirty." Jean looked straight at the man in front of her. When he said those words, his expression did not change at all. Is this the rumored cold and abstinent Fourth Master Swan? Jean was quietly adjusting her emotions. She had also thought that if she came to take her phone, she might be in trouble with Fourth Master Swan. After all, she had just left yesterday. Even though he did not chase after her, she could feel his anger. She had thought that Fourth Master Swan would ask her who Kingsley was and what was her relationship with him. Jean did not know if Fourth Master Swan was too confident that he could find out everything about Kingsley on his own. Perhaps as compared to who Kingsley was, he wanted to do something else with her instead. In short, to her, kissing Fourth Master Swan was better than her having to explain who Kingsley was. After all, it was not suitable for Kingsley to appear in Harkin. Jean silently took a deep breath. Next, she directly approached Fourth Master Swan's lips. Their lips pressed together. Fourth Master Swan lowered his eyes and looked at Jean's face at such a close distance. Then, he felt her soft lips on his. He did not react. At this moment, Jean only moved closer to Fourth Master Swan's lips and did not do anything else. The room was very quiet. Chapter 196. Kiss me, but not like the last time. It was somehow quiet, as if there was only the sound of Jean's heart beating. She closed her eyes tightly and took the initiative to deepen the kiss. There was no harm anyway. After a long time, Jean and Edward let go of each other. The room was still very quiet. Jean rested her hands on the headboard of the bed and maintained some distance from Fourth Master Swan even though they had stopped kissing. She saw that Fourth Master Swan's lips were stained with a sparkling luster. Jean asked, "Fourth Master, can you return the phone to me now?" "Yes," Fourth Master Swan replied. It was just a simple word, but Jean picked up a hint of hoarseness in his voice. It was as if he was enduring something. Jean stretched out her hand again and grabbed Fourth Master Swan's hand. Then, she gently opened his slender fingers and took her phone back. At that moment, she felt as if she had accomplished a great thing in her life and heaved a huge sigh of relief. She left from the bedside. Fourth Master Swan looked at her. "Fourth Master, I'm leaving." It was as if Jean had no lingering feelings after achieving her wish. Fourth Master Swan did not answer her. Jean left directly. When she left, she suddenly saw Knox and Teddy standing at the door. She instantly looked a little irritated. I didn't see anything, Knox hurriedly said. Teddy also hurriedly said, me neither. They gave themselves away by concealing the truth. Jean gritted her teeth and left immediately. Knox and Teddy watched Jean leave before they walked into Edward's room. Edward was lying on the bed emotionlessly. At least, Teddy could not see through him. Of course, Knox could tell at a glance, but he did not expose Edward. He said with a serious expression, we have news about Kingsley. Edward's expression obviously changed slightly. Knox continued, Kingsley's background is very powerful, but we don't know what exactly his background is. We only know that he's very famous in the high-class socialite circles abroad. Many people know Kingsley, but no one can tell what he does. They only know that he's very rich, and whenever he appears, he's very generous. The most famous thing was that at an auction, he spent $1 billion to buy a long-lost royal painting of Harkin. The most important thing was that he paid in cash. Edward's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, Knox could not help but exclaim, F***ck, $1 billion in cash. Was there a truckload of notes? It sounds so FC King pretentious. Is there anything else? Edward did not seem to be very interested in that. There's nothing else. Knox was straightforward. So far, that's all I can find out. As for the relationship between Kingsley and Jean, I can't find any relationship at all. Among international celebrities, many people know Kingsley, but nobody knows Jean. Jean had never been seen together with Kingsley. Didn't she used to be the marketing director of Muck? In fact, she rarely appeared in public abroad. It's unknown whether it was because she deliberately didn't want to be exposed. In any case, other than the people from Muck, no one from the business world or even international celebrities know about Jean. This was also why no one in Harkin knew that she was the marketing director of Muck. Edward replied. Oh right, there's another discovery. Knox suddenly thought of something. Kingsley has a fixed female companion by his side. I heard that he has many women. Every time he attends a celebrity banquet, he would bring a different female companion. All of them are beautiful and are top-notch. Knox was a little excited. He had never lost in picking up girls before. Now, he suddenly felt that he was inferior to Kingsley. Get to the point. Edward's face darkened. The point is, no matter who Kingsley brings, there'll always be another woman by his side. Who? Edward asked. Lucy Harmon, Knox answered. Edward's eyes narrowed. Yes, it's Lucy Harmon, the professional female assassin who used to be very famous internationally, Knox said straightforwardly. I've looked in her thoroughly. She was born in Harkin. At the age of 20, she became a professional assassin and enjoyed an international reputation. She had carried out many missions and never failed. She suddenly disappeared when she was 28 years old. Many people in the assassin circle said that something happened to her, where she failed a mission and died. If I didn't investigate Kingsley this time, I wouldn't know that she's still alive and is now 35 years old. Continue to investigate, Edward instructed. Okay, Knox nodded. At this moment, he could not help but say, Kingsley might really have a strong background. You should be mentally prepared. Edward raised his eyebrow. What I mean is that Kingsley and Jean are obviously very close. I even feel that he has protected her very well. I thought that it'd be very difficult for you to successfully snatch Jean away from Kingsley. Knox felt Edward's gaze and shrugged. Forget I said anything. You should rest well. Please take care of your body. Something bad can easily happen to a man who holds it in for too long. Edward had closed his eyes. It was as if he did not want to be disturbed anymore. Knox was speechless. He left after that. Well, who exactly is Kingsley? He can't be someone from that side, can he? If he is. Knox's heart trembled. Wouldn't Fourth Master Swan's relationship be ruined halfway? Jean returned to the Lawrences' manor. George was seriously helping her hack the internal networks of the two companies. At this moment, he had successfully hacked into one of them and was looking for their accounting data. Jean did not disturb George. She sat on the chair at the side and called Kingsley. I've found the key person in my case. Who? Luna Walker, also known as Lunetta Walker. She's the Secretary General of the Lawrence Enterprises Secretarial Office and has an affair with Adrian Zimmer, the Chief Engineer of the Construction Department. She was the one who drew up the contract for the tender of the Lawrence Enterprises Logistics Warehouse. From what I saw, it was almost the same style as that of the dual contract. In other words, that dual contract was drawn up by Luna. Therefore, we can now confirm that Luna is one of the participants in this case. Kingsley responded. He was more or less satisfied with Jean's result today. Now that we've confirmed that Luna is involved, it'll be easy to investigate further. First, since she was the one who made the contract, she must have a draft of the contract. Of course, from my contact with Luna, I can tell that she's quite experienced, so it's unlikely that she left any evidence behind. However, Luna is only a secretary, after all, so she can't evaluate the legal effect of the contract. Logically speaking, Luna would definitely find a lawyer to help her check if there's a problem with this kind of contract, which would obviously be used as evidence in court. Hence, I feel that the lawyer that Luna found is a valid witness that can prove that she was the one who drew up the contract. I feel that she won't specifically ask the other party to delete anything from the draft of the contract. This will cause other people to overthink, which will only bring trouble instead. I'll arrange for people to investigate, Kingsley said. Secondly, Adrian reported me while Luna drafted the contract. If it can be proven that the two of them have been secretly colluding, it'll show that they're the ones behind this. In other words, Adrian is the one who's involved, while I may be the victim or the collaborator. Harkin's law is reverse authentication. In other words, if something isn't established, one can't be sentenced. In this way, at least in 4 days, I won't be sentenced immediately. In other words, I can buy myself more time to investigate this case in depth. At the end of the day, nothing was flawless. Justice would ultimately prevail. Jean sneered. This time, she wanted to catch the culprit behind the scenes. Chapter 197. Fourth Master Swan stands up for his wife, on court day. Jean and Kingsley were on the phone. Jean continued, it's not difficult to find evidence of Luna and Adrian colluding. Find Adrian's wife. From what I know, Adrian and Luna have been colluding for many years. After so many years, I don't believe that his wife didn't find out. Women are more sensitive than Sherlock Holmes when it comes to men's affairs. Adrian's wife can be an effective witness to prove that he and Luna are colluding. Okay, Kingsley agreed immediately. I'll go and talk to Adrian's wife. Jean said to Kingsley, after everything is done, it can only prove that this matter is related to Adrian and Luna. I can't completely get myself out of it. If Adrian insists that he is not on good terms with me anymore and sued me as a result, I won't be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, I can't let these two people end this matter just like that. Obviously, Adrian and Luna have no grudge against me. They wouldn't frame me. There must be someone behind this. So, Kingsley's eyes narrowed. We have to find out who Adrian is receiving orders from. Actually, I know very well who it is. It's Joshua. Jean was very certain. The Lawrences are really disgusting, Kingsley sneered. Joshua must have given Adrian some benefits for him to listen to him. Given Joshua's IQ, he would definitely leave behind traces or transfer records. In fact, Adrian might have left evidence that would be beneficial to him in order to protect himself. All right, I'll go and look for it, Kingsley nodded. Well, this whole thing wasn't instigated by Joshua. Jean's eyes narrowed. Joshua isn't so smart to think of such a perfect plan. The person behind him is Eden, and the person supporting Eden is obviously Melody. So you want to use this opportunity to get rid of Eden and Melody. It might be very difficult, Jean said. Eden is much more sinister and cunning than Joshua. He might not leave behind any evidence against him. Joshua also couldn't think of leaving behind any evidence for himself. Of course, before the matter is over, we can't jump to conclusions so quickly. Who knows, we might find some evidence of a crime. Kingsley nodded. Okay, I understand. I still have 4 days, Jean reminded. Since you know that your time is tight, why did you still hook up with Fourth Master Swan? Kingsley seemed to be unable to get over the relationship between her and Fourth Master Swan. Jean pursed her lips. Did you think I wanted to do it? I was forced. All right, I'll try my best to hurry up. I'll call you when I have news. Kingsley also seemed to be telling himself not to fuss over it. Okay, Jean hung up the phone. This was all she could think of. In order not to alert the enemy, she left everything to Kingsley to handle. At least no one in Harkin knew who Kingsley was. At the Lawrence Enterprise, in Joshua's office, Joshua was calling Eden. Eden immediately asked, did Jean go to the office yesterday? Yes, she did. She came and gave me a hard time. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Why did she go? Eden was not worried about Joshua's emotions at all. What he was worried about was whether Jean found any evidence during the few days that she was out. She went to the General Affairs Department to look for the contract. I asked, but she didn't find anything and left dejectedly. Did she do anything after that? No, Joshua was very certain. She stayed at home with her son all the time. Other than eating time, she basically didn't go out. I'm guessing that she wants to spend more time with her son now. Maybe she won't be able to spend time with him in a few days. Don't let your guard down. If Jean makes any movements, you have to tell me immediately. Okay, Joshua agreed. Learn about Adrian's movements and keep an eye on him. Are you worried that Adrian will be threatened by Jean? It's not impossible. Don't worry, Adrian is an old man in the workplace. Doesn't he know what's more important? Besides, if he admits that he framed Jean, wouldn't that be a crime? Anyway, don't make any mistakes. If we can't take down Jean this time, don't even think about it next time. Brother-in-law, everything has been done so perfectly. Jean is definitely dead. You're worrying too much. There are still 3 days left. Let's just wait for Jean to be sentenced. When that happens, I want to see if she can still be arrogant. Eden still wanted to say something. However, he felt that since this matter had reached this stage, nothing serious could happen. He said, in any case, call me if there's anything. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Eden's lips curled into a cold smile. He was also very eager to see Jean's fate, a tragic fate. 4 days passed in a flash. In the morning on court day. The headlines in Southampton City were about Jean going to court today, and the news spread all over the city. Many people paid attention to it, and the news spread like wildfire. Jean sat in Miles's car and arrived at Southampton City Court. There were already many reporters gathered at the entrance of the court, and they all wanted to know the latest news. Jean opened the car door and just got out. The sharp-eyed reporters immediately saw her. In an instant, they swarmed over. Miles stood in front to help Jean block the reporters. Jean and Judah Smith, the lawyer Kingsley found, walked behind. Kingsley did not appear. With that, the three of them walked into the court with some difficulty. Ms. Lawrence, I heard that the facts of your crime are very obvious. Have you thought about how long you'll be sentenced? Ms. Lawrence, you're known as a dark horse in the business industry. Now, for the sake of $30 million, you have to bear this consequence. Do you regret it? Ms. Lawrence, I heard that you were bailed by Fourth Master Swan to await trial. What's the relationship between you and Fourth Master Swan? Jean did not want to answer and continued to walk forward with the lawyer. The reporters were unyielding. It was until someone suddenly called out, "Young Master Swan is here." Jean's eyes moved slightly. Did Eden want to come to see my end? After all, Jean had not left her house for the past few days, so Eden was certain that she did not have any evidence. At this moment, the reporters suddenly ran over from Jean's side. Young Master Swan, are you here to observe Jean's lawsuit? Are you also worried about Jean? What's the relationship between your fourth uncle and Jean now? Eden was polite. He said, my father-in-law has been unwell for the past 2 days and my mother-in-law is taking care of him at home. Hence, they asked Jasmine and me to come to observe Jean's lawsuit and hope for a good outcome. Young Master Swan, what do you think of Jean's lawsuit? The reporter asked. I believe that the law is fair. We'll accept the verdict of the law. Eden was smart enough not to express his personal opinion. He did not want any of his words to be misinterpreted by the media. I heard that your fourth uncle and Jean have a close relationship. Is that true? A reporter asked impatiently. Eden seemed to be a little silent. At that moment, he seemed to sigh helplessly and held Jasmine's hand tightly. Jasmine smiled at Eden, appearing very sweet. The relationship between the husband and wife looked extremely good. A reporter quickly flattered, you look so sweet together. The other reporters also quickly echoed. Eden said, if Jean wasn't so strong-willed, she wouldn't have to face all this now. As for my fourth uncle and Jean, as a junior, I don't have the right to say anything. Of course, I really don't know what relationship they have. He first made his stance clear. Then, he continued, if Jean has some self-awareness, she should keep a distance from my fourth uncle. No matter what, my fourth uncle isn't someone she can climb up to. I don't even know what Jean has become abroad all these years. She became such a self-deprecating woman. I feel a little guilty about it. Back then, when I had a falling out with Jean, it caused her to give up on herself. He sounded regretful. The reporters were even moved by Eden, who was acting like a good person at the moment. Jean stood at the front steps for a while. She had also heard Eden's words. At that moment, she could only sneer. Some acts had gone too far and could no longer be stopped. Jean stood up and prepared to leave. She did not want to hear Eden say anything hypocritical anymore. All of a sudden, she heard a familiar voice behind her. The person said coldly, whether Jean is worthy of me or not, that's something for me to tell the whole world, not you. Chapter 198. Don't be afraid, I'll always be with you. At the entrance of the court, Jean's heart moved. After she heard Fourth Master Swan say those words, before the reporters could react, she added, Eden, you should know your place. The matters of the elders aren't something that you can interfere in, nor is it something that you have the right to interfere in. Don't lose the Swan's upbringing. She talked quite a bit. Eden was probably embarrassed. There was even a second of awkwardness at the scene. Eden pursed his lips tightly. Being taught a lesson in public by his fourth uncle so bluntly made him super embarrassed. Due to Fourth Master Swan's words, the reporters suddenly did not know how to smooth things over. There was a moment of stalemate. When Jean heard what Edward said, she had to admit that it was very warm to be protected by others sometimes. Even so, she did not let herself think too much. She lifted her feet and left. In fact, she was still thinking about how she would probably be scolded by Kingsley again if he knew Fourth Master Swan spoke up for her in public. Speaking of which, what did she do wrong between her and Fourth Master Swan? It was clearly Fourth Master Swan's wishful thinking, so why did it become a matter between the two of them in the end?
The two of them were apparently having an affair.
Jean did not expect things to turn out like this. She could even imagine how the media would publicize it if Fourth Master Swan stood up for her today. Jean would not be able to clear her name no matter what. Thinking of this, she left. She had just taken 2 steps when someone suddenly pulled her back. Her body froze. It was that 1 second when her heart felt like it had been struck, even if she had allowed herself to ignore it. Jean turned her head. She turned her head and saw Fourth Master Swan appear behind her. The reporters behind also caught up and asked while panting, "Fourth Master, what's your relationship with Jean? Fourth Master, do you like Jean? You spoke up for Jean. Is it true that you're dating as the rumors say? Fourth Master, Jean has experienced so much and was once your nephew's girlfriend. Are you not afraid of awkwardness when you're with her?" Edward tugged at Jean's arm. He turned his head and faced all the reporters. "Yes, Jean and I are dating." Jean wanted to bang her head against the stone pillar at the entrance of the court. Especially when she saw Kingsley at this moment. He was standing at a distance. As no one knew him, naturally, he did not attract too much attention. Beside him was George. The two of them were looking at her from afar. "I don't think I need to explain the details of our relationship to you guys." Edward narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The reporters did not dare to ask anymore at this moment. No one dared to ask what was on the tip of their tongue. They could only watch helplessly as the interaction between Fourth Master Swan and Jean continued. Then, clicking sounds could be heard continuously. Jean wanted to leave as soon as possible. Nevertheless, she was held back by Fourth Master Swan at this time. Moreover, Fourth Master Swan had publicly admitted their relationship. What could she do? She just watched as Fourth Master Swan suddenly reached out his hand to her cheek. Jean's heartbeat quickened. Seriously, she was really afraid that this man in front of her would kiss her in public. For a second, she was waiting for his move as if she was facing death. Then, she heard his deep and gentle voice. "Don't be afraid, I'll always be with you." What was she afraid of? Despite that, Jean forced herself to smile. It was just a sweet smile in response to him. At least at this moment, she could not ruin Fourth Master Swan's reputation. Jean said, "Okay, then." She gently moved her arm. Edward let go of her. "Fourth Master, I'll go in first." Edward nodded slightly. Jean turned around and left. The moment she left, she could clearly feel the intense gaze of the people behind her. It even made her feel that her back was burning. Only when Jean walked into the court did Edward retract his gaze. He looked to the side and saw Kingsley walking past him coldly. Knox and Finn, who were standing next to Edward, saw it too. Knox was somewhat gloating over Kingsley's misfortune. Looking at Kingsley's cold expression, one could tell that he must have been angered to death. Knox felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Fourth Master Swan was more skillful. Edward did not stay any longer. He brought Knox and Finn into the court. On the other hand, Eden was so angry that his face turned hideous. He stood there motionlessly. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. At least, he did not want the media to see his true emotions. Chapter 199. Don't be afraid, I'll always be with you. In any case, Jean was going to be sentenced today. No matter how powerful Fourth Uncle is, can he forcefully save Jean from the law? Eden thought. He sneered. His fourth uncle chose to do these things to Jean at this time. In the end, he would be slapped in the face. Eden wanted to see what his fourth uncle would say to the media when Jean was sentenced. Would his fourth uncle wait for Jean to be released from prison? If that was the case, without needing him to take revenge, his grandfather would already beat his fourth uncle to death. "Eden," Jasmine called out to Eden softly from the side. Eden snapped back to his senses. He held Jasmine's hand and entered the court. At this moment, Monica also rushed to the court in a hurry and was stopped by the reporters. Monica was originally burning with anxiety, so she did not treat the reporters well. All of you, stay away from me. I don't want to talk to you. The reporters still surrounded Monica tightly. I'm telling you, Jean was wronged. All of you, move aside, move aside. I'm going in. Monica was fuming. If she had known earlier, she would have found someone to accompany her. She had forgotten how shameless the reporters from Harkin were. Just as she was about to explode, if you have any questions, we'll only have answers after the court passes judgment. You won't be able to get any answers even if you ask questions now. A male voice sounded from behind her. Monica turned her head. When she turned her head, she saw Michael appear behind her. Michael smiled at Monica. When the reporters saw Michael appear, they immediately abandoned Monica. Monica also regained her freedom. Michael was surrounded by the reporters instead. He quickly signaled for Monica to leave. Monica reacted and smiled gratefully at Michael. She quickly walked into the court. It seemed that whenever she was in trouble, Michael would always appear at the first moment. Besides, were her eyes playing tricks on her? She seemed to have seen the back view of Finn, that scum. In fact, so what if she could not see him? He would just stand by and watch anyway. Monica panted heavily as she walked into the courtroom. At this moment, the court staff was preparing. There were many people in the audience seats that Monica did not recognize. Even so, she knew that they were all people of high status. They were probably here to see for themselves the sensational case that had caused a stir in Harkin and how Jean would be sentenced. Monica swept her gaze around. Eden brought that B*TCH here as well? Is he here to watch Jeannie make a fool of herself? Damn it. Every time Monica saw Eden and Jasmine together, she could not help but want to kill someone. Back then, it was that cheating couple that caused Jean to suffer so much. Monica, someone called out to her. Monica turned her head. Knox waved his hand. This way. Monica saw Fourth Master Swan sitting there. Beside Fourth Master Swan were Knox and Finn. She hesitated for a moment before walking over and sitting directly next to Finn. It was not that she wanted to sit beside Finn, it was just that Knox sat by the aisle and that there were no seats beside him. Fourth Master Swan sat between Knox and Finn, and there were many seats beside Finn. No matter how bad it was, Monica still had an image. To outsiders, she and Finn were still husband and wife. She sat down. Finn remained expressionless. Monica did not put her attention on Finn either. She looked left and right. Her eyes suddenly paused. Isn't that George? Fourth Master Swan obviously looked over there. Who's the man next to him? Monica was surprised. She looked him up and down for a long time and concluded, he's quite handsome. Handsome? How handsome? Knox had a deep prejudice against Kingsley, so he did not want to hear any good words about him. Is he as handsome as Fourth Master Swan? He's not even close. Monica looked straight at Knox. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Knox rolled his eyes. I'll go ask George. Monica got up and was about to go over when her palm was suddenly grabbed by someone. She looked down at Finn and saw him holding her hand tightly. It's about to start, Finn reminded her. Monica pursed her lips. At this moment, she saw Michael walking into the courtroom. As he walked in, he saw Monica and Finn's physical contact from afar. Monica pushed Finn's hand away. Finn's eyes moved. He naturally saw Michael appear in the audience stand of the court. Finn did not say anything else. Monica also did not impulsively go to George's side. After all, it was really going to start. Chapter 200. Don't be afraid, I'll always be with you. At this moment, Jean was already taken to the defendant's dock. The contractor was also in the other dock. All the staff members and lawyers were in place. After the clerk gave a lecture on the discipline of the court, the judge walked out. Everyone stood up. Then, they sat. The judge announced the official opening of the court. Josiah Newton, the attorney for the prosecution, stood up and made a statement. On September 18, the Lawrence Enterprise and Muck, an international e-commerce company, discussed an e-commerce collaboration. On September 25, the Lawrence Enterprise held a tender for the logistics warehouse of the e-commerce case and finally selected Tenda Planning and Construction Company. Construction started on September 27 and has been going on since then. On October 10, the prosecutor's office received an anonymous report that Jean, the person in charge of the e-commerce project and the marketing director of the Lawrence's enterprise, has secretly sought personal gains of up to $30 million in the construction of the logistics warehouse. A dual contract and the specific details of the amount sought were provided. It violated the laws and regulations of Harkin. Therefore, the public prosecution has initiated a prosecution. The judge nodded. The prosecution is established. Please hand over the defendant's proof of guilt to the trial bench. Understood. Josiah respectfully handed them over to a staff member. The staff member handed it over to the trial bench. Josiah continued, Your Honor, please allow me to present the important witness of this case to the court.
Permission granted. The first person to appear in court was the informant, Adrian Zimmer. Adrian stood in the position of the witness, looking a little nervous.
Jean looked at that man just like that. She originally wanted to go over and meet the man in person, but because she had found a more crucial clue, she did not have any contact with him. Jean had not been at the Lawrence Enterprise for long, so she did not have a deep impression of him. At this moment, she could still look at him calmly. Josiah walked toward Adrian. Informant, you don't need to be nervous. You just need to answer my questions truthfully. Okay, Adrian quickly nodded. May I ask how you discovered Jean's crime? Josiah asked. Well, I was fully in charge of the project's construction work. One day, I went to check the construction progress on a routine basis. I suddenly realized that the construction materials brand on the construction site are somewhat different from what I remembered the construction company had told me. I quickly went back to check. There was indeed something fishy. I believed that there was something wrong with the construction company, Tenda, so I went to look for Tenda's boss, Tenda Wadler. Tenda denied it repeatedly at first, but later, he couldn't resist and admitted that he had indeed changed to another brand. He even advised me that the brand was different but the quality was similar. He made me turn a blind eye to it and said that he would give me benefits. Of course, I rejected him outright and ordered him to immediately return to work and rebuild. However, the cost of rebuilding was too high. Tenda rejected me outright. The moment I expressed that I would take him to court, he had no choice but to tell me that the mastermind behind everything was Jean. He said that it was Jean who made him do it. He even threatened me not to interfere given Jean's status in the Lawrences. Otherwise, I would lose my job. Of course, I wouldn't listen to his nonsense. I never thought that this would have anything to do with Jean. Tenda saw that I didn't believe him, so he secretly showed me the contract that he signed with Jean. Adrian's words were smooth and fluid. It was as if he had memorized the script in advance. The courtroom was very quiet. It was as if they believed his explanation without a doubt. Hey guys, don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button and turn on the notification bell icon for more content like this. It helps the channel a lot. Thank you.